Alright. La da 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 da. La da da da. Fuck this. Alright. I got the stuffies, but I got no good weather to clean them. Hope tomorrow's good weather, so. Meantime, we'll do what we can with what we got. Triple thick. I don't have time to make things from scratch either. I need water. I need water in a container. I have plenty of containers. I just need to grab one. There we go. Where's my bottle of water? Over here. I've been here 3 damn seconds. I've lost everything, including my mind. There it is. Close enough. There we go. Oh, yeah.
Gilball interview reveals the true purpose of the most recent FNAF book. Even though it's set in the Pizzaplex and focuses on characters we know like Gregory and Cassie, its biggest reveals are actually based much earlier in the franchise's history, and may reveal something very interesting about our favourite herbal killer. Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's always gassing up the importance of tiny details in FNAF books. And just a little while ago, we got ourselves the third and, at this point, final Choose Your Own Adventure style FNAF book, Escape the Pizzaplex. It promised to be an exciting final adventure where we would take on the role
hello.
of Cassie, who was played
How are you
by
doing tonight?
Zeke, alongside our good pal Gregory as the animatronics go haywire in a prequel to Security Breach. Needless to say, I and most other FNAF theorists were excited for this one. Maybe now we get some of the answers we've been desperately seeking to the very confusing lore of that game. But what we actually got was a lot more confounding. Like, the book is fine, but compared to the week before, Return to the Pit, even VIP, it wasn't really giving us anything in the...
When that dries.
We get to see Gregory in action in his more GGY Doctor.
What did I just join into? I'm working on craft site. I'm turning regular and normal looking teddy bears and stuffed animals into horrifying nightmares of your darkest dreams. Yeah, stick around. I'm not very interesting to watch, but you can stop in every once in a while to see how it's going.
Why is Cassie seen as so important to this plan? But no, we got nothing of the sort, which is why it's taken me this long to come up with a theory. I've been scratching my head for ages trying to
Yeah, I'm kind of like the most boring YouTuber in the world, but if somebody's watching me, I feel like I'm being productive.
When I was chatting to a friend of the channel where I toast about this book,
these are going to be claws, and these are going on a giant teddy bear over there.
Rather than looking at the characters we know from the franchise, I needed to look at the new character it introduced. A new kind of staff bot called the Reagent, with hoses for arms and a gas canister attached to its back that it uses to incapacitate Cassie in dozens of the book's endings. Eventually, this thing is destroyed by either Cassie or Roxy, depending on the ending you get. Because this guy is an insecurity breach, so we gotta get rid of him so we don't mess up the timeline even more. But then the question Brian and I both had was, why? Why introduce him at all if you're just going to have to get rid of him? Why not make
I'm going to have to get a 3D printer. I don't want to get a 3D printer, but I'm going to have to.
But the more I pondered and banged my head against the wall, the more I began to realize that Scott absolutely had a purpose for this character. It just wasn't to do with the current lore of the franchise. It was pointing to something much further back in the franchise's history. Something that we're likely to get a glimpse of in Secret of the Mimic very soon. The main thing we learn about this guy is that it has mysterious
got the teddy bear.
that it uses to incapacitate.
These are gonna go on a moosh. going for claws, but I made them last night, and they just need to finish drawing.
Mysterious gas actually is. Because when you call your character the reagent, that has consequences. A reagent is a real scientific term that refers to a substance or compound that is added to a system to cause a chemical reaction. And you know, if you're going to use scientific terms to name your characters, we're going to science the heck out of it.
That Mickey Mouse was awesome.
About this mysterious reagent gas. Well, the most standout parts are...
Thank you. I also get a Minnie Mouse, but like I said, I have to wait till tomorrow when the weather's better so I can wash everybody in the machine and then hang them out. And then Minnie Mouse is probably going to get the same treatment.
Your eyes flooded with tears. Then everything goes dark. Cassie also mentions coughing, fuzzy vision, and dizziness in other parts of the book. So that's a pretty extensive list of symptoms to work with. Immediately my mind went to something like carbon monoxide, the silent killer. It's a very common but very dangerous gas that when breathed in ticks a number of our symptom boxes. So
Alright.
Dizziness,
These need to dry.
and while it isn't
Then a coat, and then they'll be ready to go with the monster.
that can occur in certain individuals. Eventually, all of this leads to a loss of consciousness and death. Plus, it is used scientifically as a reagent, so we're off to a pretty good start. But it's not quite a perfect match. Carbon monoxide doesn't cause your eyes or throat to burn, hence it's called the silent killer, because you often can breathe it in and not know it's affecting you until it's too late. It's also called the silent killer for another
Alright, I guess I gotta work on this guy next.
Its odor, or more specifically, its lack of odor. You cannot smell carbon monoxide when it's leaking, which is why you should always have a carbon monoxide alarm installed in your home to sense it for you. Now, I wouldn't put it past Fazbear Entertainment to ignore this crucial safety step, but Cassie does have something to say about the smell of this particular gas. But again, a noxious cloud follows in its wake. A thick, sharp scent of chemicals fills your nostrils. It actually repeats that point about it smelling like chemicals a few times throughout the book, which means it cannot be carbon monoxide. With the smell being associated with chemicals and the reagent being responsible for, quote, cleaning the pizza-plex of organic matter, I wondered if this could be something like chlorine gas. Chlorine is generally used as a disinfectant for things like swimming pools, but in gas, while reagent, it's also incredibly dangerous. Just like carbon monoxide, it can cause lightheadedness, dizziness, blurry vision, and muscle weakness. But it also has the added effects where you notice feel like a burning sensation in the eyes and throat, which leads to coughing and eyes, and it has a strong chemical smell, typically reminding people of cleaning products from bleach. It also has another quality that carbon monoxide lacks. You can see it. In that previous quote from Cassie, we learned that she's not only able to smell the gas, but see it. Quote again, a noxious cloud follows in its wake. Sadly, we don't get any descriptors in the book about its color or anything. That would be way too helpful. But the fact that it's visible at all is important for us to bear in mind. And chlorine gas is visible, usually a yellowish green color. So why is this not the end of the video? Chlorine gas seems to be a perfect solution. The problem is that I can't get this clip from Rytost's stream out of my head. The tanks in the storeroom, they are labeled nitrogen. But these gas canisters aren't just anywhere. They're in the basement of the pizza place. This nitrogen is being used somewhere in the pizza place. And the only thing we've really seen using gas in this building is the reagent. That means that the most likely suspect for the gas being used within Fazbear is a nitrogen-based gas. Which,
He's not quite Kermit, but he could have been. Actually, that would be really cute Kermit. Well, not cute, but you know what I mean. Interesting Kermit.
Dizziness, heavy limbs, passing out, be nitrogen-based, and be some kind of reagent. This is becoming way more complicated than I intended. Who'd have thought that a game about a possessed animatronic murder bear wouldn't follow the logical rules of the real world? Son, I'm nothing if not determined. And so, I did what any logical, sane person would do in this situation. I looked up every single nitrogen-based gas that has ever existed and compared it to our symptoms. I'd like to say it was fun, but even the nerd in me was screaming. But it was made a little easier thanks to this video's sponsor, Opera. Thanks to Opera, I was able to use the split screen mode to keep up my list of symptoms right next to the research pages I had on each specific gas, working and updating them both simultaneously. Plus, with Aria, I was able to get a summary of any of these papers in seconds. All I had to do was use a quick shortcut to open up the command line, and I was off to the animatronic races. I was even able to use Aria's image recognition to help me identify mysterious liquids and gases that came up during my research, making the whole process a lot less painful than it could have been. I mean, FNAF is always pretty painful, but you get what I mean. The only other thing that usually keeps me calm while I'm working on this sort of stuff is listening to lo-fi music. And again, Opera had me covered because with their player, I'm able to control what I'm listening to right in the browser, regardless of what.
I have yet to find a lo-fi I like.
Spotify, YouTube music, and
like maybe I can listen to it for maybe a minute and then I'm just done with
over the
it.
player icon in the sidebar, and I can pause or skip whenever I need to. I can even detach the player and move it freely inside the browser or completely outside of it. That combined with Opera's themes, which allow me to customize the UI, sounds, and add smooth animated backgrounds, truly make the vibes of my work experience immaculate, providing you ignore the creepy implications of the research I have open in said browser. But if you want to join me in the future of browsing, use the link down in the description to download Opera today. Thanks again to Opera for sponsoring this video and keeping me sane. But now, where did all that research take me? Well, as I crossed off options from the list, I was left with only one possibility. Something I'd never heard of. Dinitrogen tetroxide. It has a sharp and pungent smell of chemicals. If breathed in, it can lead to every symptom we've mentioned, as the name suggests.
You found it then?
Of course I did. Good point. Suggests it's nitrogen-based, and while it is by default colorless, dinitrogen tetroxide has a fun little quirk that solves that problem. It exists in a permanent state of equilibrium with another gas, nitrogen dioxide. Dinitrogen tetroxide literally cannot exist without nitrogen dioxide, because both chemicals share a reversible chemical reaction. Dinitrogen tetroxide breaks apart into nitrogen dioxide, and nitrogen dioxide molecules combine to create dinitrogen tetroxide. And this reaction is happening constantly, not only creating a weird chemical concoction, which is exactly how the book describes this substance, by the way, but it also changes the color to a reddish brown. And if that wasn't enough of a clincher, dinitrogen tetroxide has one other very interesting effect. Much like the other gases we've mentioned, it is a reagent. It helps create chemical reactions between a number of different compounds. But the type of reaction that caught my attention was that dinitrogen tetroxide can react with a number of different metals to form what are called metal nitrates. And these can then be used in future reactions to combine the metal compounds with carbon-based organic compounds. Now, where have I heard of that kind of combination before? Oh, that's right, remnants.
Remnant?
Yes. In this universe, the soul is a tangible thing that exists. It's not just some ethereal thing. It physically is attached to the metal, and when you melt down that metal, it remains attached, which led to...
Now I want to do this to a Kermit. I do have another Elmo. He was another Tickle Me, but his doesn't work anymore. The batteries get left him in for God knows how many years, and he rotted out from the inside, but he's in the wash. He's going in the wash tomorrow, and he'll be getting the same treatment as this guy.
It's also worth considering that Rye found these canisters in the scooping room of Ruin, and the scoop blueprints we got from FNAF 6 revealed to us that the scoop was designed to inject remnant into animatronics, or people. For these heads to be here in that same room, it feels like they have to be connected. And so the remnant for the scoop and these nitrogen-based canisters are also connected. And when you think about it, it actually helps explain a lot about what the Mimic is trying to do. In Security Breach during the bad ending, we learned of 9 missing kids, but we had no idea what happened to them. Now, thanks to Ruin in the books, we know that the Mimic has been copying Afton and his murderous tendencies. Like in VIP, we see the Mimic program present itself as a kid mascot and lead kids into the back room to be killed, which is pretty familiar. But what we're talking about today allows us to take it one step further. The Mimic isn't just copying Afton's killings, he's trying to recreate the missing children's incident in its entirety, converting their souls into remnants just like Afton did in the games that the Mimic was partially trained on. Now, listen, I get that all of this might seem like a stretch. Believe me, I do. Referring to the soul as organic matter feels weird, and even then, there's no way dinitrogen tetroxide would work as a reagent for that specific compound. At the end of the day, Scott isn't a scientist, he's a fiction writer. But at this point, he knows that we theorists will look at the real-life comparisons to find our answers. And as time goes on, it's become clear that he's trying to work with that and make the series feel more grounded. We've moved away from spiritually possessed animatronics to an AI villain. He got rid of sound illusion discs and swapped them for hallucinogenic gas. And that is what I think this mysterious gas is really about. It's him trying to find a way to more believably ground the series, retroactively explaining part of Afton's scientific process, so that when the grounded AI villain tries to mimic him, it's not having to suddenly go back to the old sci-fi and paranormal tropes, undoing all of that progress. It's not a perfect one-to-one because the kind of thing he needs just doesn't exist. But what does exist is close enough to make his point. However, even with the answer to this gas question somewhat solved, as I sat there staring at the void,
First layer done. Wait for that to dry, then we'll go in with the red. Thank you guys for the thumbs up today.
Sure, this has been a fun experiment trying to identify the gas, and it's even more fun to find its connections to remnants. But that, in and of itself, hasn't really changed how we look at this franchise. Outside of the idea that the Mimic is now creating remnant, not just killing kids, which is fine, but it's not exactly mind-blowing. It doesn't help understand where this franchise is going, and despite all of this effort, I didn't feel any closer to actually solving the mystery I set out to. Why did Scott introduce us to a brand new character who, in the end, suffers from the classic prequel issue of having to be gone before the end of the book because he wasn't in security breach? Legitimately, at this point, I was at a loss. I was ready to throw this entire theory out and go back like the book didn't even exist. That was until Dorca's interview with Evan Lampe, the creative director of Secret of the Mimic.
How carefully are you putting the books in consideration of Secret of the Mimic?
We've actually been talking about making this game for a long time, and we were developing the game kind of while these books were coming out. It's interesting to work kind of in dual media.
Secret of the Mimic is being developed alongside the books. They are directly influencing each other. Once again, I've been looking at this all wrong. Escape the Pizza Flex appeared to be about security breach, but in actuality, its story is supposed to tie into Secret of the Mimic. So I went back and watched the trailer over and over again, looking for something that connected this game to the weird reagent we've been analyzing. Guys, I think I found something big. In this trailer, there is a new character, Dolly the nurse. Well, I say new. We've actually heard from Dolly before. During the first Age minigame in Help Wanted 2, there's a voice that speaks to us over the intercom that, in the game files, is referred to as Carnival Nurse, as in Fall Fest, which takes place in the 1970s, just like Secret of the Mimic. And now we get to see her firsthand in all of her creepy doll-like glory. But tell me, do you notice anything familiar about her? The thing on her back might just look like a normal backpack, but coming from the backpack are a pair of hoses. Hoses that then connect to Dolly's hands, just like the reagents. The reason we are being shown the reagent now is because we were being
stop
prepped
drawing
for a new
ugly
character that was about to be introduced. Dolly, who has a similar design feature and therefore a similar function. And that connection has some wild implications. Because if the reagent is using a gas that helps prepare human kids for remnant creation, I suspect that would mean that Dolly is doing the same thing. In 1979! What? How? Remnant came about as the result of Afton's experimenting with the animatronics after his son died and who committed the missing children's incident. Now I'm saying it exists 4 years before his son even died? That can't possibly be the case, right? And honestly, at first, I thought so too. But more I thought about it, the more I realized that this change actually lines up with a number of other predictions we made recently about the start of that timeline. In my first Secret of the Mimic theory, I spoke a lot about Fall Fest, Fazbear's circus that ran throughout the 70s and 80s. Thanks to some tweets from the developers and my love of Shakespearean theatre, I was able to infer that Charlie's death and the missing children's incident were not Afton's first rodeo. He'd actually been killing kids for a long time. But what if it wasn't just the killing that had been going on for a long time, but the experimentation as well? In earlier parts of the franchise, it felt like Afton was always the businessman, while Henry was the animatronic genius. But as time went on, we were shown that actually William was also a bit of scientific genius himself. However, in the fourth closet, he tells us that there is a crucial difference between him and Henry's design, something he called the spark of life. Henry was able to make his animatronics feel alive, something Afton was unable to achieve on his own, but he was desperate to figure it out. So why wouldn't he begin experimenting, trying to figure out how to get life into his animatronic creations? Back in my initial theory, I didn't really have much of an explanation as to why Afton was killing all those years ago, other than he was just a bad man. But this would actually give it some level of purpose. He's not killing aimlessly or for fun. He's doing it because he needs to beat Henry. I also theorized recently that Afton always had an accomplice in his murder, based on the inclusion of a brush baby luring us to be killed by a yellow rabbit in Return to the Pit, which will take place in 1985. I concluded that we were being shown that Baby had always been there to assist Afton, even as far back as Fall Fest. I wondered if maybe Secret of the Mimic would reveal what that looked like. And well, Dolly could be the one I was looking for. She does have some very similar design features to Baby, from the Funtime split face to the arm joints being almost identical to Baby's. Even the medical symbol in the middle of her midsection looks similar to the fan that Baby has in her midsection. Plus, they're both voiced by Heather Masters. It's a small thing that we can't put too much weight on, but I figured it was worth mentioning. Dolly would also be the perfect accomplice for Afton during the Fall Fest Carnival era. He'd be able to hide all his murders in a medical tent, out of sight where regular people aren't able to go. He'd have all the medical tools he could possibly need, and in 1979, no one's gonna question the nitrogen gas canisters, because nitrous oxide, i.e. laughing gas, was still used in medical practices until the mid-80s. And the cherry on top of all of this is that if I'm right, it massively changes Afton's entire motivation during the original series of games, and the oh-so-famous line that he gives his son before he dies: "I will put you back together." This line has often been used as Afton's main driving force. From here, he would go on to kill some kids and learn about the secrets of Remnant. But I remember when we were writing out Ultimate Timeline, we kinda had to fudge the evidence a bit when it came to how he knew that killing the kids would be the solution. The best we could come up with is that he'd seen it in characters like Baby or the puppets, all of which makes that line more of a desperate father just trying to save his son. And now, if the Remnant experiments have been going on since the 70s, this line becomes a certainty. The reason Afton knew he'd have to kill the missing children and put them into suits because, like this point, he has some pretty solid understanding of how it worked. He'd been experimenting with souls and possession and Remnant for the last 4 years. When he sees dying son, he tells him it's going to be okay and that he'll put him back together because he knows it's possible. He just needed some more test subjects like he'd had all the way back in 1979. But in just over a month, the day of reckoning is coming. Secret of the Mimic is finally going to release, and the past 2 years of theorizing is going to be put to the test. That is something special for when that happens. So make sure you subscribe so you don't miss that announcement. But until then, guys, remember that just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. World premiere on Game Theory. This main villain has been holding a secret from us since the beginning, and none of us caught it.
Tide Oxymax Power Pods one up the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one up whatever they're doing?
For sure.
Seriously?
One up the power of liquid, one up the toughest stains. Any further questions? One up the power of liquid with Tide Oxymax Power Pods.
The Ferrero Rocher chocolate bar, crunchy hazelnuts.
I hate Webkins. They have that stupid logo on them, and I hate it.
Make any moment worth celebrating. Ferrero Rocher.
portion of this episode is sponsored by Google.
This must be an old one.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory, where I wish I had a Shadow Man feed me when lights go off. What is this thing? Oh, you're a horrific monster. On second thought, maybe not. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Walton Files. For those of you who don't remember, Walton Files is the analog horror series from Chilean creator Mark Walls, with a story that's gonna melt your brain and a sound design that's gonna melt your ears. Apologies, headphone users. It's a story about the now-defunct Bonds Burgers, an animatronic-themed restaurant chain founded by business partners Jack Walton and Felix Kranken. Through the first two installments of the series, we learned that these two men had a falling out, and that Bonds had been forced to close shortly after its opening due to some mysterious event called the Incident of 1974. Honestly, though, it feels more accurate to call this the Incidents of 1974, considering that this is the year of Jack's disappearance, his wife Rosemary's untimely death and stuffing into Shaw the sheep, and another woman named Susan Woodings winding up inside Banny the bunny. I mean, it was a busy year for the franchise.
It was a busy year.
After the closure due to the Incidents of 1974, the animatronics were relocated out into the woods, where they proceeded to take the lives of a few more victims as they lay in wait for the return of the mysterious character named Sophie, a former caretaker of the Bonds Burgers facility that we briefly saw in the very first episode of the series. A person that the animatronics are particularly keen on getting their hands on, as evidenced by them killing Brian Stells because he, quote, looked like her. And as of last episode, that's where we left things off. Almost. There was one final video I hinted at towards the end of that last episode. By piecing together flashes of a URL left at the beginning and end of the Relocate project upload, we're brought to an unlisted video titled Lucky You, where we see... What is this? What is this? It's a clearly laid out timeline of events? I'm crying because I'm so happy. Also, watch the endoskeleton boogie down. If there was any lingering confusion about the order of this story, Lucky You is basically the teacher's answer key, and it confirms everything that we talked about last upload. However, there's still one major reveal here: the return of Sophie.
You must be so confused about what you saw. Don't be scared, my little bunny, for I'm going to tell you a story of broken people, beautiful people, safety and pills, Sophie.
This now pretty much marks Sophie as our main character. Remember, the first thing that we hear in episode 1 of the series is backwards text that gives us this message. We finally start to remember that old day. They will look out for you soon. This whole story from its opening moments has been an attempt to wake up long dormant memories inside Sophie's mind. And now we have a fuller picture of what's going on. Sophie was once a caretaker of Bonds Burgers. She survives a tragic accident or a Bond attack, something that would cause her memories to be locked away behind a gate of trauma and medication. So the question now is, what exactly are those memories that need to be unlocked? For that, we finally turn to episode 3, Bunny Farm, the last canonical installment in the series and the one where we watch as Sophie's memories come flooding back. The premise for this hour-long upload is that Sophie, now age 22, is playing through the old Bunny Smiles Incorporated arcade game Bunny Farm. Along the way, she's presented with her family's tragic backstory, forced to face literal corpses, to which she responds,
that was very confusing.
Understatement of the year there, Soph. As she plays through the game, she taps into glitches and hidden files that provide us with massive lore dumps. These reveals ultimately break down into 3 major chunks. The first is Susan Wooding's audio log number 3. It's worth noting we've yet to hear numbers 1 and 2. Through this file, we learn that Susan was the engineer for the animatronics, the one that essentially built them. When they're found malfunctioning on opening day, well, this happens. First, that they begin to malfunction after Jack's disappearance, but before anyone actually gets stuffed. 2, it confirms what we suspected, that she is in fact the one inside of the Banny suit, and that she doesn't appear to have any family connection to the Waltons themselves. Interestingly, based on this teeny tiny text right here that's really tough to read, we see that she's still alive inside of the suit somehow, and that her stomach feels weird, which probably connects back to the Shadow Man feeding her when lights go off that we saw happen in the Relocate project.
I need a
And
unicorn
finally,
horn.
Susan's tape here brings up an interesting loose thread. Susan says this.
Chris left some hours ago and Felix didn't even show up.
She mentions someone named Chris.
Do I have a horn I can
Earlier
use?
in Buddy
I don't
Farm, we
think
see
so.
that Chris is the name for one of the saved game files on the arcade cabinet, but the name actually comes up even earlier than that. The first time we actually hear about Chris is way back in the first upload of the series, where Chris is the one that ultimately sends Brian Stells to the animatronic storage facility and ultimately to his death. It's hard to hear exactly, but Chris's name is definitely mentioned here.
Oh, I heard Chris easily.
So, could Chris be the identity of our Shadow Man? The one person who has a connection to the franchise since its earliest days and has survived to tell the tale, feeding the animatronics at night? It remains to be seen, but Chris is definitely suspect number 1. The second major chunk of this upload gives us the identity of yet another animatronic. This time, Guzu the Ringmaster. Buddy Farm is very explicit in showing us that a man named Charles has been stuffed inside of the suit, and that he's been missing since 5 days before the restaurant's shut. With some scary breathing and jump scares later, we get this line. A line that's only visible via the closed captions. I don't remember my face. Chris and now Charles are 2 major loose threads that we have coming out of this upload. We know that they're important to the story, but we don't quite know their role in any of this. Last is the most tragic chunk of the 3, which, you know, is saying a lot considering that we just went through 10 horrific murders. Through a series of redacted entries, we learned how Felix's marriage to his wife Linda falls apart. How Felix has increasingly turned towards alcohol for some reason. His problems actually date back to 1964, 10 years before any of the Bond's Burgers drama started to kick up. In fact, they don't start pitching the restaurant idea until a year later in 1965 to a company called Cyberfun Tech. So it seems like trouble was brewing in Felix's life much earlier than most Walton File theorists suspect. But it all wouldn't fall apart until a fateful phone call when Jack asks Felix to take his 2 kids, Ed and Molly, to their school dance.
I'm in the state workshop on Chicago Road and was taking something to the dentist. We were wondering to go pick him out to the event and take him home later. Sure, I can do that. Really? Yeah, sure. Oh, thanks for bothering me. The lifesaver, Felix.
Jack would soon find out that Felix would not, in fact, be a lifesaver. But before we get to how, you know what is a lifesaver? Our sponsor for this portion of today's episode, Google. Specifically, their password manager. Because sometimes the scariest thing after you isn't a possessed bunny animatronic looking to stuff you into a robot suit. Sometimes it's just people looking to get access to your information online. Did you know that October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month? Yeah, I didn't either, but apparently it is. And I call that out just because online security is one of those things that we all don't tend to prioritize. Sure, we lock our cars, we lock our houses, maybe get security devices and hide our keys to protect our physical stuff, but what are we really doing to protect our digital stuff? You know, the really important things like access to our bank accounts, billing information, the
My
keys
fan
to our
fiction
online identities. Well, the
reading
first 2
list.
steps in that process are 1, having strong passwords for your accounts, and 2, not reusing those passwords. Statistically, an average person has over 27 separate accounts to keep track of. That is a lot of information. And if you reuse passwords and one of those sites has a data leak, then all your information is vulnerable as one website dominoes into the next. But if you use a different password for each one, boom, the vulnerability stops
Just keep
right there.
max
I
10
get it.
passwords.
It's just easier if you have 1 or 2 passwords that you rotate between. 75% of people get frustrated trying to remember their passwords, and so 66% of people tend to reuse them. But that's an issue. The loyalist of theorists out there will remember a few years ago when we partnered with real-life penetration testers to get a sense of what being a hacker is like in real life. And through those conversations, we learned that cybersecurity tends to boil down to one thing.
The problem that we run into in real-world scenarios is that people depend on convenience over security.
People reuse passwords because it's convenient, even if it's not all that safe. But with Google's password manager, you get both security and convenience, as Google creates unique, highly complex passwords for each of your accounts, protects them using their advanced
Someone
security,
said make
and
a
automatically
sentence.
fills
Your
back
password
in
should be a
with access.
sentence
And because it's
about
built into top-tier Google
the
account
whatever
has
you're trying to
added convenience of making
access.
those passwords accessible across any device. Anyway, the reason I bring all this up is that I trust Google products to keep me secure. I mean, my entire life and the lives of all our employees. This entire business really just depends on the
Like if you have a job at work that requires a password, be like, I'm only here because I need the money for food.
Not only are my passwords kept
Like
under
that's
their
the password.
strict lock and key, but Google also notifies me each and every time someone tries to
What do you
access
think?
my account, or anytime they find one of my passwords has become vulnerable. It allows me to stay secure without having to constantly worry about staying secure. So
And
if
then
you're
like a
interested in
number
learning
after it,
more
or set of
Google
numbers that
protect your
usually
information
rotate
online,
through.
g.co/safer passwords. Easier option, link is in the top line of the description. Thank you again, Google, for keeping me safe for the last decade and for sponsoring this part of the episode. Now, back to the fictional scary stuff. As you might have predicted, Felix, with his alcohol issue, is not fit to drive that night. Via the diary entries, we learned that Linda had officially left him earlier that day, May 2nd. And after drinking more at the school dance, which, yes, things were different at school dances back in the 70s, he gets lost back home and ultimately winds up in a horrific car crash that kills both of Jack's children, Ed and Molly. Terrified of what he's done and what he could possibly tell Jack, he buries the two kids as a cover-up for his actions. This, in turn, is the memory that Sophie needed to unlock.
This is just got so much deeper than I thought, and now I think I know what's happening.
In the end, we clearly see Ed and Molly, depicted as two red children, rise out of the ground and possess their gray stuffed animal, Rocket Rabbit. Two children sharing one character. Wait, is Rocket just the Walton Files equivalent of Golden Freddy? Did everyone realize that Golden Freddy actually had two spirits inside of one suit before I did? What are the dates of this one? Walton Files, okay, Golden Freddy, Spirit Theory,
When life gives you lemons, why not make Mike's Hard Lemonade?
Okay, I was ahead of it. By a little bit. And then Buddy Farm ends on that uplifting note. From here, we get one final check-in with our happy little animatronic family, a final sequence of jump scares, and that's it. A somber ending to an intense 3-video ride of horror and tragedy. And honestly, it's a pretty tightly written episode. In this one extended upload, we get a lot of the answers that we were looking for last time. Who is Sophie? Why is she important? What she's supposed to remember? Check, check, and check. We know all those things now. But for everything that it explicitly answers, Bunny Farm still leaves one of our biggest questions open-ended. The biggest being, where's Jack? His frantic phone calls to Felix the night of the crash asking about his children are, to date, the last time we actually see or hear from him. Sometime in the next month after those calls, he disappears, the robots start acting funny, the restaurant opens, Rosemary gets stuffed into Shaw, and things quickly close. But whether that's Jack getting stuffed into Bond, Jack stuffing himself into Bond, William Afton style, or him just literally disappearing out of grief and despair in a quest to find some way to bring his kids back, it's unclear. After all, someone caused the animatronics to go haywire before opening day of the restaurant. Could it have been Jack and his grief? Maybe. The evidence we have right now points to Jack being dead, or stuffed into the Bond suit like you might expect. In video 1, we get a brief glimpse of Jack's missing poster, which comes accompanied with a message of, "Let me out of here." And considering that Susan in Bunny Farm says that she's alive inside the fanny suit, stuffed people in this universe appear to be conscious inside of their animatronic prisons. For more proof of Jack's fate, though, look no further than the actual farm in Bunny Farm. You'll notice that even though the game in question is called Bunny Farm, the farm actually belongs to a character named Pete the Hippo. I guess Hippo Farm doesn't have the same ring to it. Anyway, during Sophie's playthrough, there's a lingered-on shot of a plaque describing the whole area as being founded by a hippo named Bobby with two children, Johnny and Pete. Bobby, who's now deceased, year unknown, had promised to build the greatest barn ever. Later, this plaque changes to instead reference the deaths of Ed and Molly Walton, which by proxy would mean that Bobby, our dead hippo, is then the stand-in for Jack Walton, our dead or stuffed protagonist. Connected to that, who or what is Bond the animatronic bunny? It's easy to assume that Bond and Jack are one and the same. If the bunny-shaped animatronic rabbit foot fits, wear it, you know? But I'm just not convinced. On one hand, the Springtrap connection
This was
of a
great.
father
Wasn't.
trying to put the pieces of a broken family back together is hard to deny. On the other, though, I just don't see Jack, a loving father, actively luring his loving wife Rosemary to her death in the guise of Bond. Plus, we get a few additional visual clues as to what might really be going on here. Throughout Funny Farm, we get the merging and separating of Ed and Molly as these two red child spirits. We, of course, see them preparing for their school dance on the front steps of their house, and we see both of their faces multiple times around Rocket Rabbit, making it crystal clear that they're inside of that beloved toy. But in a weird couple of creative decisions, we also see them split out of Bond multiple times. During the night of the dance, we see the Bond player character wander around the school before passing behind a wall, and suddenly on the other side, we see Ed and Molly appear to hunt for their uncle. During the final jump scares of the Bunny Farm video, we see Bond glitching with overlays of two child spirits, one boy and one girl. So is Bond responding to the presence of these two lost children? Are they inside of him? His murderous intentions born out of their collective rage? Again, just like we see with Golden Freddy over in FNAF Land, was Rocket just a glorified vessel to carry him from one body to the next? It's really unclear right now. Lastly, though, I want to talk about the identity of Charles. Is he a Walton, a Kranken? At this point, we have a clear idea of pretty much everyone else in the story. Jack, Rosemary, Sophie, Ed, and Molly are all one family. Felix was a friend and partner who ultimately separates from his wife, Linda. Susan Woodings was an animatronic designer who just seems to be an employee kind of hanging out. But everything about Charles outside of his name is still a big question mark, despite him being one of the main focuses of
Okay, a little bit more drippy.
Said, I think I have an
I
idea
think I
of
like
his
it.
role in all this. And the solution that come in the form of secret unlisted backwards text. It comes instead in the form of Martin Walls' other non-canon animated specials. Mixed into the release of the Walton Files is a pair of animated holiday specials. The Christmas special called Boozoo's Ghosts and a holiday special entitled The Mysterious House. Both feature ultimate versions of our beloved mascot. Both also start off as seemingly normal old-time holiday specials before becoming the corrupted nightmare fuel that you'd associate with this series. To quickly summarize, Mysterious House is about a pair of trick-or-treaters who fall victim to a group of serial killers disguised as versions of Bond, Shaw, Billy, and a bizarre new character called TVA. Boozoo's Ghosts, meanwhile, is a surreal remix of A Christmas Carol that puts Boozoo, our ringmaster, in the role of the rich miser Ebenezer Scrooge, and features a death scene where the censored face looks very similar to the contortions on Charles that we see throughout Bunny Farm. Now, I'm not suggesting that Martin Walls is lying about these being non-canon videos or anything. What I am saying, though, is that they might be testing out ideas or inspired by things that are canon to the actual story. And if that's the case, Boozoo being both a ringmaster, i.e. the head of a circus performance, as well as the stand-in for Ebenezer Scrooge, literature's most famous money-grubbing boss, seems to be an intentional choice. It implies that Charles was, in some way, a higher-up, a boss, maybe even the man supervising it all. Consider this. As is common with the series, there's one final hidden URL inside of Bunny Farm, with a piece at the top of the video and a second at the end. Following that link leads you to a video called Guilty, where we watch the tragic downfall of Felix, from an enthusiastic young boss with a dream to a substance abuser lamenting his actions. And it's in this video that we start to track the history of their company. Jack and Felix found Bunny Smiles Incorporated back in 1967. Just two guys with a strange shared dream of bringing animatronic fun to the masses. But in 1972, they sell to a new company, Cyberfun Tech. Notice the logos and disclaimers on the title cards for all these videos. Felix even calls it out.
It's crazy how far we made it. Just everything of it. The Cyberfun Tech deal, the Bond Burgers project, it's incredible.
And this is a part of the franchise's lore that's really yet to be explored. The need for Jack and Felix to actively involve a third partner, possibly in the form of whoever actually ran Cyberfun Technologies. A third partner who has monetary leverage to demand favors from one or both men to keep the business going in the direction that he wanted. This, I suspect, is Charles, the mystery face that lives inside of Boozoo. Hence that character being depicted as both ringmaster among the robots and as Scrooge in his animated special. It's my belief that we're going to learn that Charles is ultimately responsible for Felix's mental collapse. Anyway, with the new teaser out for installment 4, we may learn these answers sooner than later. But at the end of the day, what I love about the series is that it's a story about human characters in a world full of animatronics, not a story about animatronic characters in a world full of humans. What makes the Walton Files such an intensely disturbing story is that it's a family tragedy. Sure, there's certainly terrifying imagery and sound design, but it's just set dressing for real people going through intensely horrific situations. Life, a lot of times, is scary enough. That's all you need. The killer bunny robot? That's just the cherry on top. But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory. And cut.
about you?
Instantly reply to every comment via in story mention. Or let people comment a keyword to automatically receive personalized messages. Turn comments into
Isn't it absolutely bonkers that you can walk into a store, hand someone a piece of plastic, and they will willingly hand over Reese's cups? Forget flying cars. This is it. We're at the door.
Okay. Ooh, hot.
I am trapped down here. All the exits are closed and it's after me. I don't know if anyone will ever see this, but you need to know that. You need to know. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory, a show that reminds you to never trespass on private property because you might just get stuck in an analog horror series. Ladies and gentlemen, King Pixels has done it again. Taking a break from working on his Backrooms feature film to give us a brand new series known as The Oldest View. And while the series certainly
Oh, thank you. I want to gouge out the eyes, so I pop them out. Ow, hot. And I'm filling them with hot glue. And I'm dipping my finger in water. It's a low temperature glue gun. Do not do this with a normal modern day one. And then as it cools, just try to keep it open with my finger. So we have a nice gouged out hollow eye there. A little paint, a little more hot glue, a little. I feel like I should give it a unicorn horn though.
Out of sight. And as any good YouTuber would, Wyatt decides to enter this obviously dangerous, mysterious stairwell, all in pursuit of that sweet, sweet content. At the bottom, almost a mile underground, he finds something completely unexpected, an abandoned shopping mall. But unfortunately for Wyatt, though the mall's devoid of human life, he isn't alone. Slowly, he's stalked by a mysterious monster.
If you think this is disturbing, I'd recommend looking up Quiet Room Bears. I love his work, but I cannot physically look at it for more than a few seconds. It is very, very disturbing. I'm tame compared to his work. I don't like that. I'm just going to paint it. If I don't like it, I'm just going to paint it. It is black, so it'll disappear. Mostly.
What is the oldest view really about? What's with this rolling giant thing, and why is it stalking an abandoned mall? Heck, what even is the deal with that mall, and why is it a mile underground? Well, when you actually stop and do the research, underneath the layers of the analog horror is a touching story about longing for the past, and how to embrace nostalgia without getting consumed by it.
I can see if the tongue is dry.
Real people, real places, real history. Yeah, the monster here, it really exists. So grab your camera phones and let's go to the mall, loyal theorists. It's time we head down the stairs into the oldest view. So I feel like the best place to start is with a quick recap of the events that we see in the series itself. The first episode is a bit of a strange one.
There we go. That's going to be his tongue.
It's a lot more atmospheric and traditionally cinematic than his previous work in Backrooms. We open in a forest. Here we see a man walking around picking flowers and scribbling in a small notebook. But what's interesting is that while the forest around him is life full of the green fur that you'd expect to find in the woods, the man
I'm sorry. But if I have to be tortured by it, so do you. Now, do you think the plastic vampire fangs are scary?
The YouTube vlogger that we mentioned at the top of the episode. Wyatt takes his viewers down the mysterious stairwell that he found in the middle of the
Let's see if I can find me a unicorn horn in the mess.
After exploring around for a bit, Wyatt finds that all the stores are closed and that the exits to the mall just lead out to rock walls. But while it seems Wyatt is alone at first, he eventually runs into this nightmare future. It's just some weird this creature is a rolling giant. Wyatt around the mall.
Here we go.
Inanimate object somehow coming to life.
Sleep well. Alright. Yeah. So I got the dragon, right? I only need a bit of it though.
While running from the creature, Wyatt finds himself in the mall's back hall. eventually leading to an office space that's at the mall and directions to another exit. But as Wyatt
What
leaves
a
the office backrooms and heads back
unicorn
to the main
horn,
part of the mall,
just like that.
it's become overgrown by plants and wildlife. Undeterred, Wyatt begins plowing for the exit side of the map. Unfortunately, the rafters
It's a little
collapse.
bit sharp though, so.
Shift into a more cinematic atmospheric scene, similar to those of the first episode. Here we see Wyatt's corpse and broken phone laying into the same forest from the beginning, as the giant looks on, deeply retreats. So, what's going on with this thing? But where?
Yeah, it's not sharp anymore.
Mature and respect party. Bold, buttery, Canadian made.
The way I see it, there are three main mysteries of the series so far. Number one, what's up with the mall? Number two, what is this monster supposed to be? And number three, what's it all trying to tell us? So let's just do our best to break down what we can, starting with what's going on in the mall. Almost immediately after discovering it, Wyatt finds a sign designating this as Valley View Center. There are also a bunch of references to the city of Dallas, Texas. I thought this was a really strange and specific detail, so we did a bit of digging. We found that the Valley View Center is actually a very real place that actually existed in Dallas, Texas. But we should also note that the series clearly doesn't take place in Dallas, and likely not in Texas at all. First off, the flora and landscape in the outdoor area that we see towards the beginning of Wyatt's vlogs looks a lot more like what you'd expect to find in Central California. This absolutely makes sense when you consider that Kane is from that part of California, but it's not just a production decision. As Wyatt's exploring the mall, he himself seems to think it's weird that he keeps seeing signs for Dallas everywhere.
Ah!
I'm not sure if it's talking about the city, but I've seen like 2 Texas shots.
Okay, black in the bottom.
Right off the bat, that's pretty darn weird, right? What's this mall from Dallas, Texas doing in California? And maybe more importantly, why is it underground? Well, it's important to note that the Valley View Center doesn't actually exist anymore. Just like most other malls in the US, the Valley View Center was hit hard by the 2000s, thanks in large part to online shopping and companies like Amazon taking much of their business. By 2012, the mall was bought out by an investment group called Beck Ventures. They didn't plan to save the dying mall, but instead demolish it and rebuild the land into a completely different shopping district known as Dallas Midtown. In fact, you can see part of Beck's plan to do this inside of the oldest view. As Wyatt's exploring the office space, you can spot several artistic renderings and publicity images displayed on one of the walls that he walks by. The very same ones that you can find in real life if you go to the actual website for the Dallas Midtown project. See, side by side there? They are one and the same. Why is that a big deal? Well, it's at this point that we should stop and acknowledge that because this building was entirely demolished earlier this year, it means that everything we see inside the oldest view here is 100% CGI. Everything from the giant AMC to the name 8 vegetables that start with B sign, all painstakingly recreated digitally. And if the comments from Dallas locals are any indication, he did a bang-up job of bringing their memories to life. I don't just bring that up to show how impressive Kane's work here is. He chose this specific mall and these specific assets on the walls for reasons. And it all comes down to the rolling giant that stalks Wyatt throughout the video. Why? Well, this leads us to mystery number 2. What's the deal with the monster? Follow me here. Like most cities do, Dallas is no stranger to gassing up their local celebrities that either came from the city or helped put the city on the map. But while most other cities would just leave it at building statues or naming buildings after that famous person, Dallas does something a little bit different with their metaphorical giants. They turn them into literal giants. See, in 2012, a group of local artists in Dallas organized something they call the Parade of Giants, where many famous Dallasonians from the city's past would be lovingly recreated as large statues. Statues that would then get rolled through the streets. You see where I'm going with this one, right? At the same time as the Parade of Giants, before the Valley View Center was sold and demolished, many of its storefronts were rented to local artists to showcase their work in a push known as the Gallery at Midtown.
This has become a haven for local Dallas artists while this mall is undergoing a transition.
Something we see referenced not only on the first sign that Wyatt comes across, but also all across the mall. One of these artists was Kevin Obregon. We can actually see his studio among others as Wyatt strolls across the mall. The giant that he created for the parade, yep, it is one and the same with the giant that we see stalking Wyatt throughout the mall. A statue who was the literal poster child for the Parade of Giants. So if these statues are meant to be real people important to Dallas history, who is this giant based on? Well, according to the description for the 3rd episode, the creature is credited to Obregon and named the Julian Reverchon giant. If you didn't know, and I mean, why would you know this? Julian Reverchon was a botanist, someone who studies plants, born in France in 1837. Now, those factoids right there should already be connecting some dots for you. Firstly, the giant itself seems to be made of plants. Notice those massive plant-like hands. Secondly, the stairwell down to this creepy abandoned mall, it was found at the base of a large tree. Again, showing a connection with plants. And finally, our point of view character Wyatt studied in college again. Oh yeah, botany.
I was able to get a couple of trail cameras.
Yeah, I made it a unicorn. I got the little dollar store dragon, and I just cut the tip of the tail off. So I'll use this for something else. And yeah, I just used the tip and I turned it into a unicorn.
Heading for a settlement called La Reunion, which is now Dallas, Texas. Unfortunately, travel took ages back in the 1800s. By the time they eventually got there, La Reunion had basically collapsed. Instead of just turning around though and heading back to France, Reverchon stuck around and joined the nearby community of Dallas back when it was only a few hundred farmers. And from there, he was pretty instrumental in the development of Dallas.
Alright, I'm gonna put him under the heat pump so he can dry quicker. I think I'm gonna give him a pretty necklace. I think he deserves it.
Reverchon Park in the city was even named after Julian after he died.
Thank you.
Reverchon is clearly an important person to the story. Not only is this creature based on a real sculpture of the guy, but it isn't the only time that he shows up. During the third episode, when Wyatt returns to the store that he found the giant in, there's a portrait of a man in one of the storefronts, labeled Julian Reverchon. In front of it, a single twig with leaves on it, a nod to the giant and Reverchon's career as a botanist. Finally, Reverchon is also our connection to the mysterious man in the first episode of The Oldest View. Remember that guy? Dude stuck in black and white while the rest of the forest is green? Well, on IMDb, the character is credited as Julian Reverchon. He's the dude who's out.
I got a big teddy over there I want to finish up, so.
Which brings us then to mystery number 3. Why?
Creativity and desperation are two sides of the same coin.
Very regional references to real-world people, events, and history. This stuff was not put here on accident. This isn't meant to be a bunch of Easter eggs or random decisions. This all means something, and I think we can decipher it starting here, in the back rooms of the mall. While in the office, Wyatt finds himself a piece of paper that describes fire safety protocols for the Valley View Center. It is very detailed, and even refers to several other documents with numbers on them, each with a specific purpose. But if you break down the numbers, they all have big meanings. They're all dates that describe very specific periods of time. Document 1855, 1857.
I like to do a
like
a mystery, but I'm not creative enough for that.
Settlement outside of Dallas existed. Remember, this was the place that Reverchon was leaving France for before the community collapsed and Reverchon was forced to move to Dallas. The next document, 1977.
I suppose making a mystery would probably be easier than solving one because you've already got the answers.
History of the Valley View Center Mall, you'll find that it was first built in 1973 and that the last remnant of it was demolished earlier this year in 2023. And finally, the third document references 1837 and 1905, the years Reverchon was born and died. But we can actually take things even deeper by looking at the instructions attached to each of these numbers. See, these aren't just Easter eggs, they're clues to tell us what the series is trying to say, at least thematically. Document 1855, 1857, the one referencing La Reunion, refers to emergency assembly points, places to safely gather in the event of a fire, described as a safe distance from the building if it were ever to have structural issues from damage. If this is meant to be where you go in the case of an emergency, it cannot be a coincidence that the numbers are pointing to a town that ultimately didn't survive. It's pretty ironic. One that's even more interesting, though, is document 1837-1905, one pointing to Reverchon's life. This one is talking about what people should do if the exit routes become inaccessible. In other words, this document seems to be thematically telling us the way out of this situation. The way to solve Wyatt's problem and escape from this danger
There we
is
go.
going to be looking at Reverchon's
This should be it, and then I just need to glue them into place. Supposedly.
Giant represents the series. What do I mean by that? Think about what we actually see the Reverchon giant doing throughout the videos. He aggressively follows Wyatt and spooks him, but he doesn't kill Wyatt. In fact, the only real indication that we have of what the giant's after, as the giant corners him, Wyatt asks, "What do you want?" And the giant shows him something strange. The lights flicker, and suddenly there's a pair of dead horses and dead men on the floor. These are clearly things that Reverchon, the real one, would have witnessed at some point during his life. These men dressed in old-timey clothes and horses and whatnot, classic cowboy stuff, all a flash from Reverchon's past. And this sense of a flashback isn't just present here. In the first episode of the series, as Reverchon was picking flowers and
My thought process for this
When the Swallows Homeward Fly.
didn't
And
work
if you
out.
listen to the lyrics, they very much lean into these same feelings of sadness and nostalgia. Quote, when the summer days are
I wonder if I have to sand them.
fade and die,
picking my best option.
Pardon is really pain. This is a song about nostalgia because this is a series about nostalgia, both the good and the bad ways that you can hold on to it.
Alright.
Honestly, this song
Pick a direction.
is what made
Go.
everything click for me. So I was really sitting down to crack the series. The decision to tell this story with Revertal and these themes in a mall of all places really bothered me. I guess the sculptures from here, but why
I have no idea what I'm doing now. I have a convention this weekend. I work for 3 days, and I don't have any time. Like, I'm just... I'm not getting anything done. It's not fast enough, anyway.
That right there, not exactly a motivational phrase you'd expect to find
Get the white with me. I'm working with black.
No, this poster was put here to make a point, and you know what's truly impermanent in this series?
Pick something up and finish it. That's all I have to do.
Dallas, Texas now.
I'll
Evidence
make it
is
complicated.
permanent for all to see. That is what the oldest view is about. It's a nostalgia trip for anyone from the area. And you don't have to take my word for it. Out of the nearly 17,000 comments left on the third episode at the time that I'm writing this, Kane chose to like just 4 of them. Each one mentioning the strange sense of nostalgia they got from seeing this mall. Remember, we'll never see it again in real life. Even if you aren't from Dallas, if you're a certain age range, you're probably still going to be feeling a similar sense of nostalgia. Sure, almost everyone who's watched or will ever watch The Oldest View will have never stepped foot into the Valley View Center, but malls were very much a ubiquitous part of American culture for decades. But as more and more of life has shifted online, it is harder and harder for malls to stay in business. Many have closed their doors forever, with estimates saying that only 700 are still open in the US in 2022. Nostalgia is a powerful emotion. It's bittersweet. It also brings a certain type of comfort. Scientists have used nostalgia to alleviate depression and homesickness in soldiers, and I think that is the feeling that The Oldest View is trying to capture here, despite the spooky, scary imagery. Look back at those comments that people from Dallas left about seeing Valley View's video. None of them were sad. They were grateful. They were happy to reminisce about this thing that was a part of their lives that is now forever gone. They were able to bask in that impermanence one final time. It was important to them to honor that memory and not to just milk it for clout and then run away from it afraid like Wyatt, was why he eventually had to die. Impermanence is the way of nature. It's the way of life. All things.
You stupid bastard. Come on. There we go.
Fighting a losing battle. That's something botanists like Revertal know all too well. But hey, that's just a theory.
These are just on with hot glue, so they will pop off. So they all have to go on with super glue now. Make sure they don't decide to jump ship after they're bought.
What do locals know about fresh food? At Foodland, we're locals and we know fresh.
Don't you dare, you bastard. No, I don't have time for this. Ah, fuck.
After 2 years of silence, Local 58 is back. Not just with another video, but a fully realized ARG complete with mysterious phone numbers and broken web pages, all repeating the same cryptic message. Someone or something wants us dead. Don't look up.
Good. This will be a minute to set.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film.
What happened here?
The channel that made the jump
Did
to
you
digital
actually
a
stick?
decade before it was required by shady government organizations. A quick, gentle reminder here at the top of the episode that Film Theory merch is still available, including the nice warm Film Theory cap with rubber embossed logo and secret phrase on the underside. It works great for keeping you snugly or hiding your eyes from the blinding glory of our lunar gods above. There's also this asymmetric hoodie that was designed by a member of the Fears community. Links are right below this video. Order now and ensure that you get it in time for the holidays. And with that out of the way, let's get back to the theory. Today, we're returning to the terrifying world of Local 58, the YouTube series credited for the creation of the analog horror genre. For those of you who don't know, analog horror is classified as a type of content that uses technology like VHS tapes, radio, and old television broadcasts to tell cryptic stories. In the case of Local 58, each upload is a clip from a local access channel. You know, the type that you'd see in any small town around the US. City council meetings, old black and white movies that have fallen into the public domain, crudely made home videos, relaxing music playing against a generic schedule of upcoming programming. It sounds like the makings of the most boring thing ever. Like, there's a reason people do not watch local public access television.
Oops, my anarchy symbol.
But each one of Local 58's uploads comes with a this. A shadowy figure here, dead body there, diagram
Oh,
showing
thanks for stopping by.
yards to die, sinister threats warning us against looking at the sky. Now, back in 2019, I watched all these videos and came to the conclusion that the overarching story had to do with aliens from the moon, intercepting our television broadcast frequencies in order to get people to kill themselves and each other. At the time, I thought it was a pretty solid conclusion, but now, with these new uploads, I'm having second thoughts. And no, it's not just because the creator came out and debunked the whole alien theory. It's mostly the reason. When you relook at all the evidence, it seems like the threat that we're dealing with is actually much bigger than just an alien species. But to understand what it is and why I think that, we have to start with the latest upload, Digital Transition. The video starts with an old black and white television show which we can figure out is a 1959 anthology series named One Step Beyond. A series in the vein of The Twilight Zone and The Outer Limits, where each episode tells us to keep paranormal story. Once the show's over, we're brought back to our usual programming schedule, and we're told that Local 58 will be switching from an analog to a digital signal in accordance with FCG guidelines. So, a few things to pick apart here. First, what does it mean to switch from an analog to a digital signal? Well, analog television signals are transmitted through airwaves over a set frequency. This makes them susceptible to interference. And the further away you are from the source, the more likely you're going to get interference, static, or ghosting. Now, last time we covered Local 58, we concluded that whoever was trying to communicate with us, they were hijacking that exact signal. We even found the frequency.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Digital signals don't have that problem. They're packets of compressed data, ones and zeros, which can only be received and read by your appliance in one way. There's no half signals or interference. It's either working or it's not, as the packet of data is one secure thing. If it's interfered with, you just don't get a signal. In terms of Local 58, what this transition is doing is silencing whatever was hijacking the analog signal trying to communicate with us. The second major detail here is the FCG. Now, I looked into it, and there are a couple of FCGs out in the real world. The Foreign Clearance Guide for the Department of Defense, and this one, which provides financial, regulatory, and technological support. But their logos don't seem to match up with the one that we see. Fortunately, the creator Chris Straub graced us with an answer to this on Twitter. FCG is the Federal Communications Governance. Basically, his in-universe version of the real world's FCC, the Federal Communications Commission. We see in the video that the change is mandated to happen tonight, July 13th, 2021. And that's not an arbitrary date. Back in 2011, the FCC actually mandated the change from analog to digital signals for small local broadcasters. When did they have to make the change by? 2015. But that eventually got pushed back to, you guessed it, July 13th, 2021. Good job, Chris. Did your homework. But just as the clock strikes midnight and the transition is happening, we see something resisting. Faint messages in the background that appear to be trying to break through the conversion. It's a bit hard to read, but with some effort you can make it out. I, the one you watched. I, the always here. They make you thought from pieces. They cut the thoughts I am. All knife. All knife. Thoughts shape in needles. They dream themselves in knives. Along the top of the screen, the header updates to Betrayal. I come in through the window. Don't know what that whole thing means yet, but they're talking about knives, and that makes me real uncomfortable. That's why I break out into a cold sweat whenever I watch a cooking channel. Also, not a good thing for a guy with his own cooking show, but whatever. Eventually, a stronger signal breaks through, and we end on the final words. Unthinking, they move to cut his throat, only to make 1,000 mouths. If he is silenced, we will speak for him. Signs and wonders flood our little sky. No stars above us, only eyes waiting to open. There are other receivers. Notice here that there's actually a switch from first person to third person. The actual broadcast text was I, the one you watched.
Isn't that lovely?
Signal is they cut his throat, we speak for him. That means that there appear to be two different entities talking to us here. But who or what are they? Well, we know from the first set of messages that whatever is speaking to us has always been here for us. Was something that we used to watch. Notice the past tense. It also comes in through the window. That, coupled with the moon imagery that appears in pretty much every upload of this book, leads me to believe that it is, in fact, just the moon talking to us. The moon does indeed come through our window every night. It has always been up there for us, and humanity used to watch it and felt marveled by it. But now we have ourselves television, thought from little pieces, little packets of data put together to show on a screen. It pulls us away from being in awe of nature, from worshiping things like the stars and the moon. Hence why the moon feels betrayed. And while I fully recognize recognize that the theory of the moon is a talking entity sounds insane, in the lore of the series, there actually might be some more truth to it than you'd think. The second most recent upload is Skywatching, in which we see close-ups of the moon covered not with rock and dust, but with organic webbing, like veins or sinews. It also seems to be breathing, as we see gases or souls or something flowing across the surface of it. The moon in this upload can also disappear and reappear much closer to Earth, so weird detail there. There's also some older evidence to this too. Chris Straub, as I mentioned before, the series creator, has said that whatever this series is, quote, it's alien to our existence, but no, I never get excited about extraterrestrials. And an article on TV Tropes claims that Chris has stated that it's a cosmic horror story, though I gotta say I wasn't able to find the primary source to verify that. So it could very well be that the moon is an eldritch-type monster, or is home to an eldritch-type monster similar to other cosmic entities like Cthulhu. There's also one little Easter egg that I learned about from Reddit user Omni87, who pointed out that the opening clip One Step Beyond that across the upload has actually been altered. The narrator's name has been changed from John Newman to John Newman, a German word for new moon. The other voices then seem to be worshippers of whatever the moon is. Notice that it says signs and wonders flood our little sky, implying that these people are here on Earth. If the moon is silenced, or in their words, if his throat is cut, then these individuals will take up his message, hence the 1,000 mouths that are being referenced. And again, we actually
that looks so good. Lovely little claws. What do you think?
Video, a man walks into frame, raising his hands, and the words "rejoice" appear on
Wow.
screen. He's welcoming the moon's arrival. Just makes me wonder. No stars above, only eyes waiting to open.
Screw it. Let's do the toes as well. Let's see.
In the night sky live. I mean, if the moon is, why not everything else? But this is only scratching the surface of what this video brings to the table. You see, digital transition also gives us a phone number to call. The phone number is certainly creepy, but not altogether helpful. Calling it plays some distorted audio, which contains Morse code. When decrypted, it spells out there are other receivers, just like the end of the video. If you send that number a text message, you're gonna get the same result. A reply saying there are other receivers. So I think at this point we get the message. They're gonna try to communicate with us through other receivers, other devices. They've already proven that they can do it with phones, but what else? Well, below that phone number, as well as in the text scroll at the start of the video, is a website. It's actually a really clever move. The video is all about switching from analog to digital, and now there's a digital element to the story. So bravo, Local 58, well thought out. So we checked it out, and sure enough, there was in fact an ARG lying in wait for us, though we were actually a little bit late to the party. Apparently this one's been going on for months, and the latest video was just drawing in all us stragglers that hadn't been following the series or its creator on Twitter. Better than ever, I suppose. The page here we have what appears to be a broken image of a diagram explaining how to use your analog to digital converter. Below that is another massive image, which is just compressed beyond recognition. There are some words that can be made out here and there, like public eye, programming, civic
Maybe three is enough for the
emergency
toes.
alert system, but all of those are just ripped and distorted images.
That'll leave me a couple extra
from the series. There
for another project.
Here, but so far neither us nor the Local 58 subreddit found anything. I will say that the last part of this massive image looks to me like a hand reaching down and infecting the ground in some way, or someone kneeling on the earth, but that's just vague speculation. No, to me the main thing of interest here is actually the top of the page. Here we can see that the actual website seems to be a knockoff of the Wayback Machine, something called Lookback. This sort of website allows you to look at a website's history and see what edits have been made to it over the years. If you have never tried this, I highly recommend that you do. It is super fun. You would be amazed by the changing looks of some of your favorite web pages. For instance, early 2000s YouTube was wild. Here's us at just under 100,000 subscribers in 2013. Here's the Angry Video Game Nerds channel from 2008. YouTube was a very different beast back then. These little clips that we see...
The people have spoken. Taos is Canada's #1 human engineer SUV. Now the new 2025 Taos is even better.
that we see on the graph above represent these different states and time. And by clicking them, we get to end up at different pages. Some take us directly to the YouTube channel for Local 58. Others give us something to chew on. The one I really
Alright, it's not a big change for the body.
Clicking on this
And the fangs do help a bit.
show us much except another glitch.
Right there, which of course messed up.
Vestigial low band filter. I was initially worried that this image was just going to give us info for a tool that we needed to buy in order to convert some analog.
That's what I get for not waiting until everything's dry completely. Oh yeah, I think they came out really good.
The QR code
Wow, wow, wow. Alright, so that's the body. Not much different.
Is to environment.
I'll show you the head.
Math class or have ever taken standardized testing, this sort of problem might seem familiar to you. And that's not the only secret phrase that we can find across these websites. Returning to the look back header, you'll actually see some entries from 2001.
And here's the head. I've got fangs, the eyes are gouged out, and I've got
Has itself a fun little Easter egg. The server
10
information at the
eyeballs
bottom
and 10 eyes. They're and 10 eyes.
Another moon reference. In this case, the point at which the moon is furthest from the planet. But that's not all. In an ARG, a broken web page is rarely actually a broken web page. In this case, we see information about the server error. But you'll notice that there's a forward that looks to be a folder location. I tried plugging it into the URL bar and got this. This secret page takes you to another document, this time talking all about the wonders of home recording. It also has itself a creepy final paragraph all about our mortal eyes lifting up to the empty throne of the master. Feels good, man. The throne here is a reference yet again to the moon, as we see back in Skywatching that the moon is labeled his throne. So again, more evidence suggesting that the moon itself isn't alive, but maybe some massive monster living inside of it. Gotta admit, that seems like splitting hairs against the whole extraterrestrial thing, but whatever. Anyway, the hole, right below that paragraph, there's another QR code, this time hidden in the TV screen, which gives us yet another phrase: a predator cannot differentiate prey from accomplice. The final piece of the ARG that I want to mention is the 404 page. I actually wasn't able to find this one myself, but lots of people over on the local 58 subreddit have been data mining this page, trying to find any new clues. And the earliest screenshot of this I could find came from Lord Gaben 5841. Apologies if Lord Gaben isn't actually the first, but as far as I can tell, that was just the
There we
first
go.
instance.
We got the tongue in there.
Anyway, this page at first seems like a glitchy 404 page, nothing special. But if you had
Let's find something pretty.
website, which feels so good to do because it's been a long time since we've had to check the source code of a web page. The data text reads what you need.
Let's find something pretty.
Highlight it, copy paste, and then spread out the spacing of the letters.
These are actually crystals.
You'll see what it says. Beyond a certain point,
I think we can do better. We can do wider. I think I want something wider.
Random phrases. Parasite is to a host as an inhabitant is to the environment. A predator cannot differentiate prey from accomplice, and beyond a certain point, watching is no different from doing. So what do they all mean, and how does it connect to a living and homicidal moon monster? Well, let's take the first one. What if humans are parasites? We inhabit this environment. This
Not really.
taking advantage of the host for our own needs, regardless of the
Where's that
consequences.
container?
We destroy rainforest
It
profit,
is
we
tall.
throw billions of pounds of trash into the oceans,
Not
we
very
pollute the
far.
skies every single day. Sounds like an apt analogy mean, and for all of you who are sitting there thinking, well, I
Those
don't
are
do
buttons.
that.
Okay,
I
slightly
recycle,
buttons.
I walk to work. Too bad, because the second phrase, beyond a certain point, watching is no different from doing. This planet is too far gone in the eyes of whoever is listening. That's not
Maybe these guys will be fine.
and makes you just as responsible as everyone else. So, is that it? It's just an environmental message? Yeah, I think the pieces largely fit, but I do think there's more to it from a lore perspective. Let's stop just looking at art from what we understand and instead start looking at the idea of killing the planet we're living on. If the moon and stars in Local 58 are actual entities and home to greater cosmic beings, then you think the Earth isn't also one of those things. It's an entity that we, the parasites, are actually killing.
No.
And that is where our third phrase comes in. A predator cannot differentiate prey from accomplice. I talked earlier about the moon worshippers, but who are they? I learned that they're an organization called the Thought Research
That disappoints me that I don't know where it is. Oh, hello. There we are. I did move it.
Well, their logo appears to be on the latest webpage from 2021. Though it is super distorted, you can definitely make out the slanted T and even parts of the R
That's
and
a little bit
also,
much.
according to the Game Detectives Wiki, which has been tracking
Oh,
changes
hello.
to the Local 58
I'd
website,
like to use
when
this
the
if I can find enough of it.
originally discovered on
A little bit of
September
gold
13th,
is always
there was
pretty.
a nearly invisible element at the bottom of the page that read Copyright 2021 Thought Research Initiative LLC. So it would seem like they're trying
Two
to help
piece.
the moon accomplish
That's
its
not
goal
the
of
same,
wiping out
is it?
parasites, stopping this
No, they're not.
environmental
Okay.
destruction by eliminating us. But there's one problem with that. They too are going to get caught in the crossfire.
A tiny little piece.
Differentiate
That's
prey
not
from
either.
accomplice. This
Damn it.
organization or cult or whatever you want to call them may be helping. They may believe that by doing so they're going to be spared by the moon for doing it, like so many other religions do. But I believe that this message is a warning for them. They will not be spared because they are still human. They
Is
are
it
still
too much?
parasites that must be removed. When speaking about a
I don't
cosmic
really-
entity,
looks
the
cheap.
lives of a few humans
I mean, it is cheap.
predator cannot differentiate differentiate to prey. So, there you have it, friends. What I've been able to figure out so far when it comes to Local 58. The moon, or the giant monster in it, is mad about being ignored, and a series of cultists on Earth are hijacking broadcasts to fight on its behalf. But clearly there's more here. A huge shout out to the Local 58 subreddit, as well as to the game detectives wiki, who've been doing a great job of tracking all
I'm gonna use the silver one.
allowing me to catch up on things that happened
Not my favorite.
before I was made aware of these websites even existing. And sure, I've tried to piece together a narrative based on the information that we have now, but there are still a few things that may change that conclusion. For example, there's that big colorful image on the main webpage, which some members of the Reddit community have theorized might reveal more information if you use an analog television system as a monitor. The compressed TRI logo feels like there's gotta be something there. I also wonder if we're fully finished with the phone audio. Sure, it's kinda solved because we did the Morse code, but there's also some muffled audio near the end that nobody seems to have gotten anything out of. User Shades10318 actually called out that it sounds similar to an old radio scrambled signal, and reminds us that the article about the low-band filter might be a clue to solving it. This is known as voice inversion scrambling, but without an old-school radio with the sideband frequency setting, it doesn't seem totally possible to solve it digitally, at least not that I could find with the limited amount of time that I had to research this one. In short, if any of this is interesting to you, I highly encourage you to go over to the Local 58 subreddit, as well as the Game Theorist subreddit, join in and let me know if you find anything new. This franchise is far from over, and I'm looking forward to covering it again when we solve more puzzles. In the meantime, don't look up, look up, look up, look... And especially don't look at the moon. Instead, you can look at this awesome poster of the moon thanks to our sponsor for today's episode, Displates. It's not just any poster either. Displates posters are printed directly onto metal, ensuring that they keep that high-quality finish for years and years and years, regardless of how many times you have to move as you attempt to avoid the moon's all-seeing eye. But if you really
fancy.
avoid celestial bodies altogether,
Fancy.
wouldn't entirely blame you, then Displate has still got you covered. If you check out the website, you'll easily find something that you're passionate about, including officially licensed designs for franchises like Marvel and Star Wars. I personally recently ordered this Dune poster after I saw the movie, and yep, that is indeed the whole collection of Squid Game shapes that you see that I'll soon be displaying for anyone who comes to visit me in the basement. Plus, thanks to the posters being made out of metal, you don't have to worry about tools or
These can go
screws
in
or
here.
all is attached with magnets and stickers. This in turn makes it really simple to swap out if you want to go for a different style. For some reason, Stephanie decided that cats was the way to go, and I don't get much say in the matter. Another great thing about Displate is that for every poster you buy, one tree gets planted in exchange. So you're not just making your home super stylish, you're also helping to offset your carbon footprint for that purchase. Maybe that will be enough to appease the moon. We're doing our best down here, damn it! If all that sounds good to you, click the link in the description to head on over to Displate and get a huge discount that'll be automatically applied when you check out. Which, let me tell you, for the quality that you're getting, is just a fantastic deal. I love this service, I love the quality of the prints that you get, I love the variety of art styles that they have on the website, and when you get them, it's so simple to install. Like, why aren't all pictures like this? Anyway, that discount is only available for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? Use that link down in the description below to get your discount and start building your collection today. And as always, remember, it's all just a theory. A film theory. And cut.
At the Home Depot, we make the doing easier. So no matter what projects you're tackling this season, you can take them all from do to done.
What do you think? My black zombie unicorn.
Love Island USA. What do you see?
It's cheap.
Oh my gosh, this is so hot.
Want to put 10 things on the stairs today. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 things right now. Woo! It's fine. I can do the 10 things.
Welcome to Film Theory.
You are now on the fastest available route to enlightenment.
Today we're getting right into the news, the local news. That is, more specifically, we're covering the scariest local news broadcast that you've ever seen. None other than the creepy internet darling, Local 58. Never heard of it? Well, I'm not surprised. It's a relatively underground series here on YouTube that was recommended to me over on Twitter. At GT, by the way, if you want to follow one off with theory suggestions. Wow, I'm so glad it would show me. This disturbing psychological horror that just creeps under your skin and stays there. It's a series that reminds me a lot of Marvel Hornets, if you're familiar with that one. Seeing a public service announcement outright tell people to do their patriotic duty by offing themselves, and then saying that that message will repeat until there are none left to read it. Even after watching it this many times, I still get goosebumps. The long story short here is that I'm excited to cover this series. One, because we all need a break from Disney's domination over the universe sometimes. And two, this entire series totals 20 minutes worth of video. Not 20 minutes an episode, 20 minutes total. That's available for free right here, right now on YouTube. So there is no reason why, if you haven't seen it before, you shouldn't catch up with it right now real quick. So you know exactly what I'm talking about as I go through today's theory. In fact, I'm linking to it right here in the top right-hand corner of the screen. So go check it out, get creeped out, then come right back, no detours. Otherwise, YouTube will punish me algorithmically. It's not even a joke, it's true. So please go watch it, then come back. Okay, you ready? Well, too late. At first glance, Local 58 appears to be a quirky little local access channel, the type you'd find in any small hometown around the US, until you very quickly veer off the tracks. Literally and figuratively. Finding yourself trapped in a world of disturbed dash cams, really aggressive weather alerts, and self-help videos that seem more like a cult's brainwashing manual. And the best part is, just getting started, Local 58 looks like it'll have plenty more broadcasts coming to a station or YouTube channel near you, all that tells a horrific story of alien invasion. But what exactly the story is, where it's headed, is what we're covering today. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back after this message from our sponsors.
I'm gonna tighten you up without the right fit. What are you?
Even though I did link to it, and it's only 20 minutes long, but I get it. Sometimes I don't want to do that sort of thing. Sometimes you just want me to tell you everything you need to know for the theory. So here you go. Here's a real brief rundown of the 7 episodes they've released in the order that they were published, which isn't really the order in which the videos are set in, but we're going to get to that. The first video is called War of the Fastest Route. Simply some fast driving through a storm at night. It is super normal until the GPS system starts telling the driver to go off on abandoned roads and turn off his headlights.
Then, in 300 feet, turn off your headlights.
We see a flash, whoever is behind the camera runs, and the camera is knocked to the ground Blair Witch style. It's followed by contingency, which appears to be a government announcement from the 1960s telling viewers that the United States has been defeated by a foreign country. In it, we see a series of instructions about how Americans should off themselves to preserve the dignity of the country, with the ominous phrase that this message will repeat until there are none left to read it. The video ends with the Local 58 station making a correction that the message was a hoax. But
hello.
That one. Let's
what do we have here? Let's just put that bag and set up.
Warning that you're used to. This is about a meteorological event that makes it safe for people to go outside and look at the sky. There's a correction shortly after that, though, that tells viewers that the event is indeed safe for all of you, and that the warning has been lifted, followed by instructions to go out. The video reports on whether we are or aren't safe before we end with a shot of the moon coming into frame and people screaming in the background. Scared yet? Fourth video station ID is
2 of these now. Whoops.
new messages like, hey, it does not matter. There are numbers. It also tells us that
where did it go? I had a little jar. Here it is.
This one's all about a cartoon skeleton wandering through a graveyard at night, so pretty standard children's program for 15 in the morning. The skeleton lies in his own grave
Oh boy.
before it gets interrupted by more messages, we send signals to ourselves through their domain.
Fuck off! Jesus! I can't breathe.
It's probably the weirdest of fun. Obviously, we got ourselves themes about sleep, the moon, from
Go.
outside of local TV broadcast. That makes the conclusion that we're seeing something easy to deduce, but it also leaves us with three main questions. One, what are those aliens
Restocked.
doing?
Restocking videos.
Two, what do they want? And three, why are they interfering with local broadcast networks when they could very
I'm going to stick these in the same container, I think. I'm going to keep them in the bag.
which is hijacking the video signals from local TV's airwaves.
There we go.
Hijacking radio signals from public television is a thing that's happened throughout history, though not by aliens, at least that we know of. One of the most famous
I managed to shrink this one. This was the original size. I just shrunk it down that much.
in Chicago was playing an episode of Doctor Who when the transmission was interrupted by a strange rambling figure in a rubber mask of 1980s cartoon personality Max Headroom. This goes on he spouts advertising slogans referencing Michael Jackson and gets spanked by a fly swat. Well, the Max Headroom incident wasn't for aliens. CC never did catch the cold, and it's an example of how someone can
Nice.
Station ID indicates that the frequency of local 58 is 468. Enough, we have detected unidentified radio signals from space.
I think I got enough eyeballs. Can you really have too many eyeballs? There we go. And to get more antlers. Wish they came in other colors, but I guess beggars can't be choosers. Oh, I can put this dinosaur with the snakes. That's a good idea. I'm gonna need the horns more than anything. Let me put the dinosaurs over here. So glad I found these. They're so much easier to work with. Besides the having to whole shrink them thing. There's a go in here. If I can open them up. There. Antlers restocked. And dinosaur heads. Now what's next on the to-do list? Oh yes. Oh,
either a scientist or someone working at the station who knows what's going on. We see them fighting for control of the screen and weather service. First we're told to remain indoors, do not look at the sky, but is then followed seconds later with the meteorological event is safe for all to view. Warning has been lifted. But that all brings us to question number 2. What do these aliens want? I mean, the goal is...
Why not popping them up? Because it won't stay with just hot glue. You need a little bit of
in this case, it seems
extra.
like the series still has some unanswered questions, but we're clearly dealing with some kind of lunar bird box situation, where as soon as you look at the moon, you die, or you go crazy. While the mechanics of the
dry.
kill are unclear, it seems like they're exerting an influence by hijacking people's willingness to follow instructions that they hear on the news. It's counting on the fact that we as humans believe what we're told on television and will follow it without question. There's no bolder example of this than the instructions that are found in Contingency. This is by far the most chilling video of the series, which appears to play an emergency broadcast segment that was supposed to have been destroyed back in the 1970s. It looks like a message that's related to the Cold War, an era in which nuclear tensions were high. The threat of death from above was more real than it ever had been in America's history, and the
Those guys are ready for the stairs.
propaganda was in other words, it was a time in which Americans were feeling pressure to be patriotic and to fear the dangers that were coming from outside their borders. Contingency looks like it was probably the first transmission that the aliens sent via Local 58, based both on the date the message is supposed to be destroyed and the next. Now, since not everybody immediately followed the instructions on the television to off themselves, the aliens then resorted to messaging that they would hope would get people to kill each other rather than themselves and their families. And that's where Real Sleep comes in. A video that we see is from 1983. While Real Sleep starts like a normal, or at least acceptably weird instructional video that seems like it wants to help people have restful sleep, the message is quickly corrupted by the odd inclusion of distorted faces and subliminal messages. Some of them seem like they're encouraging violence, as I mentioned before, whereas others sound like they're against the idea of sleep itself, including sleep is not civilized, the pure of mind do not slumber, and when we sleep, we die. So why exactly would the aliens care about people's ability to recognize faces or sleep quality? I mean, I'm up late writing these scripts a lot of times, but you don't see me running with open arms to my lunar overlords. Unless by lunar overlord you mean Wendy's late night snack menu. No, it's not to make people docile or sleepy, it's to make them hate each other. Psychology studies show that a failure to subliminally recognize pain in other people's faces and sleep deprivation both lead to a decrease in empathy for other humans. If real
there we go. Alright, these guys are done.
The work to be done, and then also
Technolops.
blunts viewers' recognition of faces and conditions them to not sleep. All of it is pointing to a concerted mind-controlling effort that hopes to get humans to kill each other. All the videos, from messing with GPS signals to messing with people's understanding of faces and sleep to children's programming and weather alerts, and even to quote-unquote mental warnings.
Now, my friend gave me this one. The dog's already taking care of the eyes, so I don't need to cut them out.
Signals to trick us into talking ourselves. Why? I mean, yes, we're sending broadcasts through their domain, but that basically just amounts to a cosmic noise complaint. Why jump to kill us all off? Well,
that's what I need.
The alien transmissions. We can't pinpoint exactly which contingency aired, but it seems to assume that it says the message is produced after 11/13/1970. Already talking about the fact that it was during the Cold War, but what I didn't specifically mention about that time period was that it was also the pinnacle of the space race. Like the Cold War, the space race was also a battle between the US and the USSR.
Super glue's got me. Now I can't work on the glue like I was.
And it featured the first ever moon landing by the Apollo 11 team in 1969. Now, I'm clearly a theorist, but it seems like Local 58 may be playing off of some of the conspiracy theories that exist around this massive scientific achievement. Specifically, the theory that the Apollo 11 crew saw aliens when they were visiting the moon. As the theory goes, after the lunar module landed with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin inside, there were a few minutes of silence between them.
Why do you keep sticking?
Back to Houston. This is just a true fact of what happened that day. But some people claim that in the period of silence, you can hear a discussion between Aldrin and Armstrong on their private medical channels about extraterrestrial objects. As a result, they rush to complete their mission, planting research mirrors on the moon, and then quickly hightail it out of there. Whether these, in my opinion, highly unlikely conspiracy theories are true isn't the point here. The point is that the timing works out.
There we go. Oh, nice little gouged out eye. Just need to wait till it dries. Cools a bit.
We've made contact, we've made them mad. And what's not up for debate is that Apollo 11 really did put mirrors on the surface of the moon as part of the way to track the moon's orbit using lasers back on Earth. It just so happens that a few of the strange messages from Local 58 broadcasts do indeed mention mirrors. Weather Service explicitly warns people to avoid mirrors and later says, "He found me through the mirror." Moon alien conspirators also believe that the reason the space program ended as quickly as it did, and the reason that the Apollo 11 astronauts weren't more celebratory when they returned to Earth, was because they saw disturbing dysmorphic things up in space and couldn't tell the public. And we know for a fact that someone working at Local 58 knows what's really going on here and is trying to get the message out, but just can't, which would seem to line up with that. Regardless, it certainly seems that the space program is responsible for the animosity that these aliens have for life on Earth. Maybe the aliens want revenge for being disturbed. Maybe the movie First Man is true, and Neil Armstrong is just really kind of a bummer to hang out with. We just don't have enough of this story right now to know the truth. But we do have one last hint about where the story might go. And that's in the first published video, which also happens to be the most recent from a timeline perspective. You are on the fastest available route. If you look closely, for a brief moment, the video actually shows us one of the extraterrestrial creatures. And the person who encounters it doesn't seem to have survived. So after trying to make mankind destroy itself for decades, aliens decided to take matters into their own hands. We'll just have to wait for the next broadcast of Local 58 to be sure. But hey, that's just a theory, a film theory, and the truth is out there.
from his growth state, more consistent with AHAL weight plus zero ammonia and no way. New colour strong by Clara. It's so neat.
Meet the Harder. The 7% Mike's Harder Lemonade family with the short canned Blill Mites. The Mike's Mega Can and the mixed bag flavors go harder. That's the Mike's Harder Lemonade family.
Warning, warning. Look away. A cognito hazard has been detected in your area. Close your windows and warning, warning. You will be unable to move. Do not panic. Just shut your eyes and prepare for the warning. Warning. Do not look it directly in the eyes. You cannot run if it sees you.
I'm also watching Game Theory.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory.
Close enough.
The show that knows that the true terror in life isn't the click subscribe button. So, if you spend any time in the same corners of YouTube that I do, you've almost certainly seen this face floating around. Now, you might have seen this and been jump scared. But me, I saw this and thought, new analog horror just dropped? Yo, we gotta go theorize. Yeah, this is from a video called The Boiled One Phenomenon, created by the YouTube channel Dr. Nowhere. And after seeing it pop up, I asked the team if we could react to it over GT Live, and I am so glad that we did.
Cool.
Blood falling out of the sky.
That's some classic Blood Rain right there. And I'm not talking about that bad PS1 gaming about vampires.
Gosh, Dr. Nowhere is a creator named Silas Orion, and he's another part of this incredible new wave of young artists making awesome horror content here on YouTube. Think Kane Pixels with the Backrooms and Unknowingly with the Man in the Suit. So what is the Boiled One phenomenon? Broad strokes, it's the latest analog horror story about a mysterious broadcast that devastates a local community. And that's just the beginning. This story smashes together biblical lore with real-life events and a healthy sprinkling of the SCP Foundation on top to make a story about pain, grief, and the end of the world. It's a horrifying red being causes full-body paralysis, forcing its victims to communicate by blinking Morse code. This one goes to some wild places, and spoiler alert, the Boiled One phenomenon is a warning about the oncoming apocalypse, complete with angels and blood and the sky opening up. But thankfully, there is hope, and we can find out how to defeat the Boiled One by looking in the most unlikely of places. Grab your pens, paper,
The freezer for the frozen one?
as we dive into the mystery of the Boiled One phenomenon. So let's start out with a little recap so we know exactly what happens in this video. The Boiled One is framed as a VHS videotape curated by an organization known as the Ephrata Branch. We're warned that the contents of the tape are known to cause severe cognitohazardous conditions. If you don't know, cognitohazards are a real thing. Information that can hurt you just by you knowing it. Like the dark truths of the universe or the lost meme. That means that just watching this video could be dangerous for our health. But thankfully, we're also given instructions on how to best...
The real daddy is.
For example, if you begin to hear something evil or unholy speaking to you in tongues, you're instructed to plug your ears and write, I can see this paper. I can see my hand. I can't hear the screaming of thousands. I can't hear the feast. I am a moving, breathing human being on planet Earth. You know, just a normal grounding mantra. Nothing to be too concerned about. We're also instructed to recite the Bible verse Psalm 91:10, which reads, No evil shall befall you, and no plague shall come near your dwelling. But after all of that, should any memories or mental imagery of something unholy linger in your mind, contact the authorities immediately. They'll give you some amnestics, drugs meant to make you forget, which can help you appear to lead a normal life. Emphasis on appear. The long and short of this warning, if something bad happens to you here, you're never gonna recover. So that's just swell. We are then shown footage from a local broadcast television program, a documentary centered on educational content about local woodland plant animal life. Sadly, this documentary program was taken off of the air after the creator suddenly died in early 2001, which made it strange when an episode aired out of nowhere on August 13th, 2003. Later known as Broadcast 813, named after August 13th. I see what you did there. This particular episode is about the poison oak.
This one's all done. My dead unicorn's ready to rock to battle.
Would hijack the program. Something with a red face had spoke of you.
La 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 la.
Hospitals and bedrooms. And even creepier, everyone who saw this message understood it, even if they didn't speak English. This being is designated Fin-228 by the Ephrata branch, presumably short for Phenomenon 228. But this is the Boiled One. So what does he have to say? Garbled nonsense, of course. Yeah, what we're shown here is a restored recording of the event, but it's been muffled and reversed by the Ephrata branch to suppress any cognito-hazardous effects. But I mean, come on, you know us. Of course, we're gonna pop this in an audio editor and reverse it.
And this one's dry. So that one's done.
The memory of my fates will cause a manifestation of my being in the future. You will be asleep in bed. I will be there and watch over you. When you wake, you will not be able to move any part of you. When the doctors eventually find you, they will not see me, but you will, and I'll see you too. Forever, I'll see you.
And sure enough, it's exactly what happens. 12 days after broadcast 813, over 500 people who were watching that day suddenly fell into a pseudo-coma. This is a real condition also known as locked-in syndrome, during which almost all voluntary muscles in a patient's body are paralyzed except for eye movements and blinking. The person is still entirely conscious and even able to communicate with eye movements, but they can't move or speak or do anything else. And the only reason this didn't spread further is because during the broadcast, the Ephrata branch disables all power grids in Pennsylvania, which resulted in the entire northeastern United States losing power. This actually coincides with a real event known as the Northeast Blackout of 2003, which stretched everywhere from New York to Michigan to Ontario and left 50 million people without power.
I remember that.
In the real world, the blackout wasn't caused by some conspiracy, but instead by a combination of human error and a software bug causing a local blackout to cascade across the entire region. But in the world of the Boiled One, the Ephrata branch used the blackout to collect and/or delete all footage, news articles, recordings, and internet posts related to broadcast 813. Shortly afterwards, they also set up interviews with the victims who fell into the pseudo-comas, who were able to answer the questions by blinking Morse code. However, what the victims had to say was disturbing, as they described a horrific face that they kept seeing, and that they kept hearing voices and trumpets.
What am I going to put in the tummy?
Again, exactly what the Boiled One warned us would happen in that
Ribs? I don't want to do ribs.
The screen then cuts to white as we see a silhouette of the Boiled One alongside the text, "Wonderful day, the miracle of birth, a fetal fanfare, and a phrase in Japanese." We are then addressed directly by the Boiled One himself.
You can put like a dinosaur head coming out of it, kind of like, you know,
tells us to listen closely.
that space monster movie that my brain just shut down on.
Trumpets play as the blood of life.
Ooh, or a hand.
Tells us to be still.
Do I have any good
There will be a
hands I
feast
can
fit
use?
for a king, and that it is all melded by love. Before the video is cut off, and we are instructed to follow the protocols laid out to protect us at the beginning of this
Horrifying.
creepy thing. So, okay, that was a lot. For just 10 minutes of content, the Boiled One phenomenon is dense. What the heck even happened here? Well, a good place to start trying to resolve this mystery would be with all of its religious references. Ideas
Maybe like a baby face in the stomach?
all over the Boiled One.
Oh.
Yes, we have that Bible verse that we're meant to repeat to protect ourselves, but the documentary that the Boiled One hijacks? See, this is especially interesting because that isn't actually true. Though the Tree of Heaven is a real plant and it's part of the same family as the poison oak, they are different plants from entirely different parts of the world. Both make you itchy, yes, but poison oaks are native to North America, while the Tree of Heaven is originally from Taiwan and northeast and central China. Was that a mistake or something intentional? Letting Dr. Nowhere add
So
another
big
reference to
though.
religion here.
Very cool looking.
Remember the Ephrata branch, the SCP-like organization?
Thanks for the thumbs up.
Situation? Well, they're also named after a real group. All the way back in 1731, a religious group known as the Ephrata Cloister was founded in what is now Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, the same area where this series takes place. Oh, and another big thing that stood out to me, the repeated mention of trumpets. After the broadcast, Zamperini and the other victims heard trumpets before they fell asleep. And at the end there, the Boiled One warned us that trumpets would play their happy sounds. Oh, and also, just an amazing cherry on top here, in the real world, a mysterious glass trumpet was found buried in Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Too fragile to be played by humans without damaging it, and it's the only such trumpet ever found in North America, given how...
In North America, which means there's others around the world.
The standards say that tap water is fine.
All right, less talking, more working.
Pure stuff. So we make our own.
Jameson Vitamins, a proudly Canadian company since 1922.
It's just a little hand, though. I want a creepy baby hand. That's what I want.
And how well it was preserved, archaeologists believe that it was buried intentionally, perhaps to hide it. But why does all of this matter? Well, trumpets have a very specific meaning in the Bible. See, in the book of Revelation, the final book in the New Testament of the Christian Bible, we're told about visions of the eventual apocalypse. In them, 7 angels sound 7 trumpets, each bringing a new disaster.
Horrifying. Honest to God, this is the creepiest baby I've ever come across. Ugh, it's totally correct, too. Hand reaching out? How about the face? Oh, my. That came off really easy.
In the video, we even get some pretty gnarly imagery of the sky.
No, I want the arm, just the arm.
I don't know about you, but that seems pretty apocalyptic to me. The boiled one here, he's clearly telling us that the end of the world is upon us. So, is that the message here? Is the boiled one foretelling the end of the world? The trumpets have started blowing for the victims, so is the apocalypse on the horizon? That would be pretty cut and dry when it comes to an analog horror series, but that's not everything that's going on here. See, for all of the biblical language and allusions that the one uses here, it's not the only thing hidden in its storyline. Close to the end of the video, when the boiled one speaks directly to the viewer, you remember that weird white screen with text on top of it? The one that had that passage in Japanese? Well, if you translate that, it reads, "Fear the one and only Watanabe bird." And that's not the only place this happens. Earlier in the video, when we're told that even people who didn't speak English understood what the boiled one was saying, we see an image of an eyeball with red text reflected on it. If you reverse this text, you'll find that it's Japanese and that it reads, "afraid of birds." Now that's a very weird, specific phrase. I knew it had to mean something. After a bit of digging, I found that it's connected to a very real, very evil person. Mitsuhiro Watanabe was a war criminal and sergeant in the Japanese army during World War II. Specifically, he was a guard at the Omori prison camp holding Allied prisoners of war. He was nicknamed Watanabe the Bird. Thus, the Watanabe bird. At Omori, Watanabe committed horrible atrocities, torturing prisoners in his care. Believe me, you don't want to know the specifics. Despite being one of the most wanted war criminals by the Americans, Watanabe would survive the war and evade all punishment for his crimes, living out the rest of his life as an insurance salesman. He eventually died on April 1st, 2003, just a few months before the boiled one takes place in August of that same year. Clearly, what's happened here is that in this story, Watanabe died and became the boiled one, this dark, evil entity that now physically resembles...
In that case, with that name and saying he's done horrible things, he's probably boiled people alive.
Was the inspiration for the monster, and now Watanabe is trying to use the broadcasts like the one we see in this video to continue to spread trauma and pain, just like he did during World War II. And we even get a hint of this through the nature documentary that the boiled one hijacked. Remember how it misidentified poison oak as the tree of heaven? Well, one fascinating thing about the tree of heaven is that it's an invasive species brought to North America from Asia, spreading its roots to another continent and dominating the natural plants there. That is exactly what the boiled one is doing here, invading airways, spreading to a new land, and infesting bodies in North America. And now that pain makes the boiled one grow. In the very first few frames of the video, we see the monster's body stretch up into the sky, as if he's growing like a tree. That has some really dark implications, right? The more he's hurting people, even in death as this creature, the more strength it gives him to continue doing so. It's a cycle, and perhaps that is what's leading the boiled one to spark these apocalyptic visions. But that being said, there's another key player in this story that we haven't talked about yet, and it's one that proves that the boiled one cannot and will not win. Remember the victims of the boiled one who could communicate through blinking Morse code? One of them is called Job Zamperini, a war vet and devout Christian who was able to connect the dots between his lost ability and seeing the boiled one's face on TV, an image that has not left him since seeing it. Well, just like the boiled one is based on Watanabe, Job Zamperini is based on other people. The first is the biblical figure Job, a good man who looks well after his family, but is suddenly faced by disaster after disaster, taking away everything he holds dear. Despite these hardships, Job remains faithful to God, which is great because the hardships were actually intended to be a test from God. This very much reflects the Job Zamperini in the Boiled One story. This is a man tormented night and day by the Boiled One. He cannot escape this awful face staring at him at all hours of the day and being told that he will never escape this fate.
In the basement, working on monsters. What are you doing?
Job Zamperini, we see red Morse code flash.
Oh yeah, the gray cat was around, so I gave her some food and pet her for a little bit.
Convince Zamperini that he is alone, that there is no God, and that it's just like Job from the Bible. And the second figure that Job is based on, it's actually a real person. One of Watanabe's prisoners, Louis Zamperini. Louis Zamperini was an Olympian athlete turned soldier who fought for the United States in World War II. After his plane was shot down in the Pacific, he was taken prisoner by the Japanese and was one of the POWs tortured by Watanabe. Thankfully, Zamperini survived confinement, but he carried the scars from Watanabe's torture, both physical and emotional, for the rest of his life. In interviews following the war, Zamperini admitted to having nightmares about his captors for years after he was released, and only really found relief when he turned to Christianity. Now, obviously, religion isn't the only way to heal from traumatic experiences like this. This is just what worked for Zamperini, and it helped him let go of his pain and move on from his nightmares, to not be paralyzed by them any longer. How? Through forgiveness. That is the core message of The Boiled One. This very easily could have been a story about the cycles of pain and how you carry that with you, how it can destroy your life if you let it, how it can leave you bedridden with grief, looking the monster in the face at every turn. But that doesn't have to be how you handle that pain, or how you deal with the monsters that feed off of it like Watanabe and The Boiled One. The biggest weapon that the people in this world, Frada Branch and Joe Zamperini and all of the other victims, can use against the Boiled One is forgiveness. Following his release, the real-world Louis Zamperini later returned to Japan specifically to confront his captors. He even tried to meet with Watanabe up until the day Watanabe died, but Bird avoided any and all contact with Zamperini, hoping to not be judged by America. But Zamperini didn't want to hurt Watanabe or any of the others. All he wanted to do was forgive them. That is actually what Zamperini credits to making his nightmares go away. But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory. And cut. If you want another analog horror theory right now, go check out my analysis of Gooby. It's classic film theory stuff.
Patients make a choice.
I'm gonna check on Ghetto. I'll be right back.
Having sensitivity protected teeth. Now they don't have to make that decision. New Sensodyne Clinical White gives 2 shades whiter teeth, 24/7 sensitivity protection, and is safe for the enamel. My patients
With perfect flavor in every.
Hang on a second, something's happening. I don't think I would do good with that. Alright, I have to go drug my cat. After I look at this after a while. Okay, what a... May... Suncatcher. Jack. I don't know what a suncatcher is. I don't have any suncatchers. I'll have to get them about that. Alright, I gotta go drug the cat. I'll be right back. laundry. I forgot about the laundry. Shit. Well, that was longer than expected. Alrighty. I'm back. Who missed me? I did the laundry, and I got the cat his medicine, and then I got me my supper, and the laundry's in the dryer now. Let's see how this is working. Close enough for me. What? You look like you're done? Oh, I love this stuff. It dries so quick. Yeah, so he's all done. He's ready to find a forever loving home. Can he come home with you? Can he come home with you? Okay, that's 10, 11. What was my thought process? I don't remember. All right. Where's that bear? It should be dry too by now. Oh, just a little bit right there. Ooh. Drips. Bottom before I get the tongue in, then I don't have to worry about painting around it, do I? Rawr. I don't know. I love these little teacups as painting pots. They're just enough, and if I leave them out, I'm not heartbroken over them. Oh yeah.
Taste you can't let go.
There we go.
Boiled One was just the beginning. Its creator, Dr. Nowhere, just uploaded a new video. In it, he exposes us to new monstrous beings. Horrors from beyond our world, yes, but also horrors that exist inside of us. I wonder what's buried deep down in there. It's me! Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory, the show where the only thing to fear is fear itself. So right now is a peak era for independent creators in the horror scene. It seems like every day we have great new scares hitting the web that explore a lot of weird existential ideas. Backrooms from Kane Pixels, Greylock from Rob Gavigan, The Man in the Suit from Annoyingly, and of course near the top of that list you have to include Silas Orion, better known online as Dr. Nowhere, creator of 2024's viral horror hit, The Boiled One. In just one 10-minute video, Dr. Nowhere succeeds in creating a story all about cycles of pain and forgiveness and perseverance in the face of darkness. And that's not just me doing the whole theorist thing and overthinking the video. In a super cool way, Dr. Nowhere actually responded to our first Boiled One episode saying that, yeah, those were the core messages he was going for. He also mentioned that he was taking a lot of inspiration from the cursed internet videos of yesteryear. Well, Doc, you're making the cursed internet videos of today that'll be inspiring the creators of the future. That is awesome, so please keep it up. And in fact, Silas just released one of those videos. The Oddity Compendium Instance 1 is sort of a videotape exploring several different anomalies created by Dr. Nowhere in his so-called Office of Wonders. And imagine that as like sort of a zoo for cryptids and creepypastas. Believe it or not, it's actually a format he's used before. He's used this exact same framing device over on his Dr. Nowhere Instagram page, which has tons of other similar creatures. First, I figured what we were seeing here was the birth of a shared universe, the NCU, if you will. That would be the Nowhere Cinematic Universe, a world where its SCP-like monsters could all coexist in one awful, horrible place. But that idea of a shared universe isn't what's going on here. Instead, we're
This is a little bit more texture.
So, while some of these anomalies could share a universe, it's meant as more of a collection of all things weird from across the multiverse.
Did somebody say multiverse?
It's MadPat, everybody! Cue the laugh track and the cheering crowd 4.wab.
Yep, welcome to my multiverse of madness, baby. Basically, it's my retirement project where I show up in everyone else's channels, including yours, Lee. Surprise!
Hey man, love the pun, but what are you doing here, bud? We're talking about this new analog horror scene.
Exactly! The spooky vibes that summoned me to talk about our very own brand new analog horror-inspired mystery project, Lore-Fi. Or should I call it Lore-Fi? Let me paint you a scene, dearly. You're just sitting at your computer one day, casually downloading some free music off the internet.
Free music?
Well, you're certainly not paying for it. Anyway, in that moment, your life changes forever. Suddenly, you're thrust into the middle of a world of missing kids and killer conspiracies, all set to new, chill, relaxing beats every single week. And that, my friend, is Lore-Fi. We just released episode 1 a couple weeks ago, which you can go watch right now on YouTube. Good luck clue hunting in that crisp 4K animation. Or you can always listen to all the music that we've made over on Spotify, where new songs and clues are rolling out roughly once a week. You've actually been listening to the tracks this entire time.
As someone who considers themselves a lo-fi connoisseur, this is some good stuff.
You know what, Lee? I appreciate your corporate mandated word praise.
No, seriously, you've kept such a tight lid on this that I actually don't know anything about it, so it's really cool to finally hear.
Well, that's the entire point, Mr. Film Theorist Lee. You're not allowed to know anything. Because guess what? I'm challenging you to solve it in a future episode. Of course, you'd have to manage to find time to stop dumping on Disney here.
Hey, it's not my fault there's a lot going on with them right now. But no, of course, have no fear. Film Theory is up to the challenge.
Awesome. New animations in the series are going to go live roughly once every month and a half here on YouTube. And there's new music and secrets over on Spotify every single week. So you better get to listening.
Don't underestimate my power. You're to a top 0.1% Spotify listener. 208,000 minutes in 23.
Oh, wow, that is lots.
It's gonna be a lot higher now, what with solving all this Lore-Fi.
Godspeed. So, what you doing?
We're talking about some spooks. Like I said, a new analog horror drops. Do you want to hang out?
I mean, if it's anything like the Boiled One, you know I'm in.
Great, because let me tell you, the way this...
I want to put this hand in something's stomach.
While it might not be a giant shared universe like I first suspected, they are connected in a way that really hits close to home. The connection is you.
Me, as in YouTuber MadPat?
More like all of us. You, me, and everyone.
Sure. Yeah, I think I get where you're going for it, but please continue.
Well, to understand what I'm talking about, you first have to understand this new breed of anomalies one by one. First up, the flesh beds, also known as faux beds or populus colcida, which literally means mattress people in Latin. Sometimes I feel like a mattress people. Just please, let me take a nap.
A lot
Alright,
of sleep
who's getting
built up
a
here at
hand
Stage
for
Q.
stomach?
Also,
Do I have volunteers?
we learned Latin.
About 19
When I see a volunteer,
You can thank Disney's
if
garden.
I can reach him.
Says TV isn't educational. So what's
Oh,
up with these?
where's my handy grab?
Despite looking like normal mattresses, these anomalies are actually parasitic organisms. Under their thin fabric skin are organs, limbs, even a humanoid head.
Sounds like a lumpy night's sleep.
That's the least of your worries. They're dormant while under a certain temperature, but as they warm up from the body heat of people sleeping on them, watch out. They unfold, grab the person, and pull them inside the mattress to eat them. Because of this, Dr. Nowhere straight up recommends that you sleep with a fan on to keep the mattress cool. Which, hey, I mean, you don't have to tell me twice.
As someone who's lived in LA and myself,
Come on, keep your ass together. Let's go.
regardless of whether the bed wants to digest you or not.
For real, I don't think I've fallen asleep without a fan on in this millennium. Plus, you know, it's the white noise.
You know we love us some white noise, but it can also be lore-fi. Sorry, I just saw the opportunity to shamelessly took it.
No worries, man. These creatures were first discovered in the 1960s when a mattress company found a surplus of mattresses in one of their warehouses and donated them to thrift stores and the needy, only for the surplus to actually be monsters. They ate the people the company was trying to help.
Another jackalope ready to go.
A woman named Alice Bouvier.
Look at this guy.
That's you. Bigier's the friend of digest, and she was literally digested by the mattress.
For real, that's a top-tier pun/dad joke right there. Don't sleep on it.
Nice. You know, all of this reminds me a lot of the conspiracy about
I'll make this one quick.
That's always circulating around the internet. You've heard this one, right? Like, how is it possible that there are so many mattress stores, sometimes right across the street from each other? I mean, it's not like a thing that you're buying too frequently.
Oh yeah, that's the idea where they're like a front for money laundering, right?
Yeah, basically. Except in this one, it's more like they're a front for monsters that will eat you if you snooze too much.
And the people they eat are pretty important. According to the video, DNA from thousands of people who have been found in the stomachs of the flesh beds dating back to hundreds. Some even share DNA with famous historical figures like Napoleon Bonaparte.
The French short king?
The very same. Yeah, did you know that the real world Napoleon died while bedridden with stomach cancer? So, in this alternate universe, it seems like Napoleon was eaten by a flesh bed instead.
And then, who knows, maybe he became one of these things. You see, a Napoleon bed is a phrase sometimes used for beds with large headboards. Maybe the term has a bit of a dark
learn that these things are literally subhuman, a splinter branch of Homo sapien that merged with a mycelial network. If you're not up on your botany, a mycelial network is basically like fungus roots. They're super long threads that act like a fungal communication network connecting
I smell something burning.
plants and trees.
So what you're telling me here is that the flesh beds are mushroom people? Kind of like the last
Is
of
it
us?
you?
Exactly. More like
Could be.
flesh bread. Am I right?
I see your attempt at comedy, and I respect it. Does it get creepier from here?
Oh, you know it. Next up on the list, we have the headless macrocosm, or mundum syncopita. That's literally the beheaded world in Latin. This one's a bit more high concept than the mushroom mattresses that eat you, but no less scary. You see, this anomaly is actually a sub-reality which is nearly identical to Earth, but instead of humans, it's full of pale, headless humanoid corpses.
Oh, that is dark.
Especially when those bodies are parts that randomly convulse and breathe through the stomach.
Yeah, the mattresses, they weren't wrong with this. So this is absolutely horrifying. Why could these be horrifying?
These fucking containers are the best.
You know, the story we think about Reagent is all cute. I was out with this flaming pumpkin head we were talking about through the lens of Disney animations, but in reality, decapitation is pretty darn ick. Get it? Ick as an Ichabod Crane? Lee, I am so sorry. I just get behind the microphone and I can't stop punning. It's a bad habit.
Funny you should bring that up. The creatures in the macrocosm have cute nicknames like Ichabodies and Cranes.
Wait, I'm not the only one? The pun game is oddly strong here.
You know, it's strange, but it really is. But here's the kicker. Despite there not being any normal humans native to this weird subdimension, humans can get sucked in from their own reality. And if that happens, no one back home can remember their names, faces, or identities. The macrocosm is sort of an anti-reality.
Like a trash can for the universe.
Exactly. They straight up say that anything useless or dangerous gets tossed here.
Tossed in with the headless, stuff-breathing, convulsing heart creatures.
Yeah, and yet somehow it gets worse. Despite being, dead, these corpses do react if they're physically touched. We're told about a man named Michael Tedford who accidentally brushed up against one of the Ichabodies. It sprung to life, grabbed his head, ripped it off, and put it on the stump of its own neck.
Oh, that's beautiful. Sharing is caring. I'm sorry, what? Sharing is caring.
Check your head. Screw on tight. Fritz, here comes your big ones hang on tight for this next swap.
They get it. Stop to your dad joke.
I worry for any dad that makes that joke to their kid. Anyway, after putting Michael's head on, the Ichabody transported into the true reality, into some random family's backyard. That distressed nearby residents.
Understandable.
And required government intervention to resolve. Also, you gotta love the very whelmed language of, it distressed them. I'd be slightly bothered too.
Actually, I think I can use the brown ones for this.
That every time we see Michael's name, it gets all glitchy.
Well, that makes total sense, right? We're told that erased inside of it.
So the his name or his face or whatever. At least it seems to have a lot of trouble doing it. Michael's gone.
Blue. Watch the eye.
It's a great detail that's easy to overlook.
Yeah, and really, that's an awful thing. What's worse is that Dr. Nowhere considers this state of unbeing to be a contagious disease. Once you catch it, you're pulled into the macrocosm. It reminded me a lot of the idea of doomerism. That's the idea of becoming so completely apathetic or depressed to the point where you just can't bring yourself to do anything. Generally, it's felt after a really bad personal hardship or by realizing how difficult big change as a society can be. Like, how can one person have any real impact on climate change, for example?
Remember to recycle, folks.
Basically, doomerism is a nihilistic ideology where you give up, right? You're pulled into a sort of dimension of non-existence where people can struggle to remember your name or face because you refuse to do anything to remind them. And the idea can be both dangerous and contagious. A lot of people really lose their head to it.
That just sounds like depression.
Speaking of, let's talk about our last of the three main monsters today, the Obelisks of Enlightenment.
I feel like I had a Yu-Gi-Oh card with that name at some point.
I draw Obelisk of Enlightenment, father of the true north.
Your obelisk is no match for my blue eyes. But in all seriousness, you really need to do a Yu-Gi-Oh theory at some point. I always wanted to.
It's in the cards.
I see what you did there.
Anyway, these guys are also known as Illustratio Geometrica, which literally means geometric enlightenment. And really, that sums up their whole deal. These are a bunch of black obelisks between 10 and 100 feet tall with human faces that can do all normal human face things like king or singing, except creepier. Sometimes
I have a little blue bow.
Sometimes they're groups as large as 8, but they're
I thought maybe it'd go good with this.
like deserts or oceans or even
That was whole like 30 minutes ago, so I have no idea where it is now. Well, for now, Jack can go over here.
The freakiest thing about these obelisks is that they're actually sentient beings, and they know all of the secrets of the universe. In fact, they have so much knowledge that they need to constantly give information away to keep themselves together.
You sound like those random people on Reddit who feel the need to answer very specific questions that were posted like 15 years ago.
And just like those Reddit threads, the obelisks make you smart. They vocalize the excess information in a way that sounds like angelic.
Back it off so I could actually use the whole thing. Add it to the pile.
Given a massive increase in their general intelligence, and they're drawn closer to the obelisks. But if you get too close, one of two things is going to happen. Either your brain expands too much too quickly, your head explodes, or you can accept the knowledge and become enlightened yourself.
These clips, they're really leaning into this whole laugh track thing, aren't they?
But the worst part of this one, even if you do manage to get enlightened, you still basically die. You're pulled into the monolith and become part of it. Your organs unraveling and stretching into the sky. Brutal.
I might be retired, but I already see a lot of cool, fiercey angles to this. One I'm sure that's occurred to you already is probably the idea of sacred geometry, right?
Yep, you hit the nail on the exploding head there, Matt. If you don't know, all throughout history, many philosophers have believed that there's a symbolic or sacred meaning in certain geometric shapes.
Shapes and colors.
Designing their art and architecture, particularly in churches, temples, or mosques. The most famous of these is the golden ratio. You know those means with this
The hand.
shape put over things like the Mona
I just
Lisa,
had it.
or seashells,
Or Sonic the Hedgehog.
truly it is blessed, as the Heavenly Father says, you gotta go fast. But this spiral shape isn't the
It
only
is.
one considered sacred. You also
Rawr.
have things
Stomach.
like obelisks.
Stomach pain.
In the real world, a very
Let's see.
similar obelisk sits in St. Peter's Square in Rome and acts as a pivot point for the whole area. Plus, these sorts of obelisks were built as far back as ancient Egypt to act as monuments honoring kings and gods, thus sacred geometry.
And the idea of these shapes being associated with knowledge, way back. These sorts of obelisk or pyramid shapes are often connected with secret societies like the Illuminati. You know the pyramid with the eyeball on the back of a dollar bill? It's basically been the assumed logo of the Illuminati for decades. It's called the Eye of Providence. And what do you know? It represents the infinite knowledge of God.
Yeah, good shout, Matt. That religious connection also lines up super well with a lot of the biblical language and imagery applied here to Dr. Nowhere's Obelisks of Enlightenment. Their music is described as angelic singing. Folklore around the music calls it the song of the divine contour, which is literally just a different way of saying sacred geometry, and we're even shown that the
Where'd it go?
knowledge to build the
Oh, there
pyramids
it
was
is.
given to the pharaoh Khufu by
Oh,
the obelisks.
snapped it right off.
Commissioned
Yeah.
the pyramids of Giza to honor the divine structures. Again, in the real world, the pyramids were built as religious buildings. They're a sort of sacred geometry.
So it's a pretty open and shut case, right? These things are clearly weird sentient pyramids with divine knowledge. Basically, they're the creepypasta version of Bill Cipher. I mean, what else could they be?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because, and hear me out here, they could also be aliens.
Listen, Lee, I know we were just talking about Egypt, but don't need to go all ancient aliens on me. I need you to keep your sanity just a little longer than I did.
No. Listen. Back in the 40s, mathematician John von Neumann proposed a way for aliens to quickly colonize a whole galaxy. In theory,
in space theory,
you could send a probe to a solar system with the instructions to make 1,000 exact replicas of itself. The probe would then send those 1,000 copies to 1,000 other solar systems, each with the instruction to build 1,000 more replicas to send to 1,000 more solar systems, and so on and so forth. It's exponential growth. The idea of these von Neumann probes was later adapted into the monoliths from the most iconic sci-fi movie of all time, 2001: A Space Odyssey. If you've never seen 2001, that's fair. It's slow. But the purpose of the monoliths in this movie? They're tools, probes used by a hyper-advanced alien civilization to keep an eye on our solar system. And in the books the movie's based on, there are tons of them scattered throughout the whole solar system and beyond.
Which could explain why some of Dr. Nowhere's obelisks are located on the moon, even though they're supposed to be human.
But, most importantly, the monoliths were meant to give out knowledge and encourage technological development. Black monuments that give out knowledge to us lowly humans that have a connection to the great universe beyond our world? That sounds really familiar, right? Almost exactly like the obelisks of enlightenment from the Oddity Compendium. The only real difference here is that we know that the obelisks used to be human. According to Dr. Nowhere's Instagram, the obelisks were once one of us.
But it still works. At the end of 2001: A Space Odyssey, spoiler alert, the main protagonist reaches out to one of the black obelisks on his deathbed and gets transformed into a giant alien space baby with infinite knowledge.
Man, the movie is really weird when you describe it without a point of reference, huh?
Still, it's a lot like the obelisks. These things are just a body horror spin on that space baby and von Neumann's idea of a self-replicating probe. The knowledge transforms these humans into obelisks, using them as a raw material.
That is super dark. These things are just analog horror alien probes. I kinda love it.
I am slightly less enthusiastic about alien probes than you, but I do like the creativity and horror of it all. But more cosmic in its horror this time around as opposed to the more grounded, boiled one.
You'd think, but don't make that judgment call just yet. You see, the Oddity Compendium treats us to a bonus anomaly at the
There we
end
go.
of the video.
Still right there,
is
Mrs. Spot.
Philbus, an unknown being who encourages people to eat chairs.
From cosmic pillars of enlightenment to eating chairs.
People who watch media with Philbus feel an overwhelming need to follow him, and anything talking about Philbus inevitably turns into an ad for Philbus. Philbism is an
There we
excellent
go.
way of life. Consume chairs today.
So what you're telling me is that he's your typical YouTuber. You subscribe to him and he constantly self-promotes. Wait, this seems a little off, doesn't it? I mean, this whole video's been about these horrific body horror and cosmic horror creatures. Mattresses eating people, a universe of headless corpses, innards getting strung out to the length of obelisks, and then there's this guy, Philbus. One of these things is clearly not like the others. Philbus seems funny, right? Nice choice for your creepy analog horror video. In fact, There's been a whole undercurrent to weird comedic moments throughout this entire upload. The puns, the dad jokes, and there's straight up a laugh track under a lot of what we're watching.
You might want to hang on tight to it for a while.
Given everything else that we've seen in the video, for as fun as these are, it does feel really out of place. That's what I mean.
I'm glad you noticed this too, man. That actually jumped out at me the first time I watched the compendium, and combined with the immediate subversion of the expectation that this is all going to be taking place in a shared universe, that we are instead jumping around to different worlds and witnessing the darkness in each of them, it reminded me of something. Think about it. In this video, we are clearly supposed to be the viewer, right? People sitting back comfortably watching this real VHS tape and jumping around these different worlds. You're getting glimpses into these wildly different ideas and looking at these horrific monsters. And then we sit back, we theorize, and we laugh. Doesn't that remind you of something?
Oh, I didn't expect that. I don't think I trust this guy. I don't like it. I like how mildly perturbed that is.
That actually does. It reminds me of us. Of all of us. Sure, there's absolutely me on the GT Live couch, but I'm not the only one.
All of us sit back and watch these different analog horror videos and series on YouTube. We hop around from creator to creator, from Dr. Nowhere to Unknowingly to Kane Pixels and beyond. We get peeks into their individual worlds, the lives of the characters they make, and the mysteries they've set up. And then some of us try to look for deeper meaning. We do YouTube reactions and theories, and oftentimes our reaction to these awful, horrible things is jokes and laughter.
It's true, and GT Live is the perfect example of it. We watch, we get spooked, then we laugh, despite the objectively awful things that we're witnessing in these horror universes.
And really, that's what I believe the subtext of the Oddity Compendium here is.
Nothing like standing here waiting for things to dry.
The misfortune of these people in this multiverse of horror. That's partly why a lot of Dr. Nowhere's monsters have different art styles or mediums. They're all in different universes that we're getting peeks into. And this may be why the
Set this up
obelisks
to
have the
dry
same
without having to
basis
sit
as
here and
Dr.
hold
Nowhere's
it.
characters. We know that the truth of their universe is that they're just another analog horror world meant to be watched and to be scary. Just like how Dr. Nowhere made The Boiled one as a commentary on how real-world horrific events can either
over here
or make you stronger. The Oddity Compendium is a commentary on how we, both as content creators watching analog horror and as viewers watching the truly awful events happening across the world, can see those tragedies and cope with laughter. We just have to make sure that that's not the only way we react.
Well said, Lee.
Thanks, man. I could really unwind after that.
Well, hey, isn't it a wonderful time then to glorify for you to go check out right now? Again, you can go watch our animations on YouTube or head on over to Spinal Listen. All the links in the description below.
I'm tired.
You guys start unraveling the story.
I cannot quit until I get a significant pile of shit done.
It's all just a theory.
Oh,
A film theory. And cuts.
Uh-oh.
Hey creators, do any of these comments look familiar? Yeah, same. But any single one of these comments can be your next super fan or your loyal customer. Instead, they're just grabbing your valuable content and disappearing. Meanwhile, your follower count stays not moving. Here's what changed everything for me. Setting one simple rule, follow first. It's super simple. You'll set up your automation.
I might have to go sand these though. I should do that before anything.
It actually checks and
Alright. I know, I'm disappearing again. We'll sand a few of these down. And, shouldn't be long.
Yeah, I've seen enough. Send it. Shut him down.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory, the show that's been lost in the Backrooms for over a year now. Please send help. At this point, I'm sure we all know what the Backrooms is, right? This creepypasta turned analog horror series created by indie filmmaker Kane Pixels absolutely took YouTube by storm last year. With its haunting aesthetics, its mysterious story, and its deep lore just begging to be uncovered. And that has actually become a big part of the franchise, something that Kane talked about in a recent interview with my friend Anthony Padilla.
You have people dissecting your video about crystal theories. Everything was 5 videos dissecting you not have any power over this man.
So the whole idea kind of just transcended into internet creepypasta folklore, where Kane eventually found it and then used it as an inspiration for his own series. Now all of that in and of itself,
there we go.
It's made for an incredible community-driven writing project.
I fucking love power tools. Hi guys. Guys, I should say.
Actual Oscar-winning movie studio like A24, that right there, that changes things. Because the Backrooms is no longer the territory of the internet Wild West. It's now in a more traditional setting. And as Kane himself has pointed out, all of this unofficial, unlicensed content can start to become a problem.
In like a normal film setting, that would just be copyright infringement. That would be theft of IP. But on the internet, everyone owns everything, even if legally they don't.
He's definitely not wrong. This problem becomes a lot more tricky when you realize that Kane's series can qualify as the same sort of unofficial, unlicensed content. So today, I want to dive into this issue and see if we can work out what's what. If those original posts were in fact anonymous, actually owns the Backrooms. Does anyone own Backrooms? And is Kane's series and this big budget movie all at risk of copyright infringement? Is all of this the end
Big
of the
always.
Backrooms as we know it? Put on your hazmat suits, loyal purists, because we're headed to the most terrifying and endless labyrinth of them all, copyright law. Before we get started, at this point I feel like it goes without saying, but just be clear, I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. These are just the findings that I was able to dig up during my research. Also, we're only going to be talking about copyright law as it pertains to the US, not because other countries and their laws are unimportant, but more because the person Kane and the company A24 that we're talking about here are in the US. Cool. So I think the first question we need to answer here is, can anonymous work be copyrighted? I mean, it might be kind of hard to just stroll down to the US Copyright Office wearing a disguise and then filling out some forms without listing names, right? No, actually, you can absolutely file for copyright protection without filling in any sort of author's name. But even so, you wouldn't need to in the first place. You don't actually need to formally register a creative work with the government to get that copyright protection. You actually get that protection the moment that your work is created, whether or not you're known to be the creator of the work. The highest profile example of this in recent years has got to be the anonymous graffiti artist Banksy, who defended their artwork from being used by a greeting card company by using copyright protection on said artwork. Now, to be fair, this case happened over in Europe, but this sort of anonymous copyright protection works exactly the same way in the US. We actually go into...
Might have to put a low cover on and then bake them. And then when I go in, I should be able to put on a thicker and textured layer. It's a Leopleurodon, Charlie. A magical Leopleurodon. He's gonna get our way to Candy Mountain.
A lot of detail about copyrights, trademarks, and how films like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey are Disney's worst nightmare in another video. With long and short of it, under the Copyright Term Extension Act for an anonymous work, anything created in the US has copyright protection for 95 years after it's first published or 120 years after its first creation, whichever comes first. All of this together then should mean bad news for Kane and Backrooms movie, right? Since the original 4chan post was published in 2019, the copyright for it shouldn't expire until 2114. So, if that's the case, Kane might want to take down his videos for the next couple of decades, right? Well, maybe not. We've established that anonymous works are protected by copyright, but our next question here is whether or not this sort of 4chan post can even be copyrightable in the first place. Short answer, yes. Long answer, it's complicated. Copyright protects original works fixed in any tangible medium of expression. Basically, if you make something original and creative, you own the copyright for it. Book, movie, music, architecture, YouTube video, or my personal favorite, pantomime. Now, the bar for originality and creativity are pretty darn low in the eyes of the law, so the original picture from the Backrooms absolutely qualifies. Whoever took that picture of the room and posted it to 4chan created the image, so check there for originality. And they were exercising some level of creativity in the choice of the subject, how it was framed, and the choice to do it at a Dutch angle, etc. Same thing for the separate person who wrote the caption. Obviously, it's original insofar as they came up with the ideas and they wrote them. And there's no denying that it's brimming with creativity, setting a unique scene and creating a captivating horror scenario. It also passes the bar and gets copyright protection. However, even if the picture and the text are separately protected by copyright law, it's important to remember the scope of said protection. First of all, even if it's found that something is directly violating the copyright of the posts, it's kind of difficult for the original to come forward with a case. The original 4chan posts have long since been deleted, along with any potentially identifying information like IP addresses. And these authors are going to have a difficult time proving the work to original
shit.
Secondly, even if they could prove their ownership, it's probably not even worth the legal hassle. Though you don't lose copyright protection on your work if you don't enforce that protection, how vigorously you protect your work is factored into a court's judgment on the matter. For example, if you took a photograph and wrote a caption for it that was then widely circulated across image boards, YouTube, Twitter, and dedicated fan wikis for years, and you never took any action until real money came along, yeah, the judge is going to take that into consideration. Anything you might win in damages might not even be enough to cover the legal fees. Thirdly, sure, you can copyright individual works, but you can't copyright ideas. Just because someone takes a picture of a creepy room with fluorescent lights and yellow wallpaper doesn't mean that they're the only one with copyright to that aesthetic, and that no one can ever take another picture of a creepy room with fluorescent lights and yellow wallpaper. The copyright protection of this original Backrooms photograph is limited to this single photograph. So yeah, if Kane wants to use this exact specific image in his series or movie, sure, that would be a problem. But he clearly hasn't done that. He's created entirely new imagery for his videos. And as for the text, sure, these two sentences and the way that they express their ideas are protected by copyright, but the ideas themselves, they're not protected. Even something specific with the word Backrooms, which Kane took from the post to use as the name of the series, wouldn't be protected here. Why? Well, you can't copyright names, titles, words, or short phrases. That kind of stuff falls under the domain of trademarks. Another thing that we cover in more detail over in that Winnie the Pooh video. Additionally, the word and idea of a back room, a room in the back of a business or office or whatever, has existed long before that 4chan post. So it's not exactly something you can just decide is yours because you took a picture or thought of a spooky story. Obviously, Kane lifted the general vibe of the Backrooms from the original image and caption. The yellow wallpaper, fluorescent light, liminal spaces, all that jazz. He also took the general idea of the Backrooms being huge and full of weird stuff. Again, just to clear up any ambiguity here, Kane admits that he was very much inspired by the post.
I was vaguely aware of the Backrooms. I was aware of it in terms of the original image and the caption that I saw on Instagram 2 years before.
Other than that, though, not a whole lot here sticks. Plenty of ideas are reminiscent of content from the original Backrooms post or the Backrooms wiki. People in Kane's series fall into Backrooms in a way that seems very similar to no clipping. Kane has never once used the word no clipping to describe that process in his canon. Sometimes, strange noises that sound like a party can be heard in Kane's videos, which could be a reference to the party goers from the wiki's canon. But again, Kane has never brought the actual partygoers or their lore into his world. Even ideas like the size of the Backrooms in Kane's series aren't one-to-one with the original post. Sure, Kane's Backrooms are big, but it's never once specifically mentioned to be 600 million square miles like the original post described. Pretty much the only things that Kane took from that original post are the yellow vibe, the idea of falling into and getting lost, and the words, the Backrooms. Most everything else in these videos are entirely original creations of Kane's. The organization async in their goals, Project KD31 and the portal into the Backrooms, the bacteria monster.
Lifeform fellow. Lifeform fellow. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't update the wiki.
Sorry, the Lifeform fellow? Sure. Well, anyway, that was still Kane. The long and short of it is that he's more than in the clear to make a film about the original story that he's crafted. But see, Kane's not the person I'm worried about in this episode. After all of this research into copyright law, the quirks of anonymity, and who owns what in this circumstance, he's gonna be fine. He's well within his legal rights to partner with A24 and make this movie, and I'm excited to see what comes of it. No, I'm more worried about us. You, me, and all those small creators out there. What concerns me now is what this movie is gonna mean for the sorts of crowdsourced online horror stories that the Backrooms represent. I fear that this could spell disaster for these sorts of stories. Why? Well, because even if Kane and A24 are in the clear to make their Backrooms movie, they're likely gonna want to protect that film to the letter of the law. Now, don't misunderstand me. I don't think that Kane is gonna be going after people for making their own original Backrooms content. I don't think he wants to do that. He has been nothing but a kind and thoughtful guy every time that we've interacted. And even in that interview with Anthony, he explained his thoughts on the whole communal ownership of ideas thing.
On the internet, everyone owns everything. Even if legally they don't, it feels like you do. And in practice, you do. I don't have an issue with that. I like that. That's a good thing.
That right there, that is a great way to look at projects like the Backrooms. No, the problem here isn't going to be coming from Kane, it's going to be coming from the studios. See, making the jump from online video to major motion picture involves a lot of money. A lot of money. In budget, sure, but also in potential returns from movie ticket sales and merch.
Merchandising, where the real money from the movie is made.
If you go and look up the highest grossing media franchises of all time, you'll see that the lion's share of their revenue actually comes from the merch. It's true for Pokemon, Star Wars, Mickey Mouse, Who, Minecraft, and if this Backrooms movie's a hit, I could absolutely see this sort of thing happening here too. Just imagine, Hazmat Guy action figures, Lifeform fellow plushies. Kane may or may not be interested in this part of the show business, but the Hollywood producers he's working with definitely are. And that means that they're going to want to protect their IP vigorously so they're the ones making that money. I mean, this exact scenario before. Y'all remember Slender Man? He's a pillar of online creepypasta folklore. And just like the Backrooms, everyone felt like they owned a part of Slender Man. And at the beginning, things definitely operated that way. That's why you saw so many free, low-budget indie projects centered on Slender Man, Slender the 8 Agents, Marvel Hornets. But once the idea of Slender Man became a phenomenon and caught the attention of larger media companies, when real money started to get involved, things changed. Eric Knudsen, the original creator of Slender Man, had to step up to stop shady, low-quality content from destroying his idea. He became more involved in for-profit projects like Slender the Arrival, and eventually he sold the rights to the character entirely to Mythology Entertainment, who went on to block independent crowd-funded movies from release and then made their own big-budget film with Sony Pictures. Again, I cannot stress enough
I didn't know they made a movie with Slender Man.
but when you're dealing with Hollywood, this sort of stuff becomes inevitable. What then do we do with the loyal theorists? If the Backrooms film is successful,
Texturing, I'm texturing.
sort of gold rush of all these major movie studios trying
So when I bake them, they have a little bit of a texture before I add everything onto them.
funded Jeff the Killer game, a Universal Studios Ben Drowned movie, a Lavender Town Netflix miniseries? I don't think so. Thankfully, there are ways to protect yourself, your work, and your favorite content creators using the exact same copyright laws.
How are you guys doing tonight? What night is it, Saturday? Are you having a thrilling Saturday watching me pat shit to get texture?
That way, people know that this was your work.
I'm living vicariously through you. Go have some drinks. Cause some trouble. Free Luigi.
And on top of this, make sure that you're posting to platforms that respect those rights and don't have anything shady hidden in their end-user license agreements that somehow transfer any ownership of content posted there to their website.
Alright. I'm gonna go bake these. Shanty Mom. Hope.
That is really not cool. Next.
I'll be back.
We've already got tons of Western.
Your next travel story is waiting. Make it happen with the all-new WestJet.
Next, if you can,
And
your own
that's...
characters and use your own ideas. Obviously, those will always belong to you. No one's going to be able to use that content without your approval. That being said, it can be difficult, so third, if you do want to build off of something that already exists, make sure that what you're building off of is either in the public domain or it's basic enough that what you contribute will clearly be yours. What am I talking about? Well, some of it's obvious. You want to write stories about ancient mythology, folklore, fairy tales, stuff like Thor or the Baba Yaga or the Little Mermaid, you are almost certainly in the clear, as long as what you write isn't taken from other modern interpretations of those same ideas. Other things that are really good to use are urban legends and cryptids, stuff like Bigfoot, Mothman, Bloody Mary. No single person owns those ideas, and it just makes them incredibly unique stories using them as jumping off points. This also applies if you want to create something using basic ideas to build off of, like with the Backrooms. Take the same idea that Kane used as the basis for a series, and then build your own ideas on top of it, away from Kane's. You don't need to use Async or Project KB31 or the Lifeform Fellow to tell a compelling story about the Backrooms. All you gotta do is take an idea that you like and change it enough that it becomes your own thing. Great example of this, the Endermen from Minecraft. They were originally spoofs of Slender Man. I mean, the name alone makes it pretty darn obvious. But over the years, the Endermen have had their own quirks and lore added. They've become completely unique from their Slender origins. You can do the exact same thing, using ideas that you like and then changing them enough to make them yours and yours alone. So all of that protects you and your work, but what if we want to protect the collective works? Stuff like the incredible community-driven lore that's popped up around the fictional objects, locations, and characters, all inspired by elements of horror, sci-fi, and urban fantasy. A lot of this content is similar in tone to the Backrooms. Once an article is approved to go up on the website, though, anyone is free to take the ideas from that article and add it to their own work, both on and off the SCP website. Everything published on the SCP Wiki is done through the Creative Commons Attribution Share-alike 3.0 license, or CC BY-SA for short. That means that anyone is free to make content based on SCPs. They can even make money, but they have to credit the original authors, and then also publish their work under that same share-alike license. That means that yes, anyone from an indie game dev to a major movie studio can profit from the SCP Wiki and their articles, but the ideas that they add to the SCP must also be free for anyone else to use, publish, and profit from. Though this might not work for everything, this is an awesome system for these sorts of collaborative projects. And maybe the single most important thing to keep in mind about all of this, support the independent writers and artists that you love so they can keep creating. Read the work of these creators, share them with your friends, help spread the word. One of my particular favorites that I haven't seen reach the same level of success as the Backrooms or SCP yet are the short stories by the Reddit user Search and Rescue Woods. They have a series about these mysterious staircases just appearing out in the woods and their connections to missing persons. It is great. Remember, the next Backrooms, Slender Man, and SCP Foundation is out there somewhere, just waiting to be discovered. So please, share some of your favorites down in the comments, and check out what everyone else is posting down there. I know I'll be excited to see what you guys are saying down there, because who knows, maybe one day it'll appear here in a theory. Till that day comes, though, remember, it's all just a theory. A film theory! And I know that I mentioned this video a couple times in this episode, but if you want to learn more about copyright and trademark and how it is shaping the creative landscape as we know it, that Winnie the Pooh horror movie episode is on the left. It is a very cool discussion about something that is very scary to Disney right now. Or if you're tired of legal stuff and just want to catch up on the latest Backrooms lore, our latest lore video is over on the right. As always, my friends, I'll see you next week. The latest reports are in. Looks like they came back with some new footage. Let's take a look. Now it starts to come together. That's it, huh? Well, it's enough. Round up the troops. We've got a lot to discuss. Things just went from bad to worse. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory, the show that wants to no-clip into your subscription feed. Today, I once again find myself trapped in the endlessly soggy hallways of the Backrooms, the analog horror series produced by Kane Pixels and available right here on YouTube.com for the low price of free. Last time we enrobed ourselves in its putrid yellow wallpaper, we concluded that the world of the Backrooms seems to function a lot like a level map in a video game. You know how in a video game there's a set map that you're able to explore, and that there are walls or invisible boundaries that make sure that you stay within the acceptable area of play? Well, the way I see it, that's the real world here in Kane's series, the bounded area that humans are allowed to play in. However, video games also have tons of things that are hidden in spaces outside the boundaries of those levels. Unused ideas, spare assets, cut content. Want to know why FNAF Security Breach's file size was so huge when the thing first came out? Something like 80 gigs of content? Well, it was just piles and piles of cut stuff. Full floors of geometry that weren't accessible in the course of normal gameplay, but hadn't been removed from the game's files. And that, my theorists, are what I expect the Backrooms are. The cut content, the spare assets, the AI-generated worlds that didn't quite make the cut for reality. Last time, we proposed that somehow the company Async was able to use electromagnetism to tap into those parts of the map, the ones that exist outside the boundaries of reality, beyond the parts of the world that we're meant to see, giving us the various repetitive corridors of the Backrooms as we know them. Now, since the release of that last theory, Kane has come out with 3 new videos. The first is Pitfalls, where one of Async's researchers descends deeper than ever before in the Backrooms, only to discover an entire underground city. The next was Report, where we see the immediate aftermath of that incident and Async sealing the entrances to Backrooms. And finally, there was Presentation, where we see how Async pitched this thing as the solution to an increasingly overpopulated world, but how they ultimately lost their government contracts when a researcher accidentally causes a lockdown of the facility. All 3 of these new videos are full of lore details, but to me, the biggest revelation to come out of these uploads is that the Backrooms aren't just responsible for warping physical reality, they're also warping time itself. Attention all you partygoers, I think I've cracked exactly how and why people are no-clipping into this place. But enough talking, friends, it's time to go get lost in these endless hallways of lore. Now, despite the video game concept of no-clipping being a key part of the original creepypasta that this series is based on, Kane has yet to explicitly reference any video game terminology. However, after watching this new slate of videos, I'm more convinced than ever that we're still on the right track. For example, let's take a closer look at Pitfalls. In it, we follow researcher Marvin Lee as he falls to a deeper level of the facility, only to discover a full neighborhood underground. And I do mean full. Streetlights, houses, trees, all of it. Well, all of it except for...
There we go.
There are no signs of life here. So either an entire empty town fell into the Backrooms, or this is yet another example of an unused or incomplete level. And when we do get to enter one of the houses, they also just...
Oh, 3 of you hanging out here. Well, 2 of you, technically.
Hanging out in the middle of an empty room. Almost like a level designer intended to put them out. But instead just moved him out of sight into the house. Making things even stranger though, the house has a single hallway leading straight back. It's like the uncanny valley of architecture. It's clearly meant to be a house, but it just doesn't nail it. Almost like it'd been designed not by a human, but rather by an AI. Something that's trying to mimic a human home, but without fully understanding the flow and function of the various rooms and hallways. But of course, it doesn't end there. If you followed Backrooms at all, you know that Kane likes to hide a bunch of secrets in the descriptions of his videos, and 2 of the new uploads, Report and Presentation, link to secret unlisted uploads. The first of these is titled This, but I'm just gonna call it Numbers, because saying a long string of random digits every time is gonna be a pain. This Numbers video seems to be footage from a traffic camera highway. Nothing too out of the ordinary, right? But then, about 22 seconds in, we see a car no-clip through the ground. Not only does this tell us that literally anything can wind up in the Backrooms, including large vehicles like cars, but I think we might be able to figure out who was actually in that car. Back in the upload Missing Persons, we see posters for multiple people who have disappeared since the opening of the Backrooms. One such poster is for Margaret Watson. Only poster of the bunch that describes not only her physical appearance, but also her car. Her car is a 1987 Ford Escort. And wouldn't you know it, but when you compare the footage from Numbers to an 87 Ford Escort, they have the same boxy appearance. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is meant to be footage of Margaret Watson no-clipping into the Backrooms on December 2nd, 1989, along with her car. But that's not all that we can get out of the secret upload.
Oh, we gotta do some organizing.
Obviously aren't
the organs.
Here, but what are they? All our usual suspects are out. Ciphers don't seem to work, it's not a phone number, and it doesn't seem to be long enough for hex code either. Nope, Kate decided to get even more creative with this one. That series of 13 numbers is actually an international standard book number, an ISBN. These are unique numeric codes used to identify books. Kind of like a fingerprint for a book, and 978-0415-263-573 is linked to a book written by Charlotte Perkins Gilman, the literary classic, The Yellow Wallpaper. Yellow wallpaper, you say? If you didn't have to read this for school, or even if you did have to read it for school and you didn't, this was a landmark piece of feminist literature about a woman slowly going insane after being forced to stay in a room with ugly yellow wallpaper. She begins to see moving shapes and people within the wallpaper, and she believes that the ugly yellow color stains everything that it touches. By the end, the woman has peeled all the wallpaper off the walls trying to help the person that's trapped inside, only for the woman to then believe that she's become that person. Now, there's little direct correlation between the short story and the Backrooms videos, but a lot of its ideas are clearly present here. For example, as we see in Pitfalls, the bacteria monsters can mimic the voices of their victims.
Hey! Can you hear me?
The monster can also infect the corpse after killing them, like we see with a victim named Nicholas Bolton in the video autopsy report. In a way, they're almost replacing their victims. The monsters are trapped in the Backrooms, like the people in the wallpaper from our short story. Their next step then should be trying to get out of the wallpaper, out of the Backrooms, and out into the real world where they can infect more. Framing this in our simulation theory, it's almost like this is a computer virus infecting reality, corrupting it, just like the ugly yellow color of the wallpaper staining everything that it touches in the short story. Now, while all of that's certainly interesting, and I always love a good excuse to work in a literary reference, it's the second secret video that really starts to break this thing wide open, and it all boils down to The Simpsons. This one is simply called The Simpsons, and it, fittingly enough, features a clip from The Simpsons, specifically the episode Bart Gets Hit by a Car.
I'd like to talk to you about bringing legal action against the fiend who did this to you, boy.
Feels super random, right? I'm just sitting here watching a Simpsons episode now. However, the clip glitches out about 35 seconds in, and suddenly we're sitting here watching a Spanish commercial for a cough medication named Dimacol. And while I can certainly stand here and draw parallels between a medicine for cough syrup and a mutated bacteria monster running around, I don't think it's the content of these clips that's important here. Instead, I suspect it's the timeline of their release. You see, Bart Gets Hit by a Car premiered in 1991. This timing makes a lot of sense. Up to this point, practically all YouTube, this thing didn't hit airwaves until about 2000. What I suspect is that async opening portals to the Backrooms temporarily messes with the flow of time. Here, that Simpsons clip from the early 90s is interrupted by a commercial from the future, only for things to return to normal after Async's experiment is done. Does it sound crazy? Yeah, it does. But time clearly works for the Backrooms, and this isn't the only example we have. Here in the Pitfalls video, as Marvin moves further into the hallway in the back of that weird house, the camera glitches just
This is one of those trust the process kind of things.
Something playing in the background. Did you hear it? It's really hard to make out, but if you listen carefully, it's actually a news broadcast from when Cuba and the United States reopened diplomatic relations. Let's compare.
Take the trip to U.S.
This dumpling has now ruined you for all future dumplings. Explore over 40 Michelin-starred restaurants within our world of hotel brands.
Building a porch with my son, or putting a deck, or doing a kitchen renovation. Money's a backdrop that helps support that. Edward Jones is an organization or a financial particular. It's very candid conversations with us.
But do you think that your current president, President Castro, will come visit the United States?
That specific broadcast, it didn't happen until July of 2015. The date of Pitfalls, meanwhile, is 1990. In this short scene, we're actually hearing news from 25 years in the future. But it doesn't just stop at news broadcasts or commercials airing decades out of their own time. We see the physical interference of time as well. As I mentioned earlier, the video presentation shows us Async losing their government contract with the Department of Energy because of an emergency lockdown. The thing that causes the lockdown? An Async researcher player accidentally enters the control center for the Backrooms. Not all that big of a deal, right? Wrong. You see, it's the same researcher that saw his team glitch out and disappear all the way back in informational video. At the end of that upload, we see him open the async control room and set off the red alert. But here's the thing. This guy disappeared on February 29th, 1990. His reappearance and presentation is on May 8th, 1990, over 2 months later. But clearly he hasn't been wandering around for that long. He's somehow been transported into the future. This can even go so far as to explain a discrepancy that I've called out in past videos. In the very first upload of the series, we see a clapperboard that clearly marks the date as July 1990 something. But the date in the description of found footage reads as September 23rd, 1996. A date that's just completely different from what we saw written on that clapperboard. When we first covered the Backrooms, I figured this was just an innocent mistake. You know, small error in dates during a point in the series when dates didn't matter all that much. But now it is clearly setting up the idea that time works differently within the Backrooms. So that begs the question, how? Why is time acting crazy, and more importantly, why now? Well, we might actually have an answer for that. You see, one of the secret uploads for the series is an archive file from March 11th, 1990. In it, we see the rooms being flooded, which would obviously explain the soggy floors. But more importantly, this is where we first learn about the concept of null zones. Now, if you don't know what these are, yeah, you probably shouldn't. They haven't been explained at all, and they've only been referenced once in the main series as a passing comment in Pitfalls.
So what if we was right about the null zones?
In the original Creepypasta's lore, there were things called null rooms, but Kane's interpretation of the entire Backrooms idea has taken a lot of liberties, and his null zones don't seem to relate all that much to null rooms in any way outside of just sharing the word null. Instead, basically all we have to go off of is this one image. It's a bit difficult to make out due to the quality of the video, but I think it reads, due to the elevation discrepancy between panel 225 and 224, a null KX field is created. It's not much to go off of, but at least it's something. And looking back at Pitfalls, things start to make a bit more sense. Marvin asks about the null zones after entering an area that's at a slightly offset elevation. Look at the difference in heights between the hallway and the neighborhood. And that news broadcast from the future, the camera picks it up only as Marvin crosses the threshold of a single stair in the hallway. Each time we see an elevation discrepancy, he is crossing a null zone. See, the phrase null KX field caught my eye.
That's a nice stable hand coming out of his gut right there.
So theorists like us could discover something about the world that he's building. So let's break down what the phrase could actually mean bit by bit, starting with null. In physics, a null is a point where two opposing quantities cancel each other out. Basically, when two equal waves meet, there's going to be a point where they perfectly reflect each other, thereby canceling each other out. The channel Electro Boom here on YouTube demonstrates this really well using sound waves.
Right now, the compressor speaker is on, and I'm going to stay out of its way and turn the second speaker on. Now I turn the speaker off again. On. Off. On.
So whatever a null KX field is, it's canceling something out, some sort of a wave. And I have a strong suspicion as to what those waves might be. Electromagnetic waves. We see what appear to be electromagnetic tubes making a ball disappear in the video prototype. And we hear talk about magnetic field distortions in other uploads like Third Test. So it seems like a solid hypothesis. Moving on to the KX here, we can assume that the X is a reference to the X-axis. You know, X, Y, and Z axes on a three-dimensional graph? Well, that explains our X, which leaves us with K as some sort of a constant. I dug around for formulas that use the specific KX nomenclature. Well, for the potential energy of a spring was certainly a possibility, but like an odd fit considering the material we're working with here. It seemed far more likely that the KX here was a reference to the numerous formulas for electromagnetic
Oh my god, he does have ears.
that use KX as a dimensional point. And here's the thing, a lot of our everyday life can be traced back to electromagnetic waves. Light, heat, electricity, radio, X-rays, microwaves, all of them have a place on the electromagnetic spectrum. And objects that use or give off those things also tend to create their own EM waves. Your phone generates EM waves. Your car, EM thanks to its alternator. What's more, every person that we've seen no clip into or experience strangeness in the Backrooms has been using technology that uses EM waves. Kane, Marvin, and the researcher from informational video were all using electronic cameras to write information onto magnetic tapes. And Margaret Wilson, she was driving her car when she no-clipped.
What do I
through.
have
What
that's a
if people
sun
are
catcher?
no-clipping into the Backrooms because they're unlucky enough to be in a spot where the electromagnetic wave from the real world happens to meet one from the Backrooms, thereby creating a null zone, canceling each other out, and letting the person slip through. Electromagnetism is also one of the four fundamental forces of nature that
Alright,
make up our world.
I'm not going to complain, but I don't think that item is
Quality of the video games also almost like an integral part of the game engine code that runs our universe. And I think that's literally the case here within the universe of the Backrooms. Through their experiments with electromagnetism, Async has glitched their own reality, like a speedrunner that intentionally manipulates the RAM of an old game to tweak the code and teleport to where they shouldn't be. But this has broken the rest of the game, the rest of reality. And now that part of the game engine is glitched. Players are randomly no-clipping into places they shouldn't be, or hearing audio from faraway futures as they wander into these null zones. More and more, the world of the
Anybody see the thread?
sound like the world's jankiest MMORPG. And just like with a video game, exploiting a few glitches here and there can really cause the game's stability to collapse. Which means it's likely that this is just the beginning. The physical world and time itself will become more and more unstable as new rooms are open and as more people clip in. What started as a high-tech way to expand your garage storage or squeeze in a few extra cubicles will suddenly the entire world at risk. The lines between the real and the simulated will start to blur to the point that, just like with the woman in the yellow wallpaper, we're
SpaghettiOs.
all affected. We're all going a little mad. We're all the ones trapped inside the wall.
God damn
But
it.
hey, if you've ever felt like you were glitching out or that you couldn't trust the reality of your computer screen, you might have just been using an unencrypted internet. Those things are dangerous, friends. Every time you connect to public Wi-Fi at an airport, a hotel, or a coffee shop, you are at risk of anyone connected to the same network stealing your personal information.
Lowers the needle.
That includes passwords, emails, financial details. Not even that hard. I mean, I'm not going to tell you how, but
Hello, thanks for stopping in.
that said, with today's
Working on some monsters tonight.
protect yourself. With just one easy click, ExpressVPN encrypts your network data with its best-in-class encryption. And that's not just protection from hackers. You live with a roommate, significant other, your parents? Well, if any of them have admin access to the network, they can see what you've been doing online. And that definitely includes all the weird pages you're visiting about electromagnetism when you're researching Backrooms lore. Or, other weird sites that you might be visiting. But if you don't feel like explaining why you're looking up time travel conspiracy theories, ExpressVPN reroutes 100% of your network traffic so that no one can see what you're doing. But if security is not your thing, what about movies? Did you know that streaming services offer different libraries of content in other countries? Because they do, and what's available outside of the US is way better than anything you get here. With ExpressVPN, you can change your online location to one of 94 countries, allowing you to access the best streaming libraries from anywhere in the world. For example, if I hop on over to Canada and check out Disney Plus, they have all the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies, plus films like Deadpool and Alien. Now I don't have to book a flight to Toronto every time I want to see Tobey Maguire fight Doc Ock. So do yourself a favor and get ExpressVPN. You can get 3 extra months for free using our link, expressvpn.com/filmtheory. Once again, that is 3 extra months for free with our link, expressvpn.com/FILMTHEORY. You just click the link down in the description below, because, no one wants to type in an actual URL. And as always, friends, I'll see you next week.
Hey creators, do any of these same. But do any of these people actually follow you? Any single one of these comments could be your next super fan or even your customer. Instead, they're just grabbing your valuable content and disappearing. Meanwhile, your follower count stays not moving. Here's what changed everything for me. Setting one simple rule, follow first. It's super simple. You'll set up your automation that says, comment blank word to get the link. They automatically get a message from you, making sure that they're following you. It actually checks, and boom, once they're actually following you, they'll get the link, the access to whatever it is that you're offering them. It's so easy to set up. It's literally a template. If you're tired of giving away your best content to ghost followers, do not sleep on ManyChat. Trust me, your content deserves followers who actually stick around.
We're done.
The lore! I have to show you the lore! Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, a show that knows that going on to YouTube can be like no clipping into the back rooms. You're minding your own business when suddenly it's days later and you have no idea how you've watched so many padlock reviews.
Very, very beefy and very robust love.
There we go.
Look at the shackle on that baby. Shout out to lockpicking lawyer, by the way, for teaching me way more about locks than I thought a human brain could consume. Anyway, today we're returning to the mono yellow walls and ceaseless hum-buzzing fluorescence of the Backrooms. In case you need to catch up, the Backrooms is an analog horror series here on YouTube.com created by indie filmmaker Kane Pixels. The initial video Kane uploaded in January of 2022 absolutely exploded in popularity, gaining over 43 million views and becoming the 7th most watched video on YouTube of the entire year. All thanks to its unique atmosphere, clever scares, and fantastic production quality. It was also built for theorists to discuss, filled to the brim with awesome ideas and hidden lore for us to decode. In fact, towards the end of the year, Steph and I even gave Kane Pixels a Streamy Award to honor him for all his incredible work.
This is a box that was delivered to my house.
So, Kane Pixels, here. Did I just no-clip into the back room? Kane, I went to the back rooms, and I got you this.
I'm just so honored to be accepting this. So I guess really the only thing I can say right now is thank you.
But now, here we are, 1 year later from that initial upload, now with a story that spans 4 decades of time and 15 videos, plus a few secret videos mixed in. The community has come up with a ton of ideas to explain this thing. Everything from alternative realities colliding to the Backrooms being an incarnation of the ancient Egyptian afterlife. Our running theory here is that the world that we see in the Backrooms is some sort of simulation, a giant video game or Matrix. What we know of as the real world is the topmost layer of that simulation. Up below the surface, there's an infinite procedurally generated world of unused and cut content. Stuff that either didn't fit or just wasn't good enough to make the cut for the real world. And while I still believe that to be the case, today I wanted to take a step back and reset. Backrooms is a tricky series to talk about. Nothing is presented in chronological order. Things tend to jump back and forth in time, with some earlier videos referencing events from later videos that haven't technically happened yet. Heck, the very first video that Kane ever uploaded is currently one of the last ones in the timeline. So today, I wanted to do something a little different. I wanted to sit down and make a definitive timeline of exactly what's happened and when, so we can get ourselves a clear overview of everything that's going on in this giant mystery that Kane's crafting. And in doing this, in seeing what fits where, and more importantly, what doesn't fit where, we'll be able to learn a lot more about this story. Spoiler alert, friends, there appears to be a massive time loop we're dealing with, and we might just be witnessing the collapse of an entire universe. Jump into those hazmat suits and hold on to the red guideline, friends. We're going in. The very first event that we see in the series actually comes from the most recent upload as I'm writing this script, Overflow. This video takes place on August 7th, 1972, as we can see thanks to the signature of a man named Ivan Beck. Over the course of this 2-minute video, we also hear a radio broadcast about the Lend-Lease Agreement, which has the preview in 1972. Meanwhile, the electrical or radiation is overtaken by a green glow that shakes everything violently before
Or I could do different things.
The video ends with the night sky now mirror reflected. Something in the universe has fundamentally changed. From there, we fast forward by about a decade to the early 1980s, when a Central California-based company called ASIC begins researching electromagnetism.
We're gonna go with a full mouth.
One such test of a strange electromagnetic device in the video prototype. Over the next several years, ASIC would refine this prototype into Project KV-31, otherwise known as the Low Proximity Magnetic Distortion System. On July 2nd, 1988, ASIC performs a failed 3rd test of the system, but it's their 6th test that really matters. On October 17th, 1989 at 5:04 p.m. Pacific, they power up the system.
Got some old stuffing in there.
Successfully open a portal to the Backrooms. They have made first contact. However, this move has dire consequences. 5:04 p.m. was the exact time of a real-world magnitude 6.9 earthquake that hit California, killing 63 and injuring thousands more. All of this is confirmed in archival footage found in the secret video collateral.mov. And that's not the worst of it. From that point forward, the world is just glitched. Small, unseen portals into and out of the Backrooms start popping up everywhere. People begin no-clipping through reality, never to be seen again. Starting in October of 1989, the number of missing persons reports skyrockets. This is confirmed in the video titled Missing Persons. Obvious video title is obvious. We soon learn that some of these portals are even big enough for entire cars to slip through, like we see in a secret, undated video that must come from around the same period. Meanwhile, back in the lab, ASIC begins to send in research teams. On February 3rd of 1990, they begin their first mission. Inside the Backrooms, this team of scientists discover the body of Nicholas Bolton, one of the people called out as having gone missing. Fun fact, the picture used for Bolton here is actually the senior photograph of Nathan Barnett, whom you might recognize as Dad from one of my other another favorite creepy YouTube series that we've covered here on the channel several times. Go figure, it's almost like subscribing to this channel is a great way to learn about all the coolest series that you should be watching right now. Just a random thought that popped into my head, but you know, the subscribe button is down below this video in case you want to use it. Interestingly, Nicholas's body is covered in what appears to be some sort of black, moldy growth. 2 days later, on February 5th, in the video autopsy report, the medical report on Bolton's body shows that it contains a mutant strain of Hay bacillus bacteria, which is slowing decay of some parts of the body while completely overtaking others. The coroner questions Async about where they found this thing.
May I ask, where this subject came from?
Which Async must not have liked. During this video, a bunch of images flash across the CRT television, including one that states contract termination. Originally, I thought that this was a contract termination between Async and the US government, but I actually found a wider, clearer version of this exact image in a trailer that Kane uploaded back when the Backrooms was just a school project. And the version of that document reads employment contract termination. So I'm guessing that the doctor started asking too many questions and was let go as a result. Next up on our timeline is February 29th, 1990, and the upload informational video. Here we see Async send in another group of scientists. This is also the first appearance of actual named living characters. In the group we have Marvin Lee and the camera operator Peter Tench. During their mission, Tench gets distracted by voices coming from an unseen party in a nearby hallway. He separates from the group briefly to investigate, but almost immediately he's met with a glitch that makes the rest of the team disappear. Without knowing it, Peter has jumped forward in time. We're gonna rejoin him in a minute, but back to the rest of the team. From Async's perspective, Peter's team didn't disappear, Peter did. He just vanished into thin air, so the rest presumably returned to headquarters to report his disappearance. We see the fallout of Peter going missing less than a week later, March 5th, 1990, in the video Motion Detected. Freaked out by an employee disappearing with no explanation, Async creates a new enclosed control room just on the other side of the Backrooms portal. They also rig up motion sensing cameras near the entrance to track everything that's coming and going throughout the space. And it's a good thing they did too, because that night at 3:53 a.m. we captured the image of a dark, blobby shape across the ceiling. We don't know it yet at this point in the timeline, but later we're going to learn that this is likely a black, gooey monster made of a mutant strain of bacteria, the very same bacteria that infected Nicholas Bolton. We know this because Kane has posted a picture of the creature on his Ko-Fi account labeled Bacteria. We are definitely going to see more from that guy later in the timeline. A little over 2 months later, on May 6th, 1990, another group of explorers are sent to the Backrooms in the video Pitfalls. This team consists of an unnamed woman, 2 men named Mark and George, and Marvin Lee, now manning the camera. The party comes across a strange room with several holes in the floor and a door across the gap. One of the men carefully crosses the expanse, opens the door, and discovers a greenish glow. Instead of just saying what he sees, he calls over to Marvin to record it. But as Marvin tries to cross the room, he falls into one of the holes and to a lower level of the Backrooms. There, he discovers an underground neighborhood complete with trees and houses and streetlights. But things are just a little bit off here. Houses are built strangely.
Alright, put you to the side for a minute.
The houses, Marvin finds a room where someone's clearly been living, but whoever was there, they're gone now. When he hears a voice that's crying out, he goes to investigate, only to be met with another bacteria monster. This one chasing Marvin back to the hole that he fell into. Thankfully, Marvin's team's able to pull him back to safety and he escapes. The next video report takes place immediately afterwards, with the team returning to Async's headquarters and sharing what Marvin found. This clearly concerns the Async staff, but because of the important upcoming presentation with the US government, they decide to just paper over the issue for the short term. A makeshift wall is constructed, sealing off the Pitfalls area for the time being as they further fortify their control room. 2 days later, on May 8th, 1990, we get the upload presentation, where Async hosts several government officials to pitch him A-Space, their vision for the Backrooms, an infinite storage and living solution. They're just pitching to any old US government officials. Notice the DOE watermark. These are representatives from the Department of Energy, including this guy right here who looks a lot like James Watkins, the real-world Secretary of Energy from this time period. During a video glitch back in Pitfalls, we see reverse text that reads, "to deceive the Fed," which likely extrapolates out to deceive the federal government. I bet that this is text of some sort of internal memo at Async, worrying about deceiving the DOE during these negotiations. Regardless of any concern, though, the presentation goes well. We see Async talking to the DOE about contracts afterwards, and one scientist confirms in a secret video that everything went according to plan.
Actually, the one for the negotiation pictures and the contract should be executed by next week.
Except, there was something that didn't go quite according to plan that day. Remember Peter Tench, the async researcher who glitched out and disappeared? Well, after witnessing his squad disappearing into thin air, Peter tried his best to get back to async's headquarters without any sort of guideline. And he finds all sorts of weird stuff on his own adventure, including a section of wall removed to reveal a secret area with forest print wallpaper, farm equipment, and the facade of a house. Eventually, Peter's able to make his way back to the Backrooms exit, discovering the new control room that Async built after his disappearance. He's able to open it with his key card, but it sets off a motion sensing alarm inside at the exact same time that Async is in contract negotiations with the DOE. We straight up
too
see
small.
Peter in the Async control room from
Do it
the
anyway.
security camera's perspective in the background. Just so we're all clear about what's exactly happening here, this is over 2 months after Peter disappeared. When he glitched, he actually traveled forward in time. This really throws Async's leadership for a loop. In the hidden video recording 014, we hear a phone call between an Async researcher and a supervisor, Ivan Beck. Still on the same day, May 8th, 1990.
Wait, hold on. This isn't him, is it?
As this conversation continues, the image of a newspaper fades on the screen. When reversed, this headline clearly reads, "Fiery wreck beside Viney leaves one dead." Now, Viney is
Too wide. Can't do it.
a vineyard where they make
I won't
wine
do
in
it.
the town of
Looks good from
Vineyard
this.
near Sacramento in Central California. Either way, we can gather from this headline
I could do it anyway.
conversation that Async believes Peter was dead, and that after he disappeared, they covered it up by staging a car accident so Peter's family wouldn't ask any questions. And when Peter realizes what's happened, and he's traveled into the future, and that his family thinks that he's dead, probably doesn't react all that well to it. There was likely some conflict with Async's higher-ups, which resulted in Peter either escaping the facility back into the back rooms, or Async just launched him back into the back rooms because he was a security risk. One way or another, Peter winds up trapped back in the back rooms, which leads us to the next video, Reunion. It's a few weeks later, May 25th, 1990. After Marvin's encounter with the bacteria monster, Async uses a remote control rover to return to the Pitfalls room and confirm that it's safe. They send more explorers and scientists in, creating a safe walkway to the door on the other side. Of course, we still don't get to see what's behind that door. Async instead decides to send the cameraman Marvin along with Mark and another researcher to explore the area around the Pitfalls room. Now knowing that there's a dangerous creature that roams through these halls, Mark is armed with a shotgun to protect the crew. The trio head into a new area with no ceiling lights and floors made from white concrete epoxy instead of carpets. It's here that they discover evidence that someone's been living in this area. Tiles have been knocked off of the ceiling, seemingly as a trail to follow, and a map has been etched into one of the walls. However, before the group can really speculate about what's going on, they're ambushed
Where's
by
the container with the fangs? Little bowl.
It's our old friend Peter Tench once again. He's been living back here since his escape or banishment from Async. Peter laments that Async
It looked like this, but didn't have this in it.
they held a funeral for him. His family thinks that he's dead. The group confirms that yes, they did hold a funeral. Everyone thinks he's dead. Async is clearly
There's the blue bow I was looking for.
secret from basically
Stick this on.
being held at gunpoint, Mark calls for backup, only for Peter to shoot him and kill him as the video ends. At this point, we hit a pretty significant time jump, with the next video being a secret archive video compiled over a year later in June of 1991. Nothing really noteworthy happens in it, I'm just including it for completionist's sake. If we want something really interesting, though, we jump forward again to found footage number 2, taking place on August 19th, 1995.
I haven't gone anywhere. I haven't done anything. Where's the container with the fangs?
Over 5 since the events of Reunion. In found footage number 2, a girl in a suburban home discovers a small portal into the back room hidden in her garage. After experimenting with it for a bit, she's pulled in. Inside the back rooms, she finds strange giant furniture, a locked door that she can't open, and perhaps most strangely, a car.
I haven't gone anywhere. I haven't done anything. I haven't left this area. Where is it?
Thought that this was the car that no-clipped off the freeway that we saw in the Secret Numbers video, but Kane confirmed
Where
that
is
it's actually
it?
a different vehicle. Given that Kane also confirmed that
Did I put it on the shelf? I'm looking at the shelf. I'm not seeing it.
that means that at least 3 cars have no-clipped into the back rooms. If I had a nickel for every time that happened, I mean, I'd have 3 nickels. It's not a lot, but it is weird that it's happened at least 3 times. Anyway, the girl follows a trail of blood from the driver of the car into an area of the back rooms that looks more residential, but she doesn't find a body. Instead, she finds a room overtaken by black vines. These aren't just any old, creepy who comes to life and starts chasing the girl. She runs back through everything that she's explored thus far, moving down into a lower level that resembles indoor swimming pools. She she winds up at a dead end. Before the monster can get her, the room is engulfed with a strange green light that causes the camera to black out. All of this leads us back to the very first video that Kane uploaded in the series, found footage number 1.
Where the fuck is it?
Covered by Async on September 23rd, 1996, we see an independent director named Kane filming with his...
on the floor. I don't see it on the floor. Found it. Right in front of me. Alright.
with his friends before he trips.
Put him in Put him to the side for a minute.
Weird architecture, items that are completely out of place, and markings left by previous people who no-clipped in, Kane encounters another bacteria monster. He runs away, chased by the creature before being cornered and presumably killed. As the monster takes him, his camera falls down a hole, no coming back out of the back rooms, and well, that's the end of the main uploads of the series. There is one final one that I should include in the timeline. The secret upload home27647.mov, which likely takes place during the early 2000s. This is just a home video with some glitchy sections and strange imagery.
Where is it? Right here.
I know that it takes place is off thanks to this frame right here. See that TV over on the right? This sort of flat screen CRT television with the silver casing was popular back in early to mid 2000s, meaning that
I have to do this in the proper order.
So, stepping back and looking at everything laid out here, the main story follows Async's experiments, its employees, and its impact on the world. That much is obvious. But the more important story here seems to be the one that's hidden under the surface. Remember the green light that's popped up a few times over the series? It appears most prominently towards the end of the timeline in found footage number 2, but remember, it was also the first thing that we see in the series chronologically right now. In Overflow, a near-identical looking green light fills whatever station we're in the early 70s. Considering that the building from Overflow shakes pretty darn violently, similar to what we see happening at Async's headquarters during First Contact, I believe that this was some sort of portal opening at least briefly into the Backrooms. And not just any type of portal either, a time portal. Given how similar it looks to what we see surrounding the girl in found footage number 2, I wouldn't be surprised if she or her camera were sent back in time to the early 70s. I know this sounds crazy, but we already are aware that time acts strangely in the Backrooms. One of the major events of the series is Peter slipping forward in time by several months, so we know that things can be physically transported in time in this universe. We also know that things from the future can intrude in the past. In previous theories, we've discussed how one of the secret videos showed us a cough medicine commercial from the early 2000s interrupting a Simpsons episode that aired in the early 90s. We also heard a broadcast in 2015 during the Pitfalls video, a video that happened 25 years before that broadcast ever aired.
Do you think that your current President Castro, will come visit the United States?
Taking that to its logical conclusion, something physically entering the Backrooms and then exiting at some point in the past is entirely possible. Additionally, the name on that document from Overflow, Ivan Beck. Kane zooms in real close to make sure that we remember that one real good. Ivan Beck. Now, why does that name sound so familiar?
Trying to get hold of my stupid like that Ivan Beck.
Mr. Beck, may I ask where this subject came from?
Yep, Ivan Beck is a high-ranking Async official. I think that this girl from Found Footage 2, or at the very least her camera, made it back to the 1970s and into the hands of Ivan Beck and an early Async. That could be the whole inciting incident of the series, creating some sort of time loop paradox. Async gets a hold of this footage of the Backrooms, which then makes them want to explore it. They open the gateway, which breaks reality, and eventually this girl no-clips in, winding up back in time, starting the loop over. This might even explain the name of the video, Overflow. Time is literally overflowing and running over the edge. What's more, during their exploration, Async may have just found themselves another time portal. The only other time that we see a greenish glow in the series is door across the room in Pitfalls. And get a load of this. As Marvin is falling down the hole in that video, we see a camera glitch. And text hidden within that reads, quote, while data could be inferred from the readings, nobody knew what would actually be found on the other side. What if what they found was a portal to another time and place? That would certainly fit our description. Either way, whatever Async is doing, it is bad for the rest of us. One of the stranger moments of the series up until now has been this extended shot from the very beginning of Reunion, focusing on a coffee cup with the letters MLML and some coordinates on the front. Now at first I thought this might be some Roman numeral, but it's not actually a valid Roman numeral. You can't have MLM as a sequence in Roman numerals. So I opened up our trusty old Google Maps and typed in the coordinates, giving us the rough location of the real world Moss Landing Marine Laboratories. So that solves the MLML mystery. And a bit more digging shows us that this logo is actually a riff on a real one that Moss Landing has used in the past. But the ocean messaging doesn't end with MLML. In fact, I believe that we can actually decode the biggest theme of the series based on a video just drowning in ocean metaphors. You may have noticed that I haven't mentioned one of the mainline videos of the Backrooms canon yet. I Remember. Well, that's largely because we don't know where this one slots into the timeline. There's no date associated with it, so there's really no place to put it. In fact, not really sure that the quote-unquote events that take place in this video are literal. The whole thing is just renderings of important places and people to async and Backrooms lore, angled and reflected like Inception or Doctor Strange, all as a voiceover narration reads a poetic passage. It's more of an artistic piece, really, but it is considered part of the Backrooms canon. And here's the thing, the voiceover also has an ocean theme, just like that ML reference. Just listen to what it says.
Overlooking the sea, the skies turned dark. The house was taken by the sea, cast down to the seabed with all the other forgotten things.
All spoken as we see images of the ocean, but also really take in what this video is saying. The speaker had a home that sat beside the sea, but it collapsed into it and sank to the bottom. Forgotten. This is clearly a metaphor. We're not talking about houses and oceans, we're talking about the world and the Backrooms and A6 experiments making the world more and more unstable. Remember when I called out the last shot of Overflow? After the green light flares up and something from the Backrooms is sent back in time to here, we see the sky reflected at the earliest possible point in our timeline without any other async experiments that we know of. But afterwards, we get more and more of that reflected imagery in I Remember as async continues their experiments. This is even reflected in another line from I Remember.
Alright, there's Winnie the Pooh.
Reflections, those are the seams along the sky. The tears in reality as everything starts to fall apart. This might have even happened before, in a previous reality or simulation of our world. Number 2, we see parts of a home inside the Backrooms as the girl explores the area, including this part here with a strange banister and railway in front of an empty room. Here's the thing, this is identical to a room that we see in the secret Home 27647 video. The unique bars on the railing, the way there's an open-air entrance in the room behind it, and a door off the right wall, this is the same architecture, but one is in the Backrooms and one is in our real world. Want more proof? The girl takes a prolonged look at this painting before the bacteria monster wakes up and starts chasing her. And in the secret video, we again get a prolonged look at that very same painting in the home. And remember, based on the TV we see here, this video was likely taken in the 2000s, several years before Found Footage 2 takes place. So how could these details be in the Backrooms now? Is it another time loop situation? Maybe. Or maybe it's because these are from previous iterations of our world, of the simulation that was destabilized and collapsed
water on that
into
spot.
the Backrooms. In other words, the house that fell into the sea. There's a map shown in the Home 27647 video of the Ptolemaic system, a geocentric model of the universe that suggests that Earth is the unmoving center of everything. And isn't it interesting that this very specific map that Kane chose to include in this video is very yellow? The last line that I remember is, "You have always been here. Everything revolves around the Backrooms, whether it be in a time loop or a simulation or both. It's the center of everything."
Use every finger but the ones I've got wet.
To collapse into the Backrooms once again. The house to fall back into the sea once again. You have always been here. In this series, in this world, the Backrooms has always been a part of it. We're just a layer on top waiting to collapse down into it. And laying out the story Kane's trying to tell here doesn't feel like our world has that much time left. But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory. And cuts. And hey, remember when I mentioned the Dad channel earlier in this episode? If you want to check out us decoding the mysteries of the Dad Feels channel here on YouTube, that video's on the left. If you enjoy the Backrooms, you'll probably enjoy that one too. Or you just click the subscribe button on the right. Pretty soon, YouTube might have to get rid of its recommendation algorithm because of some lawsuit that's going on. So if you ever want to find this channel again, subscribe now, or, we'll just disappear into the Backrooms with billions of other videos. That's a big change that may happen at some point later this year. So go and subscribe to a channel that you're going to enjoy most content from.
Release me from your sticky strings. Oh, hi guys. What do you think about Teddy Bear? Are you cute? I wonder if his tongue is dry yet. Let me check that. A few minutes. All right. Dry enough. Get some of the strings out. Just easier to work that way. I'm really enjoying adding tongues to them this year. It's a little special little detail, don't you think?
Hulk Hogan, he's got Pastamania in the Mall of America. I want to try to get a word with him. Pastamania? He's got all my Hulkamaniacs running amok. You know, I've eaten so many Hulkaroos and Hulkyous, I kind of feel sorry.
Fun fact, that restaurant would go on to receive 3 Michelin stars. Well, I hope you carbo loaded on that Pastamania, Hulkamaniacs, because tonight we're no-clipping once more into the Backrooms, the analog horror series right here on YouTube, produced by Kane Pixels. Last time we wandered through these jaundiced hallways, we were looking for a means of escape, a way to survive the endless maze of humming fluorescents and soggy carpets. But today, we're looking for something different. We're looking for...
No, wait, what have I done? No, shit, I fucked up. Damn it, I'm too ambitious. Angus, my hand in there. There we go. I can't read it when the tongue's in there. Whoopsie.
What about the dead man that we find hidden in the middle of the maze, covered in a violent explosion of black? Who is this guy? What is this guy? And most importantly of all, should we be concerned about that monster roaming the halls? Probably, right? Usually a giant roaring...
Rats, that was a dumb thing to do. I'm getting tired and doing things in the wrong order.
Grab your toe line today.
There we go. Okay. Dry. Alright, we'll put the tongue in a minute.
About timeline, shall we? Part of what makes the lore of the Backrooms so hard to crack in an initial watch is that it follows the tried and true formula of series like the Walton Files, Mandela Catalog, and Snap, where the story is just told out of order. The very first upload of the series, Backrooms Found Footage, actually comes last in the timeline currently, September 23rd, 1996. So, through the power of reorganization, let's recap what we know in the order that we know it. Our story begins in 1982 with Async, a corporation conducting scientific research into magnetism and or electromagnetic field generators under government contract during the Cold War. In our first video of the series, Prototype, a video that, no joke, released as I was writing this paragraph, so forgive me if I miss anything in it, we get our first event of the series. A metallic marble is surrounded by what appears to be electromagnetic field generating tubes. Notice how the shape and general design matches diagrams for similar real-life generators. The system fires up, just like that, the ball is gone, presumably teleported to some space within space, thereby making the ball a subspace emissary, if you will. I hate myself for that joke, but then again, you don't pass up the opportunity to make the very rare subspace emissary joke. Anyway, by July of 1988, Async, emboldened by that initial success, has given their distortion field experiments a full-size ball called Project KD-31. According to the video of the third test, the goal of these experiments was to solve, quote, all future storage and housing needs. So it seems like the foundation of our story here is that science discovers an entire other universe of endless space, and our first thought was, hey, it's a good place to store our junk. In total, Async conducts 5 failed tests to try and open a portal to this subspace before the 6th finally proves successful. On October 17th, 1989 at 5:04 p.m. Pacific, with the generator beefed up and something redacted being introduced into something else redacted, the threshold gets cranked up and blasts out a light show that seems to almost shake the facility apart. When the smoke clears, the Backrooms themselves have finally appeared on the other end. Async has achieved first contact. Unfortunately, that's not the only thing that happened. That date and time, 5:04 p.m. on October 17th, 1989, also happened to be, in reality, the moment of magnitude 6.9 hit the central coast of California, killing 63 and injuring thousands more. The timing here is clearly not meant to be a coincidence, as a secret unlisted video on Kane Pixels' channel gives us real archival news footage from the Loma Prieta quake, including a map highlighting the location of the earthquake's epicenter, the Santa Cruz Mountains. In short, we now know where our Async test facility is hidden. It's here, the epicenter of that devastating quake. And from that point forward, the world appears to be glitched. We see in the video missing persons that from October 1989 onward,
I feel like I just
ordinary people just start to go missing as they no
watch this episode.
Falling into this newly opened Backrooms metaspace.
That sweet matrimony of almonds and vanilla flavor on your spoon. I do. Oh,
looking for an insight in that data forever.
Oh.
Too perfect.
No, I thought you did.
I'm gonna tell her.
Oh, no.
A little bit more.
All the while, Async is slowly exploring this new environment. On February 3rd, 1990, they have their first major discovery. A mysterious dead body coated in what appears to be some type of black mold or aged blood splatter. So far in the series, he remains as an unidentified John Doe. But my suspicion is that this is actually Nicholas Bolton, a missing person that we see at the top of the upload. Notice a few details here. First, he's not wearing the hazmat suit, which clearly tells us that this is not an Async employee. Instead, it's someone who no-clipped into the Backrooms. Second, to compare their physical appearances,
bubbling.
notice the wider nose, hulled forehead,
Oh, it's
hoodie,
talking to me.
just like we see on Nicholas's missing poster. Around the same time, we also see that Async's government contract appears to have been canceled. In the next video autopsy report, we get
I know it's still hot and I shouldn't be risking my brush like this, but I'm going in. Because I'm stubborn.
Things aren't looking too great for Async, and they're about to get worse. Just shy of 1 month later, the fourth member of an Async exploration crew is lured away from the rest by mysterious voices in the walls and ceiling, only to see his team glitch out of space when he tries to rejoin them.
Guys, can you hear this? You guys, can you hear this? Hey! Guys? George?
Now lost, he wanders the hallways, stumbling across a bizarre theater with burned remains in the middle of the floor, as well as a smaller crawl space with non-carpeted floors, forest print wallpaper, and the facade of a house with farm equipment out front. As he continues his search, we see what looks to be an exit into an Async control room, considering his keycard works on the door and his sounds of relief. But it winds up empty, and his presence triggers a red alert. End of upload. About
There we go.
later, on March 5th, Async rigs cameras to motion sensors to capture the action of what's going on in the Backrooms while people aren't
I can
there.
get it now.
We see Async crew members constructing...
Alright, let's try it again.
Yeah, because that's what the Backrooms needed. More rooms. Humanity, you dumb. Later that night at 3 a.m., the cameras capture a bizarre dark shape that seems to be moving along the walls or the ceiling. Looks like the
There.
Backrooms monsters...
Wait for him to dry.
Don't explore the Backrooms at 3 a.m. Asterisk scary. Asterisk you will cry. Asterisk shooketh. Which then brings us all the way back to the first ever upload, Kane's original found footage video. In 1996, a young cinematographer named Kane no-clips through the ground, falling into the Backrooms, where he encounters some kind of monster that attacks and presumably kills him, sending his camera falling through yet another clip and back out into reality. Frame by frame during this moment, you can actually see Kane's whole body here being attacked by the monster as it falls. A very cool little detail.
Alright, so Winnie the Pooh. It's dry enough to go on the shelf. I'm gonna add him to the stuff going up the stairs.
What is
Give it the thumbs up.
Why are there voices in farmhouses hidden inside the walls? Well, let's start with the monster. Is it human? Doesn't appear to be. It can probably also eliminate animal and bird. An insect?
Alright, now, this needs another coat of red, which I keep tainting with the black. Stop that.
I've seen some people suggest that it could be a ghost or an energy monster. No, energy monster, not monster energy. Regardless, we can eliminate both options because it has a physical form. It is able to throw objects and grab Kane. No, I think the Backrooms has already told us what this thing is. It's a mutated bacteria. Now, I know, bacteria are supposed to be really small, literally microorganisms, where the Backrooms monster is anything but. However, one thing that bacteria love to do is form colonial organisms. Animals that are actually groups of smaller animals all Voltron together. TLDR, I think that's what we're looking at here.
Okay, now, let's get these guys back to work.
By exposure to human DNA, specifically a mutated strain of A. bacillus. That may seem specific, but there's a definite reason for it. You see, after Async discovers the mysterious dead body, they conduct an autopsy report on it, confirming that it's been decayed at uneven rates and haven't been overtaken by a mutated strain of bacteria.
It's like portions of the body stopped decaying and persisting. I took samples of some material. It seems to be closer to a mutated strain of simple bacillus. It should be completely benign, but really, I don't know what to make of this.
Well, don't worry, Doc, because I do. You see, A. bacillus, also known as Bacillus subtilis, is pretty darn common, living in places like the human and cow digestive systems. It's a broad-shaped bacteria that's generally pretty harmless. Science just loves these little guys. It's used a lot in experiments because it's very easy to genetically modify. This is one of the all-purpose cultures you'll find in almost any lab using bacteria for research because it's durable, it's manipulable, and it adapts in a very elastic way. And because it's so strong and resilient, it's been used to test out extreme environments like outer space, which I call out because later in the video autopsy report, we see that quick montage of images I mentioned earlier, and it includes close-ups of bacteria cultures along with rocket and space imagery, all seeming to relate to this very idea. Oh yeah, that's also been used by the military. Between 1950 and 1970, the U.S. Army released aerosolized bacteria believed to be harmless over populated areas of the country without telling anyone, all to study what the impact might look like if an enemy ever tried something similar. Another test was conducted on the New York subway system in 1966, utilizing our little hay bacteria. They kind of just dumped it in through the sewer grate and people dusted it off their shoulders. Here's the thing, Army, when you're on a New York subway, the biggest biological threat isn't the sketchy bacteria powder that you're dumping on us, it's the guy open mouth hacking into my face during rush hour. Anyway, all this about durability and space and genetic mutation makes me think that our monster is a walking, roaring bacteria culture surviving in the backrooms and evolving by coming into contact with the humans that keep no-clipping in. And that's not just speculation either. Kane has seemed to confirm parts of this. Recently on his account, which is basically...
Let me go to the fucking moon.
This picture of the monster explicitly labeled as bacteria. Something tells me you're gonna need some more than antibiotics to kill that bacterial infection. Now that is what's called biological warfare. So that's a little bit about monster, but then what are the backrooms themselves? What exactly are they, and what's their nature telling us about the world this story is setting? Well, we're talking about internet urban legends based video series.
Oh shit, I didn't cut enough for that section.
Dates to 2019. The lore and branching ARGs all come up later, and these videos have all gone up in the last few months. This is a brand new evolving concept, but the bigger idea that it's grounded in, that the world we know has secret hollow spaces behind the scenes that we aren't supposed to enter, that idea goes way back into ancient mythology and folklore, probably as old as the human psyche itself. The ancient Greeks believed that spirits of the dead and plenty of other things inhabited an entire underworld of caves and caverns. The 19th century French occultist Joseph Alexandre Saint-Yves Marquis de Levon, how's that for a name, advanced what he claimed was evidence of an inner world inside the earth itself called Agartha, that some people still think is a thing today. Even the idea of just ordinary maintenance tunnels and access shafts all over the world being connected to a more sinister purpose was part of background mythology in Jordan Peele's horror movie Us. It's a very familiar looking wallpaper, but of them all, the Backrooms is probably most similar to the work of mid-20th century sci-fi horror creator Richard Matheson. He wrote the stories that inspired I Am Legend and The Incredible Shrinking Man, as well as many episodes of Star Trek and Twilight Zone, including the infamous Gremlin on the Wing episode with William Shatner. But perhaps most importantly for us today, he wrote Little Girl Lost, an episode of The Twilight Zone that was so iconic it would be parodied by The Simpsons years later in one of their Halloween episodes using really expensive for the time 3D animation.
It's like, did anyone see the movie Tron?
No. In both versions of the story, a character accidentally finds themselves passing through an imperceptible rift between our dimension and another, unable to find their way out, getting lost in a vast, confusing, repetitive maze. Sound familiar? Really similar to the idea of falling into the Backrooms. In fact, the only real difference between all these stories is the terminology involved. In the original Backrooms lore, they say that you've no reality, a phrase borrowed from video games to describe with solid graphical
I'll get that in a minute.
one another in a way that the program doesn't intend, resulting in the player character ending up in an empty space outside of the quote-unquote level box. This sometimes allows you to skip around and cheat, especially when you're talking about older games when developers were still figuring out how to make 3D work. Now, Kane Pixels' Backrooms has yet to make any explicit reference to this. We have never heard the phrase no clipping, and we have not once seen any references to video games or digital worlds. In fact, Kane's
I'm just throwing them on the floor.
concept of Backrooms and layering on a science fiction rationale to ground it in a very believable reality. And yet, video game stuff.
Just a minute, I'm gonna call my mom.
Hi, it's Lynn and Holly. Leave us a message. Have a nice day.
And I'm out of teeth just like that. Make another batch of them.
Linda.
What a waste product. No, better for next time. Hello? Are you there? Hello? Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear?
So far.
Hello.
Hi, Mom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Holly?
Yeah.
Hello?
I'm here. Hello? Can you hear me? Fuck it. I'm gonna be right back. Can't deal with this. Hello? I can hear you before. Tables are turned. Working on it. I think I've got 10 done so far today. Yeah. It is. Of course it is. Yeah, we're at 11, so. Alright, I'm back. Oopsie. Alright. Got these done. I don't know if they're going to stay or not. Some were puffing up, so I set one on top of the other, but... Oh, that one had the hot glue on it. Whoopsie. Oh, did it end?
The key is right here at 5:45, the very first upload. Check out the rope. It's sitting there.
What did I miss? Anything?
At first, I thought nothing of it.
Never.
Just
Hi, guys.
garbage on the ground, whatever. But then 1 month later, we get this at the midpoint of informational video. As the lost async employee explores the smaller crawl space with forced wallpaper, he stumbles across the facade of a farmhouse, and near it is this, an axe leaning against the wall. Again, a singular object just sitting there alone, waiting to get picked up. So we're wandering through a maze made of geometric shapes and repeating textures. Stalked by a monster, and random useful objects are just sitting there out in the open on the ground, waiting to get picked up. No real context around them. It looks a lot to me like a video game, the kind of video game you might no-clip in or out of. To me, this whole area with the tree texture wallpaper, the facade of a house on the wall, the random old-time farm tools that just look slightly geometrically off, this looks like the exact way older 3D video games, I'm talking PlayStation 1 era, would use polygons and flat textures to try and render outdoors and nature settings within level box designs. They would paint the walls to look like trees. They would paper the sky blue with textures. They would stick a house facade onto a giant rectangle to surround the door that they want you to go into. Check out the wheelbarrows, specifically the shadows of the wheelbarrows. Notice how they don't really move or shift position as the bright flashlight beam moves? While this certainly could be just 3D animation issues, it also reflects how many early video games couldn't or didn't use dynamic shaders. Shadows, if they existed at all, tended to be fixed and painted onto textures. This saved on processing power, but also gave objects a bit of a flat look. There's even a point where our async employee leans in close to the wheelbarrows where it looks like the wallpaper pixel smears into just color lines. Again, like you'd see in a video game with texture mapping on the fritz. So if the Backrooms is indeed the space you go to when you no-clip through the ground, like we see Kane do in episode 1, then we're looking at evidence that reality itself on our side of the threshold is also a simulation. It could very well be that this whole series is just a modern take on the Matrix, a simulation that no one realizes they're in. And when Async opens the door to the Backrooms, they're finding a storage area for the extra unused assets, the procedurally generated worlds, the levels that just haven't quite made the cut yet. As Kane explores the various levels in the series' first upload, we see office supplies and warehouses, but also residential-style railings and exteriors of buildings that are clearly indoors. Hardwood floors, heating filing cabinets. It's a mishmash of random assets, like when you're exploring a library of 3D assets from something like a game engine. All of reality being a simulation would also explain the voices that lure the async employee away in the informational video. Listen to the sound. These aren't voices that are explicitly trying to lure him away. It's not sinister in any way. It's just general white noise of a busy office or a party, almost as though reality is breaking through. While he's wandering around in a simulation on a computer, an office party is going on, one layer of reality up. But outside of the wall textures and random objects just sitting out in the open like a video game, there's one piece of evidence that really clinches it for me. Something that gets me to raise my eyebrow. Notice the date on this upload. February 29th, 1990. Here's the mind blow. That can't be correct. There is no such day in existence. February has 28 days, and 1990 was not a leap year. Hey, sussy bata. To me, this wasn't a mistake. Kane already picked first contact to happen on a day when a major real-world earthquake occurred. The dates in this series matter. It tells me that we're existing in a reality different from our own. One where a February 29th, 1990 can exist. A simulated reality. And the Backrooms is the boundary between worlds, where the separation becomes just a little bit thinner, allowing things like office voices and, who knows, maybe even a virulent bacteria into the simulation. Am I right? Will Async be able to break through the boundary? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory. And cut.
Cabinets from China are perfect for tighter entryways. 3 rows of rotating shelves provide ample room for fitting all of your shoes. The drawers at the top are perfect for out-the-door essentials, and there's even a built-in hat rack on top. Click to get yours now.
Pag kailangan ng parents ko ng konting extra money, magte-text sila ng, ang ladder. Lumagis din ako, sobrang katinang kaliwang palad. Malay natin kung makati talaga. Pero, sila ko ng perang, nagteremity app. Just like that.
Eh, paano pag makati yung paa? Magkakapera din ako?
Baka at least ko dyan. Kailangan mo pa-check ko yun. Quick kwento ang bawat pala. Kasama ang release sa lahat. One easy app para magpadala ng pera sa Pilipinas.
Venus? What?
Thanks to Google for sponsoring a portion of today's video.
Again?
Truly astonishing. This could rewrite everything we know about Egyptian society. The world has to know. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, the show that goes on weekly archaeological digs to look for that buried lore. Now, today we're doing something a little bit different. We're taking the script and throwing it out the window. You see, normally when we do a lore theory, they all build off the previous videos in the series like a wobbly Jenga stack. That way, bit by bit, piece by piece, we get closer to the truth. And if something's wrong, well, we go back and course correct before moving on from there. But what if someone else has it all figured out? What if we are so completely off base that already wobbly stack of lore is also built on, like, I don't know, rubber band legs while an earthquake is going on? I am talking about bad theories, friends. I mean, it's not like we've ever had any of those before, but seriously, there's always more than one way to analyze a franchise, and Kane Pixels' Backrooms is the perfect example of this. Now, in case you don't know, the Backrooms is a massively popular analog horror web series found right here on YouTube, created by the visual effects artist Kane Pixels. It's all about a creepy alternate dimension of endless office hallways that people keep no-clipping into and then getting trapped in, as well as the scientific research company Async, who keeps trying to figure out what the Backrooms are all about. Right now, our working lore theory is that the world of the Backrooms is actually one big simulation. Async's experiments have broken part of the game engine that's running simulation, thereby allowing people to no-clip into areas with cut content or unused ideas. And because they've broken it, now everything is glitched, putting the world in danger. But you see, ours isn't the only popular theory that's been floating around for the series. In the fan community, there's been another very popular solution to what we see throughout these uploads. See, several popular fan theories have made a connection between Kane Pixels' Backrooms and ancient Egyptian mythology. Yeah, you heard that one right. Ancient Egypt, complete with mummies and Anubis and the Field of Reeds. If that sounds wild to you, well, you're not alone. It did to me too. On a surface level, the yellow hallways of the Backrooms don't really seem like they'd share all that much of anything in common with the shifting sands of ancient Egypt. And yet, there's a community of theorists out there who appear to have found a surprising number of parallels between the two. So that's why we're here, to review their evidence and go further, give more, and ultimately render a verdict. Are the Backrooms secretly connected to ancient Egypt? Ladies and gentlemen, strap in. It's Morty time.
Leave your theories in the comments below. I'll pick my favorites in the next episode of Morty.
So the oldest example I could find of someone calling out the potential Backrooms Egypt connection was this Reddit thread by Alex Miho was taken on March 23rd, 2022. Given the flurry of posts in the aftermath of Kane's first video, though, I may have missed something earlier, so apologies if I did. Since that first post, though, a ton of other theorists have flooded in to analyze the connections.
You have to be careful. Last time I did this, I made the top jaw too thin because I just pushed it down.
Now, this thread is
Bottom jaw too thin, that's not a problem.
Going to touch on the highlights here. First, and most importantly, the name, KV-31. In the Backrooms, KV-31 is the project designation that Async gives to their low-proximity magnetic distortion system, aka their portal into the Backrooms. At first, KV-31 might just seem like a couple of random letters and numbers that got slapped together, but it actually shares its name with a real-world location, a tomb in Egypt's Valley of the Kings, also named KV-31. Interesting. Let's dive deeper. Literally, the topmost shaft of this tomb was discovered all
Then I
the way
need a
back
horn. I don't have another dragon.
but the rest of the complex remained undiscovered until about 2010. Then, in January of that year, archaeologists discovered that the complex actually went much deeper than they first believed. Now,
Now, just on a surface level that already
Never mind. I think I found some unicorn horns.
right? Our world exists on top of an undiscovered tomb, which remained undisturbed for thousands of years. Exactly how the Backrooms was underneath the real world until Async's
My
discovery.
God.
Egyptologists were also shocked to discover that the KV-31 tomb kept going down deeper than they initially expected. There were hidden layers, new floors to unearth as you got deeper. Exactly what we see Async uncovering in the Backrooms. But the connections between the two go beyond merely the name and the general idea of secret tomb go down. As archaeologists worked their way through the KV-31 tomb, they discovered the remains of 5 mummies from Egypt's 18th dynasty. And now, look at the Backrooms. How many missing persons posters are we shown? 5. And when we do happen to find one of those bodies buried in the Backrooms, it appears dehydrated, dry, and leathery. Kinda like the remains of a mummified person in an ancient Egyptian tomb. And that's not all. The mummies that were found in KV-31 were so mangled that they were missing limbs and unidentifiable, just like the victims of the bacteria monster that we see in Kane's series. On another note, researchers of KV-31 installed a metal door over the shaft during the excavation to prevent any unwelcome intruders from entering the tomb. This is very similar to how we see Async erect a metal barrier between their control room and the back rooms, preventing people from getting in while also preventing any undead monsters from possibly getting out. Speaking of doors, by the way, other Reddit users have pointed out that the doors for Async's portal look awfully similar to the false doors that can be found in Egyptian tombs. These false doors are carvings or paintings that are meant to be artistic representations of a door that acted as a threshold between the worlds for the living and the dead. These were meant to be doors through which the spirits of the dead could pass from the earth to the afterlife. Given how deadly the Backrooms have proven so far for anyone who no-clicks in, let's just say demand would be high for anything helping guide dead spirits. In fact, the entire Backrooms idea bears a striking resemblance to the Egyptian concept of the Duat, or the Egyptian afterlife. According to Egyptologist John H. Taylor, the content for the Duat drew directly from what Egyptians knew in their day-to-day life. Realistic features like rivers, fields, caverns, and islands, while also incorporating more fantastical imagery like lakes of fire, turquoise trees, and walls of iron. And while the Backrooms isn't drawing from natural features like rivers and caverns, it is drawing from everyday mundane things that we're all familiar with. Ugly wallpaper, fluorescent lights, wet carpeting. It also takes the normal and makes it abnormal, kind of like the Field of Reeds. And while, no, we haven't yet seen anything as outright fantastical as a lake of fire, we have seen farmhouses hidden inside walls, giant chairs, and homes full of backwards road signs. All things that we're used to seeing in our day-to-day lives, but combined with other ideas that they shouldn't be mixed with. So that's pretty much the main points the fan-created Backrooms is actually Egypt theory. What's my take on it? Well, before we get to that, let's pause for a moment to thank our sponsor for this portion of today's video, Google. Have you noticed that Google recently added all these little badges across search, maps, and shopping to let you know at a glance that you're supporting diversely owned and local businesses?
Nope.
Honestly, if I was getting sponsored by them, I wouldn't have. And you know what? I love it.
Ooh, that's
I
a
am
lovely
so glad
one.
that they've partnered with me to tell you about
If I can find another one.
awesome new tool that more people should be aware
That's
of.
also not
Google
bad.
has always been about sorting the world of information, right? Well, these new
Yeah,
badges
I'm gonna have to spend an hour one of these days, and I hate these little things.
suddenly identify
I'll use them.
black,
I have them. I need to get rid of them.
businesses is super good. It's literally at a glance. This is just the beginning of how Google plans to support local communities. They've also made it easy for businesses on Google Search, Maps, and Shopping to mark themselves as safe for people all across the LGBTQ spectrum. That means that if you're looking for a gender-neutral bathroom, a transgender-friendly bar, or you just want to support LGBTQ-friendly businesses, you can now quickly identify those places. Our team is incredibly diverse. Even though all you tend to see is me in front of the camera, we have people from an entire spectrum of different backgrounds. As a result, we see firsthand how important this push towards inclusion is. Everyone deserves a place where they're accepted, where they can be themselves. Personally, I want to live in a world that's made for everyone. And features like this are a massive step in that direction. Hopefully one day we'll get to a place in society where labels like this aren't necessary, and everyone is just like, woo, let's
all succeed together. But until then, Google's doing its best to make that information as accessible as possible. If you want to find out more about how Google's helping to build that world where everyone is welcome and everyone belongs, you can find out more at belonging.google.com. Thanks again to Google for sponsoring that portion of the video, and now let's no-clip back into the back rooms. Having laid out all the evidence, what do you think? Seriously, let me know down in the comments. I'd love to have your thoughts on this theory, because here's the way I see it. I'm not biased. I love a good off-the-wall theory, and there have been plenty of times where I've been known to stretch real hard to get some evidence. But looking at the whole Egypt connection thing, what's here is circumstantial at best, and even worse, doesn't really add up to all that much. Let's start here with the biggie. The point to me that's the most compelling. The name. KV-31. Yes, the fact that the async project name and this tomb in Egypt line up is a fascinating coincidence. I just don't have enough evidence to call it anything beyond that. First of all, KV-31 is an entirely unremarkable tomb. It's not very big, like the seemingly endless backrooms, and it didn't contribute anything significant to Egyptian archaeology. But more importantly, there are hundreds of tombs all around Egypt. It's easy to hear a phrase like ancient Egyptian tombs and think something grand and mysterious like the pyramids, but in reality, they were just like fancy basements for burials. When I visited Egypt 10 years ago, I went to a few that were literally in the middle of some guy's backyard. No joke. We in the West have this mystique and allure attached to Egyptian tombs, but they're more common than the media would have you believe. Going back to KV-31, the KV stands for Valley of the Kings. It's on the west bank of the Nile, right across from Luxor. And in this one area alone, there are roughly 63 numbered tombs. KV-01 all the way through KV-63. If King had picked any KV number between 1 and 63, this exact same argument would have been made. It seems far more likely to me that Kane either came up with a cool sci-fi sounding collection of letters and numbers that just so happened to coincide with an obscure dig site in Egypt, or he knew about the numbering system in the Valley of the Kings, thought it sounded cool, and used it for Async's project name with little thought beyond that. Trust me guys, I get it. I've been there.
Oh, actually.
World building detail like that in a franchise that I love and want to theorize about, and so I try and reverse engineer it. I search KV-31 to see what comes up, and boom! First result, Egyptian tomb. From there, I would try to look for what else I could add to the theory. What other connections I could make that could be added to that stack of Jenga blocks. I get why people would want to go down this rabbit hole, because I would do the exact same thing. So let's keep going to get a sense of how stable the rest of the evidence is. Let's look at the so-called connections between all the doors, shall we? The archaeologists in charge of excavating KV-31 sealed the tomb off using a metal door, just like Async seals off the entrance to the back rooms using a metal door. Sure, that's a connection of sorts, but probably doesn't mean all that much of anything. It's far more likely that the metal doors were chosen in both circumstances because they're common building materials that provide strong protection. That is just what happens when you're trying to build a secure door in modern times. And the idea that Async's portal looks like an Egyptian false door? I mean, they're both multi-tiered rectangular entranceways, but that's because they're doors. More importantly, though, the theorists that are drawing the connection.
How's that looking? Sexy? Sexy. Yes, that's what he looks sexy. Oh, I'm tired.
The backrooms door, meanwhile, appears to be entirely functional. There is the main entryway, and it's surrounded by cabinets that appear to have the necessary wires and electronics to make the main door function. This comparison also ignores that false door carvings were typically taller and thinner, while Kane's design is short and squat. As for the 5 mummies found within the KV-31 tomb compared to the 5 missing people that we see called out in Kane's series, that right there on the surface seems like it'd be a really solid piece of evidence. Until, of course, you do the research for yourself. There aren't just 5 missing people that are called out in Kane's series, there's actually 6. 6 posters with 6 different people shown in the video missing persons, as you can see right here. It shows for a brief moment before the entire thing fades into this line graph. But what about all the bodies that were mangled down there in KV-31? Sadly, if you look into why they were so damaged, things fall apart even further. See, the tomb had been thoroughly robbed throughout its history, with damage attributed to both ancient robbers looking for valuables and more modern robbers stealing the body parts of mummies to sell to tourists. Humans are great. If KV-31 was really meant to connect to the backrooms, that would imply that other people had been exploring the hallways before Async opened the portal. This graph that we see here in missing persons explicitly makes it clear that cases for missing people skyrockets after Async makes contact with the backrooms. It's only after they break that seal that no clipping begins. And finally, we get to the quote-unquote evidence point about the backrooms taking modern, mundane places and twisting them into something uncanny, just like the Duat afterlife. And to that I say, really?
You think that's evidence? That is just storytelling technique 101. You know who else found everyday objects and then twisted them into something uncanny? The brave little toaster. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Blue's Clues. And some tells me that I'm not getting away with a Backrooms is secretly the sequel to Blue's Clues theory.
Oh,
What happened?
please.
Why did so
That would be
many
awesome.
theorists see Async's project designation KV-31 and work so hard to connect it to the KV-31 tomb? Well, I don't blame them for doing so. Like I've said throughout this theory, it's a fascinating coincidence, and this amazing community of theorists was doing their best to try and put the pieces together. Just to prove my point here, before deciding whether or not I thought the connections between Egypt and the Backrooms was even intentional, I did a ton of additional research to see if I could find anything else that might strengthen this entire theory. Dots that no one else had connected yet. And if I looked hard enough, yeah, the dots were there, but just like everything that we've already talked about, they were just stretched out of the bounds of reason. For example, one could say that the Backrooms wallpaper texture bears a passing resemblance to a pattern of reeds, potentially another connection to Duat, but that doesn't make a ton of sense because the field of reeds is the paradise afterlife for Egyptians, rather than the endless maze-like hell that is the Backrooms. See, when there's a mystery where something connects in an interesting or unusual way, humans like to seek answers. Our brains are hardwired to find explanations for the unexplained, even if there aren't any answers. This is a phenomenon called pareidolia, means that people have a tendency to impose meaningful interpretations on random data, finding patterns where there aren't any. Have you ever looked up at clouds and seen a face or shape within them? Or seen those pictures of houses that look like people that occasionally go viral? It's possible because of pareidolia. Your brain is telling you that that cloud looks like a dog, or that house is giving you the creepy side eye. Not because they actually are, because it's human nature to see patterns within the noise. And that's what I think happened with KV-31 and this whole nothing burger of ancient Egyptian connection. A final example here, I thought that we might be able to connect the bacteria monster to Egyptian tombs, specifically as some sort of manifestation of the curse of the pharaohs. This was an alleged curse cast upon anyone who broke into an Egyptian tomb. It became popular folklore after researchers mysteriously died in the aftermath of opening King Tut's tomb. Though there were many speculated causes, one of the most popular theories was that there was some sort of ancient bacteria or pathogen that was dormant in the tomb that was unleashed by opening it. The curse had a massive impact on popular culture at the time. It's also worth mentioning that more recently, a pool of black goo was discovered in a 3,000-year-old sarcophagus. I mean, really, there has to be a clear connection to the bacteria monster, right? But here's the thing, there's no evidence or scientific backing that the curse ever existed at all, let alone that it was caused by bacteria. Instead, all the deaths can be attributed to more natural causes, like blood poisoning from a mosquito bite. And that black goo in the sarcophagus apparently was just a mixture of
fashionable unicorn.
to keep the sarcophagus sealed, not anything harmful to humans. Gotta admit, I really tried to find a genuine connection here, because the idea that there was an additional layer to the Backrooms, that it was hiding some historical epic just beneath its surface of ugly yellow wallpaper, it's genuinely awesome, and Egypt is always cool to talk about. But everything the community pointed out can easily be dismissed or debunked, to the point that I just don't think that there's a whole lot there. The ancient Egyptian connections were interesting coincidences, but that's all they wound up being.
Left in this one. See if I can get at the bottom.
Coincidences and cuts.
Jolly Rancher gummies?
A world of unhinged flavor in every bite.
The Phoenician scheme.
Don't be so tired.
He is Zsa Zsa Porter.
He dodges our tariffs.
I take no relish in it. He's the most elusive, most mysterious.
My reasons? I'm not saying.
Most wanted man on the planet.
Can't you leave me alone?
And this is the scheme that everyone wants to blow up.
Is this supposed to be here?
How much time does it say?
18 minutes.
Perfectly fine. We'll land in time. The Phoenician scheme.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory, a show that's coming to you live from the Backrooms. Why? Because I have no idea how to get out of here. Internet speed's good, though, and moist carpet water is, it's not the best I've ever had, but it'll do. Wait, what's that noise? For all of you who are uninitiated, the monotone misery that is the Backrooms began back in 2019 when this image was posted to a 4chan board dedicated to unsettling images. Just an ugly series of rooms, right? No big deal. Well, it came packaged with the following text. Quote, if you're not careful and you no clip out of reality in the wrong areas, you'll end up in the Backrooms, where it's nothing but the stink of old, moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, the endless background noise of fluorescence, maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles of randomly segmented empty rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure heard you.
Okay.
This post
What do you think?
got under people's skin, an endless series of mild annoyances that make
It's a handy little bear.
slightly wet socks, bugs, harsh lighting, ugly wallpaper, in short, it is mundane horror.
Stop breaking
an
shit.
oppressive
That'd be great.
monotony that slowly wears you down mentally and physically. That miserable setting inspired lots of online artists to write their own independent creepypastas, even short video game where you explore the space. But here in 2022, the Backrooms has suddenly exploded in popularity thanks to a new series by VFX artist Kane Pixels, who's taken the basic concept and started to build a full-on world around it. And you know what that means? Lore! Kane's first Backrooms short film takes place in, well, already we hit a bit of a snag. The slate says July 4th, 1990-something, but the description of the video is September 23rd, 1996. Anyway, this is probably just because it was the first video in the series. Dates become much clearer as the world gets more and more developed.
Supposedly.
Instantly when a cameraman, typically enough named Kane, tries to set up a wide shot and immediately falls through the ground. Literally no clipping through reality, only to wind up in the dank and deserted world full of humming fluorescent lights, retro carpeting, yellow walls, endless corridors, monsters that, at least at first glance, remind me of walking tripods. Our cameraman wanders around trying to find an escape. Along the way, he finds some interesting landmarks hidden amongst the endless walls, but ultimately he's caught and presumably killed by the weird fungi monster. In short, it's simple, it's effective. Since the massive success of that first Backrooms video, Kane's been busy expanding the world with other shorts like The Third Test, First Contact, as well as making the accompanying Collateral.mov and March 11th, 1990 Archive.tar, which are both hidden in descriptions of various videos. From all of them, we ultimately learned that the Backrooms was an experiment designed by a company named Async to solve space issues, providing near limitless room for both storage and housing in an ever-shrinking world. Where it all went wrong remains to be seen. But what I want to focus on today isn't the where and the why, but rather the how. How to survive. In the fourth video of the main series, we see that since accessing the Backrooms in 1989, missing persons reports have been skyrocketing as more and more people fall out of reality, never to return. So, if that were you, what do you do? How do you navigate a seemingly endless maze with limited resources long enough to potentially figure out this mysterious world? How do you avoid an unknown monster that roams the halls? What mistakes do we see King make in his exploration of the Backrooms, and what can we do better? Pay attention, friends, because today I have the definitive list of 6 tactics that might just save your life next time you no-clip out of reality into an ugly new. In Collateral.mov, we learned that in 1989, tests by the Async
What's a good year, I'm told.
Mountains. So, is the facility in the mountains? Are you at the top of the mountain and you need to go down? Are you under the mountain and you need to go up? Are you at the upside down and you need to get run upside down in? It's unclear at best. All we know is that in one moment we were filming with friends and in the next we're here. So once you land in the Backrooms, the first thing that you need to do is take the advice of the U.S. Forest Service, which suggests that when you get lost in the woods or a cave, you do not move at all unless you have a specific reason to take a step. Basically, you sit down, you don't panic, you assess the situation and the tools that you have at your disposal, and you stay where you are. You ended up at this location for a reason. Maybe this is an entry point for other people, and someone else will no-clip it. Maybe people will wind up looking for you, and by moving, you throw off their tracking. In short, by panicking, running, and moving forward without a clear plan of attack, you are only succeeding in getting yourself more
Trust the process kind of thing.
Eventually, though, you will need to move. And this was Kane's first mistake. He had no plan. He just wandered aimlessly and headed towards whatever looked interesting. This meant that, when he started getting chased by the Backrooms monster, he had no idea of his surroundings and wound up needing a dead end. Literal. Anyway, proper grammar aside, we're in a repetitive maze, we're looking for exit, and we need a way to track our movements. And for that, we need to use a maze-solving algorithm, an automated strategic way for solving the maze with no prior knowledge of it. Our first strategy should be using the wall follower technique, also known as the right-hand rule. This is one that I think a lot of people have heard of, but maybe don't understand the actual mechanics of. Basically, it's a tried-and-true maze-escaping method that involves running your right hand along a wall while you navigate the maze. You see, mazes, in their simplest terms, are just shapes that you're trapped inside. So you, as the maze solver, need to find the outermost wall and the hole that's presumably in it. Many mazes are what's known as simply connected, i.e. all the walls are connected together to the maze's outer boundary. As such, if you were to unwind the maze, it basically amounts to one big circle with an entrance hole and an exit hole. So by keeping your hand locked to one wall and following it all the way through, you follow the outline of that circular path and you either find the exit, and congratulations, you survived, or you wind up looping back to where you first started. Well, that's certainly not ideal. It is helpful because it tells us that the maze isn't simply constructed, but rather it's what's known as a disjoint maze, one where the walls aren't always connected to the outer boundary. In the video First Contact, we actually get confirmation that this is what we're dealing with the Backrooms. We see a map that confirms that the Backrooms is a disjoint maze. Notice that there are multiple chunks of wall here that don't seem to connect to the outside line. But just because we're in a more complicated maze doesn't mean that we're out of options. First and foremost, if Kane was able to bring his camera with him into the Backrooms, then his other belongings have no clip with him as well. Specifically, things on his body like keys and clothes. And this immediately puts us at a huge advantage. If you have something like keys or a belt,
You'll want to hear something absolutely wild.
More than 48% of content creators are making less than $15,000 a year.
But the game has completely changed because of this. So what does this look like? The first step is we need to install underneath one of our videos. We give them a herb course. So we would have course, as the keyword. And then we send them a message. Here's what you asked for. Don't you want it? Most people say yes.
you should immediately mark your starting location on the wall, and then run those keys or belts or whatever against the wall to leave indentations or markings. You can stuff the walls with your shoes, you can peel the wallpaper, you can pull a Hansel and Gretel and rip pieces of your clothing off to use as breadcrumbs. You can write arrows and notes to yourself on the walls, which we know can be done since there are markings throughout the maze left by other people. This way, when our right-hand method results in us doubling back to where we began, we have a clear indication of which walls we followed and which ones we didn't. And if the walls do happen to be somehow supernatural and can't be marked by you, then the ceiling tiles are another option here. You see, the ceilings of the Backrooms appear to be a specific type known as a drop ceiling, or suspended ceiling, which is common in office environments where lightweight foam panels hang a few inches below the main structural ceiling, hiding things like wires and support beams. By throwing a shoe to break or knock down tiles, you're able to mark your progress in all the areas that you've been. Bit by bit, you eliminate the hallways that you've tracked and systematically work your way to the outer edges of the maze. One other strategy to help with this in a disjoint maze setup like the Backrooms is the pledge algorithm. Here, you travel in set directions. Let's say you walk forward until you hit an obstacle. From there, you put your right hand on the wall and you start walking around the obstacle, counting the angles that you're turning. Clockwise turns are positive, counterclockwise turns are negative. Once you start facing the original direction that you're meant to move again, and the sum of your turns is 0, you leave the obstacle and you continue moving in your original direction. This ultimately gets you off the disjoints faster, leading you to the outer wall of the maze and eventually the exit. Right now, all you seasoned Backroomers are probably laughing at me and saying, "Silly map path, the Backrooms are an endless void of death and despair that'll cause you to slowly lose your mind." To which I say, joke's on you, I lost my mind years ago. I'm not gonna let a funky smelling series of yellow rooms defeat me. Plus, I'm not convinced that this thing is actually infinite or unpredictable. Like I said, in this new King Pixel series, we see a map of the place. We also see async employees able to walk through the Backrooms using a long red line, presumably as a way to lead them back to the entrance door. So all of that is just trying our best to find an exit, but there's still one more important variable here that we have to consider. The monster that's looking to rip our body in half to use as human nunchucks. And this is again where a systematic approach to the maze will be our first thing. The last thing that we want is to wind up in a dead end, and the best thing that we can do to avoid that is to use the confusing layout to our advantage.
There we go. One two-headed monkey. Ooh.
This gives us two simultaneous benefits. First and most importantly, we don't
Hang on, I gotta fix the toes.
use the narrow hallways and looping jumping structure to escape the sight lines of the monster. Instead of picking a straight path where the creature can easily track and follow us, you instead make tight turns in an effort to make yourself disappear behind a series of walls as quickly as possible. This sequence of repeated doors that Kane is chased through provides an excellent example. By dodging and weaving instead of taking a straight path, he should be able to make himself disappear fairly quickly. The other benefit of using a big disjoint to escape this thing, though, is that we can then try to loop back around behind the monster to follow it. Obviously, your first priority is going to be avoiding this thing until you have a better sense of what it is and what it can do, but by leading it to a chunk of maze that you know will allow you to double back around it, you'll be able to sneakily gather information much more quickly. Who knows, these things presumably know the layout of the maze, so by following them, they may be able to provide another resource for finding the way out. I suppose you could try to fight it, or try to trap it with a rope, or drag it into a null zone, which you wouldn't even know about. But honestly, is confronting this thing actually going to help you survive? Probably not. Focus on escape and defense as your first priority. Once all that's settled, you've created a system that actually works, you've learned that the walls don't magically change every 30 minutes, start grabbing whatever you can find. In the Backrooms video, Kane blatantly ignores a lot of potentially useful supplies. For instance, that ladder right there that's used to get into the crawl space, grab it and carry it around. Even better, try to use it to get into the ceiling. Remember what I said about suspended ceilings? That it hangs below
There we go.
what the real top of the room is? Well, often, walls only go as high as
Two-headed monkey.
So once you're in the ceiling, you're not only hidden from the ground-based monsters, but you also have a wide-open path to the outer edge of the maze unobstructed by any walls. Heck, you might even be able to find some electrical wires from the fluorescent lights that you can then follow, which again should presumably be leading you out of the facility. Also, if you come across some rope in a dumpster, you don't walk past it. You check out what's inside the dumpster, and you take the rope. You take what the world gives you because you might not have come across it.
When you get new stuff. It's fabulous.
Filing cabinets that you walk past. Remember, you are stuck in a maze. Everything can have multiple uses. For instance, when Kane's walking up the fire escape, his camera catches a glimpse of a hole in the ceiling that's created by an air duct. Air ducts, as you can probably guess, tend to lead to the outside of a building. So again, having that ladder or rope might have helped him to investigate that. When he comes across a cavernous section of the Backrooms, those same items could have helped him get across the chasm to the other side. If he had a ladder, he could have dropped down into the apartment area that we see here, allowing him to more efficiently look for food and water. Sure, nothing might come of any of these options, but again, it's more likely to work than just wandering around aimlessly surrounded by repetitive yellow wallpaper. Last, but certainly not least, don't take any one-way exits unless you absolutely have to. While running away from the monster, down into. It was the right decision in the moment, but once down the hole, this would have left it vulnerable, because it's a decision that he can't easily reverse. Again, document on the walls with your keys or whatever. You only come back to it if nothing else seems to be working. Again, the last thing you want to do is to harm yourself. So there you have it.
I can't make another gaping mouth because I'm ran out of all my little teeth. One of those teeth. That's not big enough. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, now for that.
Use the disjointed confusing lamp defensively to be attacked. Using all those tactics, you have the best chance possible of escaping this nightmare scenario. And hey,
Let's damp it up down here.
have as much moist carpet water to drink as you can possibly want. But hey,
This dumpling has now ruined you for all future dumplings. Explore over 40 Michelin-starred restaurants within our world of hotel brands.
For the future basketball stars, I found this awesome kids basketball hoop day on Temu. It's super easy to set up and assemble. I love the sturdy steel pole, and the height is adjustable, so it grows with your kids. It's great for practicing indoors or out. It's a must-have for every house with kids. This is a hit during play dates, parties, or whenever we just need to burn off some energy. And like everything else I find on Temu,
There we go.
the price is fantastic. Slam dunk.
One little blue, brown, whatever the fuck this is. I don't know anymore.
we are no longer at the top of the food chain. Cities have fallen to ruin as friends and neighbors transform into mindless predators. Faceless monsters guard the ruins, denying us the derelict remains of our past dignity. Humans are going extinct, and all of it is because of this.
Cookies?
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, the fun guy who's here to talk about fungi.
So these are the horns I have right now. Like, I like them. Oops, hang on, my knife. Ooh. cool
Last
shark.
of Us, just like League of Legends and
Vintage.
Pokemon before it, is the latest of the line of games that's been turned into
But, like,
a movie or TV show.
they're fabulous,
That's another piece of your
but they're a pain in the ass to get in there to paint.
Wait, am I laughing
And,
at
like,
myself?
it's rough, and you can't exactly sand in there.
In case you're not an elite gamer like all of us over here, let me catch you up. The Last of Us started its life in 2013 as
They're
a
really
video
cool.
game that set a new benchmark for cinematic storytelling.
They kind of look like a tentacle, too.
Man and his surrogate daughter to survive a world devastated by a zombie apocalypse immediately cemented itself as a pivotal piece of gaming history. The moment that gaming stood up and shouted, yes, we too can have emotional movie quality stories. Now, to be completely honest, gaming had already had plenty of other amazing stories in the past, but this was the moment when the visuals and the story both reached a point where no deny gaming's artistic properties anymore. The game was so good that Sony just had to release it on the PS3, and the PS4, and the PS5 again, all in under 10 years, no less. And here we thought rebooting movies happened quickly. Anyway, now here in 2023, the dramatic prestige video game has been turned into a dramatic prestige streaming series. In fact, as both top-tier gamers and top-tier movie nerds, Steph and I were lucky enough to get invited to the premiere. On that note, this video is hashtag not spawn, but considering the amount of free popcorn that I ate that night, might as well have been.
Appropriate.
Number two, I am making a
For this free premiere that we're at.
Hey, you invite me to a place where I'm getting free unlimited popcorn and Diet Coke. I am gonna make you hurt. So after meeting some of the team who worked on the show, also happen to be fans of Food Theory, that was a fun little twist, and then stealthing our way down the red carpet. Stephanie walking the black carpet, the private black carpet that we soundly avoided. They're like, are you sure you don't want to walk the red carpet? Like, no way. It's like, oh, Jesus, I literally broke down the barrier. It was time.
Come on, you bastard. I know you want to let go. Release your inhibitions.
I get nervous whenever anyone tries to adapt such a perfectly told story, but I gotta admit, they nailed it. Sure, they made some changes to the source material, which we're gonna talk about here in a second, but it never detracted from the core story. So, with yet another series showing that the video game bad movie curse is not a real thing anymore, we finished by dancing the night away.
You heard of the Fungal attack, but now comes the Fungal attack.
Though to be fair, we didn't party as hard as some.
Don't be moved, kids.
Now, as you might have guessed at this point, the zombies in The Last of Us function a bit differently from your usual apocalyptic scenario. In most media, you're dealing with a blood-borne virus that's spread through bites, but not so much here. What makes The Last of Us so interesting is that it's all a fungus. In fact, the show spends its entire opening scene laying out why a fungal pandemic would be terrifying, using real science to lay out exactly what would happen.
There's a fungus that infects insects. Gets inside an ant, for example. The fungus starts to get reactive against behavior, telling it where to go, what to do. So it begins to devour its host from within, replacing the ant's flesh with its own.
The fungus the scientist is talking about is a real thing called cordyceps, which we've actually talked about multiple times over on the sister location Game Theory. It is terrifying stuff, but
there we go.
that we shouldn't have to worry about.
He's all set
The
and
show
ready to
claims
go.
that fungal infections of this type
Cannot survive if its host's internal temperature is over 94 degrees.
But then they ask, what if that changes?
What if, for instance, the world were to get slightly warmer?
Man, HBO sure loves using zombie invasions as a metaphor for climate change, huh?
Winter is coming.
If only Westeros had reduced its greenhouse gas emissions. What's crazy, though, is how quickly things fell apart in the world of The Last of Us. Seriously, it basically felt like over the course of just a day or two, everyone everywhere all at once suddenly had their brains hijacked by a fungus like it was a 5-star Grand Theft Auto rampage. Suddenly, zombie runners are in houses, in the streets, planes crashing out of the sky. What happened? And it's here that we actually get to one of the big differences between the game and the new series, as well as our main theory for today. How did the fungus spread so quickly in the new HBO series, The Last of Us? You see, in the game, part of the reason the cordyceps were able to take control so quickly was through the use of spores. Like traditional zombies, the infected in The Last of Us game are able to spread infection to new people through bites, and this is true for the new series. There's this really great, horrifying shot where fungal tendrils are worming out of a woman's mouth to infect someone else. It is so gross. It was this moment that I'm like, yes, this series gets it. But in addition to launching our living, the video game version of the cordyceps were able to infect new people through airborne spores produced in the bodies of the infected. And this creates a huge threat for all the survivors. There are big chunks of the game where our protagonist Joel has to wear a gas mask to survive. He even keeps one on him at all times just in case. So yeah, that's the way that we get this sort of rapid zombie spread, if the show had airborne spores, but it doesn't. One of the show's creators, Greg Mazin, previously worked on the series Chernobyl for HBO, which had a ton of scenes with actors in hazmat suits and gas masks.
Alright, we'll make another two-headed one.
Drama when an actor's face was covered by a bunch of safety equipment, hence Joel's gas mask and the fungal spores having to go. Nope, no you're not, Stephanie. These babies are no longer airborne. Your dance is non-canonical. But if it's not spores, then what is it? What's causing the zombie fungus to spread? Surely there has to be some sort of an explanation, so I dived into behind-the-scenes information about the show, hoping to find some answers. And though I didn't find an explicit answer, what I found instead was a challenge. In the official HBO Max Last of Us post-episode podcast, they say this.
Are they the same ones?
Little details are going to come back around. We don't want to give spoilers, but I will say that careful viewers of this episode will be rewarded repeatedly because little bits of breadcrumbs have been planted that are going to pay off later in interesting ways.
Excuse me? Careful viewers. Do you know who you're talking to? I've spent the last 8 years poring over every frame of movies and television that I've watched, overthinking, analyzing it. You challenge me to search, and I will find it. And you know what, loyal theorists? I did. I found the answer to how exactly this fungal parasite devastated the world so fast. And true to the creator's word, it was in the small details that were hidden in plain sight all along. How did the world of The Last of Us end? Cookies. Or more specifically, the flour that was used to bake those cookies. Allow me to explain.
Yeast.
The first thing that tipped me off about flour is this line right here. In the background of one of the morning
See,
scenes,
it's
you hear a
work.
radio broadcast.
I should not be doing this with dirty fingers.
Happening in
The paint will
Jakarta.
come off.
Jakarta. Where is that, Middle East?
It's in Indonesia, Joel. Learn some geography. Anyway, the call out of
American,
Jakarta
they don't have any.
struck me as odd. Why there of all places? It seemed oddly specific. Well, in addition to beautiful beaches and tropical architecture, Jakarta also happens to be home to the largest flour mill in the world. This behemoth, run by P.T. Bogasari Flour Mills, has 15 milling lines.
Yeah, we're doing something different.
Produce more than 4 million tons of flour each year. If this fungal infection spreads through flour products, of course, there's going to be disturbances starting in Jakarta. Hey guys, this is Future Map Pet here. So this theory was written immediately after I saw the first episode. Episode 2 actually gave us a little more information about the Jakarta situation in the show. And it is very often the risks that we take when we do theories about ongoing series. Anyway, episode 2 is cold open and takes place in Jakarta, where a professor at the University of Indonesia is taking a look at one of the first infected people. We're told that this infected person came from, quote, a flour and grain factory on the west side of the city. Then, under her breath, the professor says, a perfect substrate. A substrate, in case you don't know, is a surface or material where an organism, like say a fungus, can live, grow, and obtain nourishment. Basically, this practically confirms our theory that flour is the reason for the cordyceps outbreak in the show. So, woo, we got it right! That said, there's still a ton of fun evidence here in the episode, so I'm just gonna hand it back off to Past Map Hat now so you can keep watching and be impressed with how we solved this a week early and then release the video a week late. What's more, there are also tons of flour mills all over Texas, in Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and yes, Austin, where the show's prologue takes place. With so many mills throughout Texas, the state would be a hot spot for an outbreak, just like we saw with Jakarta. But fungi and flour, is that scientifically reasonable? Flour is usually made from wheat or other grains, so how would a fungus get in there? Well, hate to say it, but you know mold, gross stuff that grows on food that's spoiled or been left out for too long? That is a type of fungus. So if the wheat used to make it has gone bad in any way, there's likely some fungus mixed in there. Even freshly made flour out of mills has been shown to sometimes contain fungus. According to one study, there can be a ton of fungus inside of commercial flour. This study took 19 flour samples and 11 wheat samples from 11 different mills across Kansas, Nebraska, and the Pacific Northwest. In those samples, the fungal count in flour ranged from 85 to 8,100 per gram, and between 90 and 1,400 per gram in the wheat. In both cases, spoilage of the product was not the source of the fungus. Stuff was just in there. So if a fungus can indeed be inside freshly milled flour somehow, why not cordyceps? So with me suddenly thinking that flour is sus, I rewatched the episode again. And immediately you see a bunch of little details start to add up. All throughout the prologue, we never once see Joel, Sarah, or Tommy eat anything flour-based, to the point where it's almost a miracle. In the morning, though Sarah's plan to make
Maybe they're gluten-free.
they don't have any more pancake mix.
Where's the pancake mix? It's gonna make you perfect pancakes.
After school, when Sarah visits their neighbor, Mrs. Adler, she turns down an offer to eat a cookie. Likely this is because they're raisin cookies, and raisins are just awful lies masquerading as chocolate chips. But still, this one move may have meant that Sarah missed a big old bite of zombie infection. Already, that'd be enough to raise some eyebrows, but the coincidences just keep going. That night, when Joel gets home late, they realize that he's forgotten to pick up the birthday cake that they were going to share.
Where's the cake? Oh, man.
And earlier in the day, they saw Mr. Adler feeding his elderly mother biscuits. In fact, when he offers some of the extras to Sarah and Joel, they decline. time. Joel even jokes that he loves biscuits.
But I'm on Atkins.
Atkins is, of course, a fad diet that recommends not eating any bread or grain products. Obviously, Joel isn't actually on Atkins here, given his choice to have pancakes and birthday cake, but it's still an interesting thing for the show to bring attention to, isn't it? Additionally, in the parts of the first episode set after the outbreak, we never actually see anyone eating any products made from flour. There's this big open crowd shot where we can't make out anyone's plates, and there isn't any bread scraps on Ellie's empty plate when she's being kept prisoner. Basically, the only thing that we see anyone consuming is Joel drinking some alcohol. In short, this show goes very far out of its way to never show us its main characters explicitly eating flour-based product. Hey, this is Future MatPat here again with some additional evidence that we see happening in episode 2. We do actually get someone eating bread during the present day. We see Ellie is eating a sandwich, which makes sense because she's immune to the zombie outbreak. And you notice what Joel and Tessa are eating? Jerky, no bread. Thought that was just another little detail that was worth pointing out. The
wow.
only immune person is eating
What you guys doing in here? Nothing happening tonight?
cool little Easter eggs that I
Just
found
making some
while
monsters.
living the wounds of this theory that came out to curse you, extended editing pipeline! Now, I know what you're thinking. Wait, wouldn't the fungus just die off while being baked? And that's a really great thing to call out. Yes, according to the United States Department of Agriculture, most yeast and mold fungi are super sensitive to heat. Normally, they can be destroyed at temperatures of 140 to 160 degrees Fahrenheit, or 60 to 71 degrees Celsius. And most ovens, when they're baking cookies, are set somewhere between 325 and 350 Fahrenheit, or 163 to 177 C, well above those fungi killing temperatures.
Oh, come on.
Most heat-resistant fungi in history, found in 2011 by scientists in India, can only survive temperatures of 239 degrees Fahrenheit or 115 C. But all of that being said, fungi in the production lines of baked goods and bread products are still a massive problem. According to a study published in Food Research International, they actually found more fungus in goods after they've been baked than anywhere else in the cooking process. Basically, they say that the highest fungal counts were seen in the final processing stages of making the goods, right after they'd come out of the oven and were busy cooling. Considering that The Last of Us spent that whole opening scene pointing out that the fungus in the world evolved to survive at higher temperatures, it's entirely plausible that the cordyceps made it out of the oven. And so now with all that in mind, I can't help but look back at the podcast and get me started down this rabbit hole with, you know what I mean? The answer is to stare me in the face in your time. Do you remember exactly what was said by the creators during that podcast?
Careful viewers of this episode will be rewarded repeatedly because little bits of breadcrumbs have been planted.
Breadcrumbs.
Breadcrumbs.
Like flour-based breadcrumbs. They told us the answer right there, those cheeky sons of a gun. And just to put the cherry on top here, the pièce de résistance. You know what they were talking about right before this in the podcast that got them to start talking about these little pins? The intentional trail of breadcrumbs.
We made a point of making this sort of joke about how she couldn't eat biscuits. By the way, a lot of little details when we come back around. We don't want to give spoilers.
They were discussing the elderly neighbor, the first infected person we see, and how she was being fed biscuits. The evidence has mounted here, folks. The society of The Last of Us TV show fell apart because the cordyceps fungus evolved to be more heat-resistant to be able to take root in humans, and then its particles were spread worldwide through flour. So Joel, guess you had plenty of reasons to say,
No, I don't really like pancakes.
your Atkins diet might be saving more than just your waistline. But hey, if you want to learn more about the evil fungus science behind this amazing story, check out our game theory talking about how Ellie isn't actually immune to the cordyceps infection. Or if you want more of a strategy guide on how to survive a post-apocalyptic wasteland, check out our video explaining why musicians would have the best chance of surviving a quiet place. As always, don't forget to take a big old bite out of that subscribe.
Let's see now.
There are a ton of great movies and shows coming out this year. I can't wait to analyze for a long time. So until then, remember, it's all just a theory. A film theory.
Do I have any matching sets? Nope. No, that's not a match. Okay, keep digging. Those are a match. Nope. There's a... No, those are not a match. Holy shit. It's so pretty.
If you were in a zombie apocalypse like the rest of us, what would you do? I mean,
Die, that's what I would do.
that's what I would do. But what would you do if you wanted to survive?
Oh, sorry. That one. That, there we go.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Fungal, the show that's working on its goal, sir. up, it's about time we talk about The Last of Us again. Yeah, and yet another case of the weird cross-media landscape allowing film theory to talk about a video game franchise. The award-winning series of Last of Us games has been adapted into the award-winning series of television, and it's finally back for Season 2. If you don't know, The Last of Us takes place in a world devastated by a zombie apocalypse. But these zombies aren't your typical George Romero fare. These weren't created by a virus or by magic, but instead a real-world fungus known as the cordyceps. Basically, these mushrooms are able to infect and hijack the nervous systems of insects like ants. But in The Last of Us, it's evolved to control human hosts as well, spreading across the world and ending civilization as we know it. Now, unlike a lot of traditional zombies, these Last of Us zombies come with a lot of advantages and disadvantages, especially in the show. They've evolved a sort of echolocation, thus why they're called flickers, but they don't spread using spores in the show like they do in the game. They're also all connected by the mushroom's mycelial network. That's basically like mushroom roots, which means that if one zombie knows where you are, there's a good chance that more do too. But because they're basically made of mushrooms, that means that they would have some specific drawbacks that a normal zombie wouldn't. So I want to ask the question. Joel and Ellie are trying to get across the country in Season 1 of The Last of Us, but at the beginning of Season 2, they're just chilling in a settlement, surviving. If we wanted to make a real settlement to survive in the world of The Last of Us, what exactly would we need? Where would we want to go? And what can we do to both ensure our own survival and fight back against the cordyceps creepy crawlies that threaten us every day? Well, loyal theorists, prepare your survival packs. Let's swing into it. Now, just to start out with and get this out of the way, I think a lot of the basics for zombie survival also apply here in The Last of Us. There's a classic novel called The Zombie Survival Guide by Max Brooks that really hits the nail on the head here. High school loved that book. And the broad points? Close combat is always going to be discouraged if you can avoid it because it gives them more of a chance to bite you. And headshots are your best chance of putting a zombie down. Traditional armor is also not recommended since it's going to be loud and slow you down. Now, you can actually go check out our sister location Style Theory next weekend for a more in-depth look at the best outfit to survive The Last of Us. Anyway, traveling by day is also always going to be your best bet since you're going to be able to see the zombies coming more easily. And if you can find a fortified location left over from our civilization, something like a
sure, we'll do the balance.
All of that also applies here. But of course, like we've already said, the zombies in The Last of Us aren't normal zombies. And as we build up our strategy guide for surviving against these fungal foes, we're going to need to know the basics of how they actually function. Right? As we've talked about at the top of this episode and at length in previous series, the zombie outbreak in The Last of Us was caused by a mutated
he has horns, doesn't he?
which is important. See, a
Yeah,
lot of
you're right. Make the tongues to dry.
different biological kingdoms. They have about as much in common with plants as we
Give them a lot of tongues and get their mouths painted up, and they'll be done. What do you think?
make energy through photosynthesis
Kinda cute?
and sunlight.
Moo
They're
moo.
actually more like animals in that they need to consume other organic matter to live. That's why you see mushrooms growing out of trees, or food you've forgotten back in the fridge, or on the face of a clicker zombie. Now, for most animals, we eat our food and then break it down with acid in our stomachs, which we can then turn into energy for our bodies to use. But fungi operate in almost the complete opposite way. Instead, they sort of spit out their digestive juices onto their food first, breaking it down so they can absorb it. They basically like spit acid onto whatever they're growing on and then slurp it all up once it's melted down. But
That sounds like a housefly.
that digestion process requires
What time is it? 30. How long I've been working? 5 hours. What do I have finished?
And they thrive the best in moist environments. You may have heard or seen that fungi love
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I have 14 things done.
There's less evaporation drying the fungus out. So if we want to maximize our chances of survival, we're going to need to move to a climate that makes the cordyceps feel like dehydrated SpongeBob. And best of all, we also know that this applies to the mutated cordyceps in the show. Yeah, in the second episode here, Joel checks the patch of fungus, but if it's too dry, it's safe, it's dead, and won't be pinging other mushrooms in the network their location. Because, I mean, man, their communication can just be so easy. Which reminds me,
You know, in a post-apocalypse full of mushroom zombies, I really wish it was easier to stay connected to people, you know? But, huh? Joel, how are you calling me without a physical SIM card? Oh, you're using the sponsor for today's theory, Saley. Let's talk about it.
You know how most phones need a physical little SIM card to be able to make calls or connect to the internet with data? Well, we're long past needing that to be physical. Saley is a new eSIM service app created by our friends over at NordVPN, which makes sure that you have service and an internet connection even when you don't have Wi-Fi. With Saley, you don't need to wait in line at an airport to get a local SIM card. You just download the app for iOS and Android and go, so you can keep moving to avoid the zombie clicker hordes. So convenient. From here, you go into the app and buy one of their affordable plans, and follow the instructions in the app and install the eSIM on your phone. Bam! You're ready to go. If you follow the channel at all, you'll know that I took a trip to Ireland last year, and I actually used Saley on that trip. Having the peace of mind that I was going to be able to work and stay in contact with my family was awesome, even while I was deep in the Irish countryside. I didn't need to desperately search for a Wi-Fi signal. Instead, I got to focus on having fun. Though I did run into some zombies out there, funnily enough. So if you want to stay connected, even if it feels like the world is ending, download the Saley app with the QR code on screen and use code FILMTHEORY at checkout to get an exclusive 50% discount on their data plans.
Well, let me pop you till tomorrow, but this one's pretty much done. Get a new hot glue to stick the eye back on.
But for now, let's head back into survival.
So with all of that in mind, you might think that somewhere hotter is going to be the best place to set up shop, but this isn't necessarily the case in the world of The Last of Us. Remember, in the show's prologue, there's a short scene explaining how the cordyceps were able to infect humans. Normally, our body temperature would be too high for them to survive, but if the cordyceps were able to adapt to a hotter temperature due to, say, global warming, then human-infecting cordyceps might be a concern. Not only is this creepy and
I did friggin' bog the table.
Cordyceps can withstand temperatures of at least 98 degrees Fahrenheit, 36.6 degrees Celsius, and those temperatures are getting dangerously close to the temps that could cause a human to have a heat stroke. So if we can't safely out-heat resist the cordyceps, instead the next best thing is going to be finding a location where the temperature and climate can maximize human survivability while minimizing mushroom survivability. Basically what we're looking for here is known as the thermal neutral zone, or TNZ for humans.
Gonna give me a minute. I'm quite zonked right now.
Which itself is a fancy way of saying that we need to find a climate where our bodies don't have to sweat a ton because sweating wastes energy. Scientists believe that the TNZ for humans is between 66 and 77 degrees Fahrenheit, assuming that there's some moderate wind and humidity. Which, speaking of, though temperature is important, humidity is actually going to be our biggest concern here when finding the perfect place to hunker down. Humidity is a measurement of how much water vapor is in the air, and as we've established, mushrooms LOVE love moisture. I've lived in the American South most of my life, where it's incredibly humid, and a big concern here can be moisture getting trapped in your walls and letting fungus grow inside of the building. Actually happened down the hall for me earlier this year. That was not fun. But, as it so happens, when it comes to conserving energy, our bodies also hate moist climates, because that humidity in the air can prevent our sweat from evaporating. This can result in what's called non-productive sweating, where you sweat, but it doesn't evaporate, meaning that it doesn't cool us off. It just makes us sticky. Gross! Go check out our video about the science of the Dune Still suit if you want an explanation for why sweating is just so important in these sorts of environments. So with all of that in mind, both for our own sake and to give these cordyceps clickers the worst chance possible, we're going to want a dry climate that's ideally on the cooler side of that ideal temperature. And thankfully, we have tools that can help us find the ideal location. Meet the Köppen-Geiger map, a tool that breaks down different types of climates in the United States. What we're looking for here is what the Köppen-Geiger map classifies as a BSK climate. That's areas with a cold, semi-arid climate, also known as a steppe. That's step with an E. For our international theorists, there are plenty of steppes worth stepping onto in each continent, especially for our Eurasian theorists. You guys actually have the largest patch of semi-arid land in the world. The Great Steppe, which spans from Hungary all the way to Manchuria. But for Americans like myself, Joel, and Lee, that covers a big strip of the Midwestern mountainous United States. Places like Montana and Colorado, all the way down to New Mexico and parts of western Texas. Funnily enough, a lot of season 1 of the show actually took place in those areas, and they received a lot of complaints on being light on the zombies in those sections. But scientifically, it tracks. The infected are going to have a harder time thriving in these areas, as opposed to somewhere wicked humid like Boston. So if they were just looking for the best chance to survive and not get out to the West Coast for a specific purpose, Joel and Ellie should have hunkered hunkered down here. And ironically enough, Tommy's settlement in Jackson County, Wyoming also happens to be the most humid part of that state. So, you know, if they want out of zombie country, they may want to scoot out a bit east. Okay, so we know the basics of surviving zombies, and we've settled in the steppes, likely in the Midwestern United States. The next big thing we're going to need for our survival is a reliable source of water. I mean, after all, we're specifically looking for somewhere arid and dry. We're going to need water, but this itself provides yet another small challenge for us. See, we're not going to want to settle next to a still body of water, like a lake, for a couple of reasons. Yes, that would risk moisture exposure, which we've talked about already. But another big factor here, how that water is going to carry sound. See, the Last of Us zombies are unique amongst their undead brethren because they focus on sound for hunting. I mean, they're called clickers because they use echolocation like a bat to find their prey, and they're instantly attracted to sound. This is why Joel is so adamant about being so quiet when he knows there are clickers nearby.
From this point forward, we are silent, not quiet, silent.
We've actually talked about similar horror monsters in a previous strategy guide for surviving a quiet place, where we warned you guys against hanging out near bodies of water because they reflect and amplify sound. So, just like with the quiet place monsters, that means that any noise you make next to a lake could unintentionally act like a beacon for the clickers. Thankfully, there are solutions here. One, you could build next to a flowing river to hide your noise, but that would also risk moisture sort of jumping into the structures you build, which, as we've already said, is not good. Or two, you could build a little bit away from a lake, so you can go get your water without the fear of constantly needing to be silent. But this would really risk and expose yourself while you're out in the wilderness carrying that water. Or three, you could dig yourself a well. Yeah, because so much of the Midwestern United States is so dry, one reliable source of water that people have used for centuries is the groundwater. In fact, a solid 7% of residents of Colorado get their drinking water from wells. That doesn't sound like a lot, but remember that a majority of people live in cities where wells aren't going to be used as often, if at all. So if you're in a rural area, like you're trying to survive away from zombie hordes in major cities, wells are absolutely something you should work on. So all of this, great stuff. Knowing where we have the best chances of surviving is awesome. But what if we want to do something a bit more than survive? What if we wanted to thrive? To rebuild society? Well, we're gonna need something else. Or rather, someone else. We're going to need a community to protect us and restart everything. And not only that, but, well, it'll get awfully lonely if you're just out there alone. Even Bill, the ultimate survivalist who successfully prepared for a lifetime alone in the apocalypse, lived a shallow, hollow life before he found Frank. In the short term, making allies and partnerships improves your chances of survival. In a world where you could turn into mushroom food at any moment, having a buddy to watch your six can literally save your life. And in the long term, if we zoom way out, saving our species is the true mark of survival. And the only way we're going to do that is if we build up some sort of society. According to biologists, there's a shorthand principle called the...
I'm still not having kids.
This estimates that a minimum life population for a species to survive is 50 individuals. That many will mean that they can avoid the pitfalls of inbreeding once it's time to make more individuals, if you catch my drift.
No.
But you need 500 individuals if you're going to prevent what's known as genetic drift. That's random changes in the genes that can cause genetic traits to be lost or become way too widespread. Now, to be clear, it's going to take a lot of time to build up that much trust with that many people, but it is possible. And when you do, well, there's still more you need to consider. Even if we have the numbers here, we also need to think about what social roles and jobs are going to need to rebuild our society. We need to think about who we're going to attract to this new settlement. If we have a lot of different types of skills in this new society we build, that means that we're going to be more likely to be self-sufficient and have skills, tools, and goods that we can barter with other groups of survivors. So for your individual consideration here, if you can provide a unique service, you're going to be super valuable in your society. And if worse comes to worse, bandits might consider you too valuable to kill and let you live. But of course, that's a worst case scenario. Right off the bat, obviously we're going to want some food providers and builders. We're talking people who have skills with hunting, gathering, farming, gardening, and animal breeders.
I got the key.
Cook or chef is going to be considered valuable here. Likewise, if you're a carpenter or a mechanic, an engineer, welder, or blacksmith, your skills will be invaluable. I mean, I don't know how to build a house or fix a car. Another obvious role we're going to want to fill here are
I can build a house.
Doctors, medics, and nurses who can keep us patched up while we're injured and cure us when we're sick. Plus, someone's going to be needed to deliver any inevitable babies. And of course, though it won't be important for immediate survival, people who preserve culture are also going to be incredibly important. We're talking teachers, historians, priests, and even artists. There's a reason that those jobs
We can leave the
exist in
priest out.
basically every culture around the world. Humanity has only thrived because we've been able to pass on knowledge from generation to generation. And a unified culture through art and religion is going to be vital if we want our settlement to survive beyond us. But perhaps the most important job that we need to highlight here, the scientist. Yeah, really. And in fact, being a scientist might be your secret weapon for creating a new civilization for survival. Now, the benefits of a scientist overlap a lot with stuff like medics or engineers. They can use their big old brains to improve everyone's quality of life. But the real importance here is going to be the scientist's ability to fight back against the cordyceps. But maybe not in the way you expect. The Last of Us is a story about Ellie and her immunity, and the hope that she's going to be able to be the source of a vaccine against the cordyceps infection. But that wouldn't be the case. We've covered this in previous theories, but a vaccine isn't going to be helpful against a fungal infection at all. And Ellie's immunity is more than likely the result of multiple complex factors that will be nigh impossible to recreate. Now, I'm not saying throw all of the scientists who specialize in that sort of medicine out to the mushroom zombie wolves. But there is another type of scientist that would be way more useful for us. Electrical engineers. Yeah, really, electricians. Let me explain. If you've played the Last of Us games, you'll know that you often fight the fungi with fire. Be it an improvised Molotov cocktail or a flamethrower, fire is a great tool to burn away the mushroom menace and drying out the moisture that they desperately need. But, well, I don't know about you, but I've read the Zombie Survival Guide, and as it explains, while fire is effective at eventually killing the shambling undead, it's also very, very dangerous when you have to wait for it to do its job. The zombies could thrash around while they're burning, quickly spreading that fire, trapping you or destroying any settlements that you've worked to put together. As the advice goes, the only thing worse than a horde of zombies is a flaming. But that doesn't mean we can't get the same effect with something a little bit different. Electricity. Electricity would be a very effective strategy to drown out any cordyceps zombies that get too close to our settlement. Studies have shown that targeted electrical shocks can kill off fungal cells in the body. The currents between 150 to 200 volts, with an average of just 7 milliamps, can be lethal to humans carrying cordyceps. The long and short of it, electricity can be dangerous. And if you were able to harness that for your settlements, like, say, build an electric fence around your settlement to protect you from the roving hordes of zombies and bandits alike, you'd be in a great place to survive this apocalypse. Obviously, you'd need to figure out a way to maintain that electricity, but there are ways to do that, by burning fuel to create steam, or by harnessing rivers for hydroelectric power. Something that an electrical engineer would hopefully be able to figure out in this sort of life or death scenario. And just the cherry on top here, well, the best setup we've seen in the Last of Us series so far was here with our good buddy Bill, who also set up an electric fence around his town to live safely and comfortably. So, in the end, I guess this part of it shouldn't be that much of a shock. But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory. And cut. Up next on Film Theory.
You're thrown into a series of 6 mystery games with 400 other players. This is how to survive the Squid Game.
I don't know what I was thinking when I did that. I wasn't. That's how tired I am.
We've already got tons of WestJet points.
Yeah?
I'm looking.
Your next travel story is waiting. Make it happen with the all-new WestJet Rewards.
You're thrown into a series of 6 mystery games with 400 other players. A pot of $44
I'm
million
tired. I can't make triangles.
More importantly, if you lose, you die. Other channels have covered the tactics to winning the specific games. And honestly, the show itself does a pretty darn good job of showing you creative solutions to its various puzzles. Today, we're going to help you survive when you're going outside, just like the contestants.
I think I'm done.
This is how to survive the Squid Game. Mild spoiler warning for some of the games and strategies. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Film Theory. The show that's brought to you by our totally not made up sponsor for today's episode.
It's over. I've been streaming for over 5 hours. I'm done. And I was working before that. So, thank you for stopping by if you did. Thank you for the thumbs up if you did. And I will see you, I don't know, maybe tomorrow night. But I got work the day after that, so probably not for long if I show up. Anyway, thanks for stopping by, guys. Good night.